27. Sorry, I broke my promise. But I hope you can keep this secret. There are only a few people who know about this right now, so do you understand what I mean? When Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and others heard what Lin Feng said, they immediately understood what Lin Feng meant. If more people knew about it, it would definitely be more difficult for them to obtain crystal cores in the future. Brother Feng, don't worry. We will keep this matter to ourselves and will never tell anyone. Yes, I will never tell anyone. Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and others immediately spoke with a solemn oath. But Lin Feng shook his head and said, not only should you not tell anyone, you'd better not mention this matter at other times. Just know it in your heart. Do you remember everything? Brother Feng, we will remember this. Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and others said solemnly at the same time. Okay then, you guys continue to patrol. Good. After tricking Shou Qiang and Su Xing into leaving, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, then lit a cigarette for himself and returned to the villa. Evening. As night fell, Zhao Jingyi and her friends had already prepared dinner. The only difference is that this time we made Western food, such as French onion soup, Caesar salad, steak Wellington, cream of mushroom soup, tiramisu, chocolate mousse, etc. Lin Feng looked at the Western food on the table and couldn't help but look at Zhao Jingyi. Why did you think of making Western food today? Is this what my Chinese stomach is used to? I did it. I was just helping out today, Zhao Jingyi said. Lin Feng asked again, if it wasn't you, then who did it? Irina. Zhao Jingyi glanced at Irina and said. At this time, Irina looked at Lin Feng in a lost tone and said, Lin Feng, I made these by myself. Don't you like them? I like it. How could I not like it? But you just said that your stomach can't tolerate Western food. What I mean is that I can't get used to the Western food Jingyi makes, but yours is another matter. As Lin Feng spoke, he quickly winked at Zhao Jingyi to avoid any misunderstanding on her part. At this moment, Lin Feng felt so miserable. Sure enough, Zhao Jingyi just rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. When Irina heard what Lin Feng said, she was immediately delighted. Really, Lin Feng? Then you should try it. All right. As Lin Feng spoke, he picked up a fork, picked up a few leaves of lettuce from the Caesar salad, put them in his mouth and started eating. Then there was a lot of praise for Irina. After all, he worked so hard for so long and prepared such a large table of Western food, so he should be praised. But Irina's next words almost made Lin Feng spit out the lettuce leaves he was eating. Lin Feng, how about you reward me alone tonight? As soon as Irina said this, Lin Feng suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. At this moment, Lin Feng knew without thinking that this must be the look the other girls were giving him. After all, Lin Feng's skill of helping others can not only help improve his strength, but also enhance and deepen communication. Who can give up this? At the same time, in another part of the city, Fang Zhen and his several thousand men had not eaten for a whole day and were starving. Some of the men still had some surplus food on them, and they secretly put a piece of candy in their mouths to relieve their hunger. But don't underestimate this small piece of sugar. 60% of the energy needed by the human body is obtained through oxidation of sugar in the human body. Sugar can also protect the liver, relieve mental fatigue, heal wounds, and relieve thirst. This is an important strategic material during wartime. Those subordinates who had no surplus food could only watch helplessly as others stuffed candies into their mouths. At this time, Fang Zhen's face turned pale, and as he looked at the situation in front of him, his expression became even more gloomy. After all, according to his original plan, he brought such a large number of subordinates with equipment and food. He could kill zombies and obtain crystal cores while slaughtering all the survivors in the city to reserve food for his son. But what he never expected was that such a thing would actually happen. He hadn't even met the man who killed his son, but he had already ended up in this situation. Although he has a god's perspective and the ability to foresee people's past. But he is not God after all, and the two skills he learned from other survivors are too limited. You can only do this by touching someone you have met with your hands, and there is a time limit. But, hey. At this moment, Fang Zhen couldn't help but let out a sigh, looking depressed. Master, I still have a pack of compressed biscuits on me. Why don't you just eat some? At this time, Fang Zhen's servant came over, handed the compressed biscuits to Fang Zhen and said. Fang Zhen looked up at the servant and waved his hand. Forget it, you eat it. Seeing Fang Zhen like this, the servant had no choice but to retract his hand and said cautiously in a tentative tone. Master, it wouldn't be a problem if we stayed here forever. What do you want to say? Fang Zhen glanced at the servant and spoke slowly in a low voice. Or, let's go back first. What will happen if our Fang Zhen goes back like this? Notify them and send people to some supermarkets and shopping malls tomorrow to look for some supplies first. But sir, places like supermarkets and shopping malls are full of zombies. If we kill the zombies, I'm afraid it will anger the female zombie. Shoot. As soon as the servant finished speaking, Fang Zheng slapped the man hard and said angrily. Does this scare you? I tell you, she is nothing in front of me. Yes, sir, I know I was wrong. The servant covered his swollen face and spoke hurriedly. My son should be eating by now. Go get him something to eat. Master, all the supplies have been burned. There is nothing left for you to eat. After hearing the servant's words, Fang Zhen sighed. You are so stupid. There is so much food. How can you say there is nothing to eat? Master, I don't quite understand what you mean by this. The servant looked at Fang Zhen nervously and said, Isn't it enough to feed you to my son? As soon as Fang Zhen said this, the servant ran away with a look of fear on his face. But no matter how fast he is, how can he outrun a bullet? The servant had not even taken 2 steps when a bullet pierced his head. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. I didn't intend to kill you, but I had no choice. My son has to fill his stomach, right? As Fang Zhen spoke, he grabbed the servant's ankle and walked towards the iron cage. But Chapter 128, The End of the Road. However, Fang Zhen's behavior immediately caused fear among his other men. The reason why so many people were willing to follow him was that 1 month before the end of the world, Fang Zhen recruited a large number of people to serve as security guards for him. Moreover, they specifically recruit those who have served in special forces, and even some ordinary soldiers are not eligible. Although Fang Zhen's requirements are strict, the salary is incredibly high, so many retired special forces soldiers from all over the country come here to apply. But what these people didn't expect was that the world ended before they even received their wages. So these people had to stay and continue working for Fang Zhen. But now it seems that Fang Zhen is simply a murderer with serious psychological problems. After all, who would keep their son, who has turned into a zombie, locked up in an iron cage and keep him fed by eating the flesh and blood of his own kind? But Fang Zhen seemed to realize that what he did was indeed too likely to arouse public outrage. After all, who would do such a thing? So Fang Zhen deliberately coughed dryly and slowly glanced at all the men present. Then Fang Zhen took out the package of compressed biscuits from the servant's arms in front of everyone and said in a deep voice, "This man has followed me for so long, but I never thought that he would use highly toxic compressed biscuits to poison me. Today, I must make him pay a price more severe than death to relieve my hatred." As soon as Fang Zhen said this, everyone present was stunned by him. After all, no one knows whether the package of compressed biscuits is poisonous or not. We can't verify whether what Fang Zhen said just now is true or not. So why not take a bite of the biscuit ourselves and try whether it is poisonous or not? Seeing that no one was talking, Fang Zhen snorted coldly and put the pack of compressed biscuits into his pocket. Then Fang Zhen acted as if it was a matter of course. He threw the servant's body into the iron cage and fed it to his son openly. The next morning, Lin Feng, lying on the bed, stretched comfortably, then got dressed and got out of bed as usual. Then he lit a cigarette for himself, gently opened the curtains to look outside, and then turned to look at Irina, who was sleeping on her back. "Baby, it's time to get up. It's still early. Why don't we have a deeper discussion?" How could Lin Feng refuse Irina's sincere invitation? After working for more than an hour, Lin Feng finally came down from upstairs. After going downstairs, Lin Feng looked at the loving breakfast that Zhao Jingyi and the others had carefully prepared. He immediately picked up a fried egg with a knife and fork and started eating. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, another burst of gunfire was heard outside, which made Lin Feng frown slightly. Because according to Lin Feng's guess, although Fang Zhen's gang could not be said to have run out of ammunition and food, it was definitely true that they were out of food. Since they have been given a night to consider, and they have not retreated yet, it means they have already made their choice. Lin Feng, what on earth do they want to do so early in the morning? At this time, Zhao Jingyi's voice sounded behind Lin Feng, but Lin Feng just smiled indifferently. What else can they do? Thousands of them haven't eaten for a day and a night. I think they should be looking for food now. According to what you said, even if we burned all their supplies yesterday, they still wouldn't leave, right? That's right, so I'm going out this time. Lin Feng saw someone mumbling something outside the window, then immediately turned to look at Zhao Jingyi and the others, and continued. Notify everyone to gather outside the villa. I've decided to set a trap for them. At the same time, Fang Zhen had led his men, and with the help of powerful firepower, they cleared out the zombies in a supermarket and couldn't wait to stride in. But what made them despair was that after they had been busy for a long time, there was nothing on the supermarket shelves except towels, socks, pots and pans, and some daily necessities, let alone food, even a piece of bubble gum. Looking at the current situation of the supermarket, Fang Zhen, who had been expectant, suddenly turned pale. "Mr. Fang, I didn't expect this supermarket to be so empty. How about we go to the next supermarket and have a look?" At this time, a subordinate, holding an MP5 submachine gun in his hand, walked up to Fang Zhen and said in a very flattering manner. Fang Zhen glanced at the man with a livid face, then snorted coldly, left the supermarket, and went to another store in front. After all, for those who have just arrived here, they actually don't know which supermarket or store has not been looted by the survivors. So they can only look for it one store at a time. But it was obvious that Fang Zhen and his team found nothing after searching 5 supermarkets. So this inevitably made Fang Zhen's temper begin to flare up. Damn it, I'm really pissed off. Why is there nothing here? I'm really pissed off. Master Fang, why don't we just go back? Back. What did you say? Say it again to me if you can. Before any of his men could finish speaking, Fang Zhen grabbed that man by the collar and shouted angrily. Mr. Fang, please listen to my explanation. Explain your mother. Fang Zhen became furious and threw the man several meters away, crashing him into a lingerie store opposite, where his life or death was unknown. This immediately frightened the other subordinates and they looked horrified. After all, in the eyes of these people, Fang Zhen is a person with superpowers, and this is indeed the case. Therefore, these people did not dare to even think of resisting. Moreover, those who followed Fang Zhen had stutters. Otherwise, so many of them would have no way to survive in the future. It's just that the situation is rather special now. If anyone dares to say such things in front of me again, he will be your fate. Do you remember this? At this time, Fangjin glanced at everyone present with an angry look on his face and said in a cold voice. At this moment, everyone present was so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. At this moment, the sound of a broken pickup truck engine sounded not far away. Fangjin's face suddenly changed, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "Find a way to stop that car." As Fangjin finished speaking, several of his men quickly boarded the off-road vehicle without any hesitation. They stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the vehicle rushed out like an arrow, quickly intercepting the dilapidated pickup truck. But when the door of the shabby pickup truck opened, Fangjin's eyes narrowed slightly. Why is it him? There are beautiful pictures below Epsilon. Chapter 129, Joining the Game. Lin Feng, who had been in disguise, got off the broken pickup truck, put his hands on his head, pretended to be very cowardly, and begged for mercy. "Brothers, please don't shoot. If you really have to, I will give you everything in my car, as long as you don't kill me." As soon as Lin Feng said this, everyone turned their eyes to the bed of the broken pickup truck that Lin Feng was driving. There was only a piece of black cloth covering the truck bed, but no one knew what it was. At this time, Fangjin walked out from the crowd, staring at Lin Feng, and said in a somewhat cold voice, "Hey boy, it's been a long time since we last met." When Lin Feng heard this, he pretended to be stunned before he said, "Have we met before?" After all, the last time Lin Feng and Fangjin had only communicated through voice. Therefore, it would be reasonable for Lin Feng to pretend to be confused this time. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Feng said this, Fangjin immediately laughed. "Young man, don't you really remember me?" Lin Feng pretended to be confused and shook his head. "I really don't remember, but what? But the voice sounds quite familiar." As Lin Feng finished speaking, Fangjin burst into laughter. Then Lin Feng immediately pretended to wake up and said, "Are you the immortal from that day?" "What? God? Haha." Fangjin felt even happier when he heard Lin Feng say this about him. It was obvious that Fangjin's affection for Lin Feng had doubled. After all, Raymond Lam's acting skills are not any worse than those of movie and TV stars before the apocalypse. Fangjin smiled and pointed at the truck bed, then slowly said, "Young man, what are you loading on this truck?" "A box of compressed biscuits and a box of mineral water." Lin Feng looked at Fangjin seriously and said truthfully. When Fangjin and the others heard that the car was loaded with food, they all subconsciously swallowed their saliva. "Young man, aren't you afraid that we will take your things away?" "I'm afraid." "If you are afraid, why are you still so honest?" "There are so many of you, and there is nothing I can do if I am not honest." Haha. When Lin Feng said this, Fangjin burst into laughter again. "Young man, I have to say this is the happiest moment I've had in recent days. Why don't you just follow me from now on? What do you think?" "Follow you? Can I fill my stomach?" Fangjin smiled and said, "Of course you can fill your stomach by following me, but what?" Seeing Fangjin hesitated to speak, Lin Feng asked casually, "But you have to tell me, where do all these biscuits and mineral water in your car come from?" As soon as Lin Feng heard Fangjin ask this, he knew that Fangjin had already started to take the bait. So Lin Feng immediately said, "I used crystal cores to exchange these with others." "You asked someone else to replace it?" "Yes." "Then can you tell me who you changed it with?" Fangjin stared at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng pointed behind him and said, "It's a villa complex in front. It's now occupied by a group of women. So whoever has a crystal core can exchange it with them for some food." "Woman." Fangjin couldn't help but mutter to himself when he heard this. After all, at the beginning Fangjin thought that might be where the murderer who killed his son lived. But when he heard that there were only a group of women there, he couldn't help but deny his previous idea. But even so, Fangjin still looked at Lin Feng and said, "Why do you go there often?" "Yes. Have you ever seen a tank in that villa complex?" When Lin Feng heard Fangjin say this, he immediately pretended to be surprised and said, "Tanks? How could there be tanks there? To be honest, I've been there many times and have never seen a tank. Can you lead us there, then?" "Well?" Lin Feng pretended to be embarrassed and seemed a little hesitant. Fangjin asked, "Why? You don't want to?" "Well, follow me, I'll take you there." Just as Lin Feng was speaking, the other party waved his hand at them. Then Lin Feng got on the pickup truck, turned the car around, and drove towards the rich neighborhood. "I'll follow him." Following Fangjin's order, thousands of his men quickly boarded the car and drove away in the direction where Lin Feng left. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was leading the way in front, seemed unusually calm. It seems that Lin Feng's move was a risky and bad one. But that's just the common people's opinion. Lin Feng knew very well that facing those arrogant and cunning opponents, he had to adopt unexpected strategies. Because Lin Feng knew very well that people like Fangjin had an overly high opinion of themselves and would never expect that someone would be so bold as to take such a seemingly reckless action. Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of their blind spots in thinking and give Fangjin a big surprise in a way that they could not predict. I saw Lin Feng driving the car leisurely while humming a little tune. With hundreds of vehicles behind it, it finally stopped in front of the villa in the community. As for the survivors who had made arrangements in advance, when they saw that Lin Feng had brought so many people with him at once, they immediately pretended to be alert, raised their spears and said, "Lin Feng, what do you mean? Why did you bring so many people here?" Lin Feng immediately got out of the car with a playful smile and said to the survivors at the door, "It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Don't be nervous." "What do you mean by this? Tell me now." At this time, another survivor looked at Lin Feng again and spoke sternly. But at this moment, Fang Zhen had already stepped out of the car, looking at the unusually high villa wall, and said, "I asked him to bring me here." The survivor guarding the gate of the villa community looked Fang Zhen up and down and asked, "Who are you?" "Tell your boss that I came from Shanghai City, and I have something to discuss with her." "Do you know our boss?" "No." "Since you don't know me, you. But we'll know each other soon, so why don't you go?" Fang Zhen spoke in a slightly angry tone before the survivor could finish speaking. After all, Fang Zhen had suffered a series of defeats, and now he was starving, so why would he be in the mood to waste time with the survivor who opened the door? If this survivor dares to ask another question, we will immediately send people to kill him and fill his stomach first. At this time, the two survivors saw Fang Zhen and became more and more angry. So the two survivors looked at each other and said, "Then wait a moment. I'll go and report it first. Then I hope you can hurry up, otherwise the consequences will be serious." Chapter 130 Meet. When the survivor heard what Fang Zhen said, his expression suddenly changed. One of the survivors returned to the villa quickly without saying a word, pretending to report. At this moment, Fang Zhen's men had already lifted the black cloth on Lin Feng's truck without any hesitation. He tore open the box of compressed biscuits openly and started eating them as if it was his own business. At this moment, Lin Feng, whose acting skills were very good, pretended to be angry but dared not say anything, and stared at them without saying a word. Fang Zhen seemed to see Lin Feng's frustration, so he laughed and said, "Don't worry, we'll flatten this place in a while, and I'll give you 10 boxes of compressed biscuits." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. At the same time, the survivor who pretended to go in to report also returned at full speed and looked at Fang Zhen and said, "Our boss said that you can only let in 10 people. After all, you have too many people." "Okay then." Fang Zhen responded with a look of disdain, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Come in with me too." I won't go in." Lin Feng pretended to refuse. "You are our guide. How can we not go in?" "Oh well." So Lin Feng followed Fang Zhen and returned to his villa again. As soon as Lin Feng and his friends entered the villa, he saw Zhao Jingyi and her friends, who had ugly scars disguised on their faces, looking at Fang Zhen and his friends with serious expressions. It was obvious that Lin Feng did this to prevent Fang Zhen's men from being tempted by her beauty. You know what? Yang Mi, Zhao Lucy, and Li Xian must have learned a lot from the makeup artist when they were on the crew. This makeup looks exactly like the real thing. Either he has 2 scars on his face or a big black mole covered with hair on his mouth. Not to mention men. Even ghosts would shudder and feel their anus tighten when seeing this pose. At this time, Fang Zhen and his men saw Zhao Jingyi and the others and realized that they looked like this. They suddenly had an urge to retch. They all looked around and didn't even look at Zhao Jingyi and the others. But Zhao Jingyi deliberately coughed, looked at Fang Zhen directly, and said, "Tell me, what do you want?" Faced with this ugly woman and such a straightforward opening remark, Fang Zhen couldn't help but be stunned. Because he really didn't expect that such an ugly woman in front of him would be so direct. But what Fang Zhen didn't expect was that Zhao Jingyi's next sentence made him even more shocked. "We are preparing supplies for you. We just hope you can give us a way out. Don't you know why we are looking for you?" Fang Zhen felt a little nauseous, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he looked at Zhao Jingyi and spoke calmly. Zhao Jingyi looked helpless. "Why else would you come to my place? Isn't it just for food?" "Ha ha!" Fang Zhen burst into laughter when he heard this. "Very good. I have to say that although you are ugly, you are a smart woman. So what supplies have you prepared for us?" "Meat." Zhao Jingyi looked at Fang Zhen seriously and uttered a word. "Meat? Yes, I have prepared a cart of meat and other supplies for you. I only ask you to let us go." Seeing Zhao Jingyi say this, Fang Zhen was immediately delighted. "Very good, considering that you are so obedient. I can let you go, but..." "But what?" Seeing Fang Zhen hesitated to speak, Zhao Jingyi immediately became nervous. "But you have to take us over to see what kind of meat you have prepared for me, right?" "No problem. This way, please." Zhao Jingyi said this and led Fang Zhen and the others to another villa. I saw a large truck parked in front of the villa. A dozen survivors were coming back and forth from the villa, carrying large and small bags of supplies to the truck. "Are these supplies for us?" Fang Zhen pointed at the supplies, turned around, and looked at Zhao Jingyi and asked. Zhao Jingyi nodded slightly and said helplessly, "Yes, this is all the supplies we have. I just hope you can give us a way out." After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Fang Zhen didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Because Fang Zhen vaguely felt that everything was going too smoothly, and it seemed as if something was wrong. "Wait a moment." Fang Zhen suddenly stopped a survivor and said, "Open the supplies you are carrying." So the survivor simply put the supplies in his arms on the ground and saw a box full of vacuum-packed braised meat. Fang Zhen frowned even more tightly when he saw this scene. So he immediately said to the survivor in a deep voice, "Open a pack and eat it for me. Hurry up." "Really? Thank you, thank you. But who would have thought that after hearing Fang Zhen's words, the survivor actually thanked Fang Zhen again and again. Then the survivor hurriedly tore open the package and started eating it in big mouthfuls. But the men he brought with him were so greedy that they swallowed their saliva and stared with their eyes wide open when they saw the survivor eating so deliciously. At this time, Fang Zhen saw that the survivor was eating so happily, and the doubts in his heart gradually dissipated. After 40 or 50 minutes, a truck was loaded. Zhao Jingyi said, "This truckload of food is enough for you to eat for a long time. Do you think this is okay?" "Okay, of course I will, ha." Fang Zhen responded with a big laugh, then waved his hand and drove away in a mighty manner in the truck. After all, in Fang Zhen's opinion, it would be better to transport this truckload of supplies out first and fill their stomachs first. As for these ugly women, he really didn't have time to kill them all. But when they just walked out of the community, they found that Lin Feng had already sat in his broken pickup truck and drove away with a single step on the accelerator. "Master Feng, that kid actually ran away. Should we catch him?" "Forget it. Maybe he is timid and has never seen such a large scale of ours. Since he doesn't want to follow us, let him go." When his subordinates heard Fang Zhen say this, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After all, a ruthless and moody person like Fang Zhen could actually say such words. It seems that he really likes this kid Lin Feng. But how could he know that the real murderer he came to this city to find was actually Lin Feng? Night is gradually falling. Lin Feng drove the broken pickup truck and quietly returned to the community again. Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, and the others who had been waiting for Lin Feng in the villa came out immediately upon seeing the pickup truck return to the community. Zhao Jingyi couldn't wait to say, "Lin Feng, now you should tell us why we gave so much food to those people, right?" Author, guess why Raymond Lam gave them meat? Asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 131 Starve them to death. Facing Zhao Jingyi's question, Lin Feng just said, "Let's talk about it when we get back." Lin Feng said this and returned to the villa in a hurry. So Zhao Jingyi and the others looked at each other and followed closely. After returning to the villa, Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but ask again, "Lin Feng, you can finally tell me now, right?" "That's right, brother Feng. So much food was given to those bad guys for nothing. Not to mention Sister Jingyi, we felt sad when we saw it." "That's right, I really don't know what you were thinking. Looking at these women who haven't even taken off their makeup, they chatter nonstop." Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He lit a cigarette for himself, then crossed his legs and slowly said, "My real purpose in giving them food is to starve them to death." As soon as Lin Feng said this, the girls looked at him with an expression of disbelief and complexity. "What? You wanted to starve them to death, and you gave them food? Are you okay?" "Yes, brother Feng. I know every word you said, but when you put them together, I don't know what they mean." "Lin Feng, wake up, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us." "That's it, brother Feng." Watching the girls talking more and more outrageous, it seemed as if I was really a psychopath. Lin Feng had no choice but to reveal his plan in order to completely clear himself of the suspicion of being a psychopath. "Have you ever heard of the rabbit famine?" Zhao Jingyi looked confused. "Rabbit famine? What the hell is this?" Han Wushuang. "Is it because the rabbit has run out of grass to eat?" "What does the fact that rabbit has no grass have anything to do with this?" Irina said. "That is..." Seeing that all the girls looked confused, Lin Feng had no choice but to speak directly. "Because the fat content of rabbits does not exceed 5%, this cannot provide enough energy for human daily life. Imagine what would happen if a person ate nothing but rabbit meat every day." The girls looked at each other again and shook their heads in confusion. "Don't know? I'll starve to death." "What?" When the girls heard this, they all opened their mouths in shock. "Lin Feng, from what you said, the food we gave those people was rabbit meat." Zhao Jingyi, who had recovered from her shock, looked at Lin Feng in shock and said. Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, they are all some dried cured rabbit meat, braised rabbit front legs, smoked rabbit meat, spiced rabbit meat, and other foods." Instant time. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the girls fell silent instantly, and everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Because they really didn't expect that Lin Feng could know so much, which really surprised them. But how could Zhao Jingyi and the others know that these were the experiences that Lin Feng had gained from his own life in his previous life? At this time, Zhao Jingyi took a deep breath, tried to relax herself, and then slowly said, "Lin Feng, if what you said is true, how long can they survive eating rabbit meat? If it's fast, it will take 7 days. If it's slow, it will take about 10 days. All of them will die." "What? So fast?" At this moment, Yang Mi suddenly couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng said, "Fast? I think it's too slow." At this time, Han Wushuang said again, "That's not right, brother Feng. We used to eat spicy rabbit meat made by Sister Jingyi. How come we were fine? We eat it with other dishes. Even if we only eat rabbit meat, it's okay to eat it once or twice occasionally. But if we eat it all the time, then the situation will be different." Lin Feng said this, and suddenly changed the subject, and continued. "My only worry now is that if those people find out they've been tricked in advance, they'll come back and attack us again." When Zhao Jingyi heard Lin Feng say this, her heart suddenly tightened, and she hurriedly said, "Ah Feng, if this is true, what should we do?" "Hey." But Lin Feng sighed helplessly, lit a cigarette for himself again, and struggled for 2 minutes before he spoke seriously. I hope you will keep what I am going to say to you to yourself forever and don't mention it to anyone. Seeing that Lin Feng suddenly became so serious, Zhao Jingyi and other girls immediately realized that what Lin Feng said next might subvert their cognition again. So Zhao Jingyi spoke first. "Ah Feng, it's been so long. Don't you still trust us?" Lin Feng's face showed a hint of bitterness when he heard this. "Are you worthy of my trust? Of course, we are now in a relationship where we all prosper together and suffer together." Zhao Jingyi said seriously. "Yes, brother Feng. We have followed you for so long. Are we still not worthy of your trust? It's really sad." Hearing the words of the girls, Lin Feng sighed helplessly again. To be honest, if the situation wasn't urgent, Lin Feng really didn't want to tell his secret to Zhao Jingyi and the others. But there is no other way. I can only trust Zhao Jingyi and the others this time. So Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others and said, "To tell you the truth, I already had a certain ability before the end of the world." "What ability?" the girls asked at the same time. "Except for living things, I can store any object into a space, like this." As Lin Feng was speaking, an apple appeared out of thin air in his hand and he slowly handed it to Zhao Jingyi. Then, identical apples appeared one by one and he handed them to the other women one by one. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that, except for Lu Yun, Zhao Jingyi and the others did not feel very surprised. After all, for them, let alone Lin Feng turning into an apple, they have also seen him turning into a bazooka. No matter what Raymond Lam once told them, that he was a magician or something else. In fact, Zhao Jingyi and the others all knew the truth, but they just didn't want to break the window paper. However, facing the cold attitude of Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng obviously could not accept it. "Hey guys, this is my trump card. Aren't you surprised?" "It's quite surprising, but can you tell us how you knew in advance that the end of the world was coming?" Faced with Zhao Jingyi's question, Lin Feng was obviously stunned. To be honest, Raymond Lam could tell them all his secrets without reservation. But there was one thing he absolutely could not say, as it would completely expose his identity as a reborn person. So, Chapter 132, Grandma has taken it seriously. So Lin Feng started his deception tactics again. "Ever since I acquired this ability before the end of the world, I have had a very strong premonition." "Strong premonition?" Zhao Jingyi and the others frowned and looked at Lin Feng in confusion when they heard this. Lin Feng then nodded seriously. "Yes, I had a feeling that the end would come soon, and this feeling was getting stronger day by day, so you all know what happened next." After listening to Lin Feng's words, the girls looked at each other again. It was obvious that everyone was skeptical about Lin Feng's words. After all, everyone knows now that Lin Feng is really good at deceiving people. Sure enough, it was Zhao Jingyi who couldn't help herself first and finally spoke. "Is it just because of a premonition that you did this? Why does what you said sound so outrageous to me?" But when Zhao Jingyi said this, Lu Yun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "No one can tell for sure about premonitions. Maybe Lin Feng is really like this for this reason." "Hey, little 12, I didn't say anything. Do you have to protect him so much?" "Sister Jingyi, I didn't mean that." Okay, stop talking. The reason I'm telling you all this is because I have other things to do." But before Lu Yun could finish her words, Lin Feng interrupted her. "Don't let this matter get to the point of causing a quarrel between the two of them. That's not what Raymond Lam wants to see." As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi, Lu Yun, and others were immediately attracted by Lin Feng's words. So Zhao Jingyi asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to transform the entire community into a military fortress. This way, even if Feng Zhen and his people find out that they have been tricked, they will not be able to fight against us as they have been hungry for several days." "A military fortress?" "That's right. If they come to kill me, I will make sure they never return." At the same time, Feng Zhen and his large group of men were eating rabbit meat in big mouthfuls, and there was joy on everyone's face. After all, these people have not eaten since yesterday. Now that they have food, shouldn't they eat as much as they can? But what they don't know is that the more of this stuff they eat, the faster they will crunch. Because humans are omnivores, eating only one kind of food for a long time will definitely cause problems. Not to mention rabbit meat. Even if a person only eats steamed buns, he will definitely not survive for more than a month. "Master Feng, I never thought that those ugly women would be so sensible. As soon as they saw us passing by, they immediately gave us all their food." At this time, one of his men, gnawing on a braised rabbit leg, spoke vaguely in front of Feng Zhen. Feng Zhen heard this and snorted smugly. "We are all armed with real guns and so many people are coming at us at once, so those ugly guys, don't they have to serve the food quickly? Although the food problem has been solved, the murderer who killed my son has not been contacted at all until now. Don't worry, Master Feng. As long as we are sure that the murderer is in this city, even if we can't find him right away, he will reveal his identity sooner or later." "I hope so." Feng Zhen glanced at his men and said. But the subordinate suddenly said, "Master Feng, why do I feel like I want to eat more of this food the more I eat it?" If you want to eat, just eat more. There's a truckload of food here anyway." Upon hearing this, the subordinate laughed foolishly and continued to gnaw on the rabbit leg. The next day, in the villa community, Lin Feng had installed a Type 89, 12.7mm heavy machine gun on the balcony of every villa overnight. This heavy machine gun can fire 460 to 600 rounds per minute. It can penetrate 10 millimeters steel plates at a distance of 800 meters and 18 millimeters steel plates at a distance of 300 meters. Its power is indeed strong. But Lin Feng is still not satisfied. He actually performed another synthesis, and now the power of the entire Type 89 heavy machine gun has more than tripled. You can imagine what the outcome would be if Feng Zhen and his gang really dared to come and kill us. Feng, brother Feng, are you saying that from today on, every three of us have to stay in this villa for 24 hours a day? That's right. From today on, every villa on both sides of the main road in the community must be guarded by 3 people in shifts. Once they find the large group of people from yesterday, they will immediately use the heavy machine gun on the balcony to greet them harshly. Lin Feng turned to look at Shou Qiang and spoke to the other 2 half-grown children. Shou Qiang and the other 2 nodded heavily upon hearing this. Brother Feng, don't worry. If those bastards dare to come again, we will make sure they never come back. Yes, we must make sure they never return. As soon as Shou Qiang finished speaking, the other 2 half-grown children immediately became indignant. Lin Feng smiled faintly and patted Shou Qiang and the others on the shoulders one by one to show encouragement. After returning to the villa, Lin Feng had just sat on the sofa when Zhao Jingyi handed him a cup of tea. Lin Feng, there are thousands of them. Are you sure this time? A synthesized Type 89 heavy machine gun can fire 1,380 to 1,800 rounds per minute. Not to mention people, even armored vehicles can be turned into a hornet's nest in an instant. Lin Feng was thinking about it, so he said casually. Don't worry. No matter how powerful Feng Zhen is, he can't withstand the power of dozens of heavy machine guns firing at the same time. Not to mention him, even the King of Heaven can't stop him. If you say so, then I feel relieved. When have I ever made you worried about what I'm doing? Come here and let me hug you. Facing Lin Feng's sudden invitation, Zhao Jingyi's face instantly turned red, in broad daylight. And in the living room, isn't this bad? What happened to the living room? Didn't we have the kitchen before? Lin Feng, don't say that anymore. But before Lin Feng could finish his words, Zhao Jingyi immediately covered Lin Feng's mouth and said shyly. Seeing Zhao Jingyi suddenly become so shy, Lin Feng could only say helplessly, if that's the case, then okay. Seeing Lin Feng suddenly say this again, Zhao Jingyi, who had already been aroused, looked around unwillingly. I found Zhao Lucy, Wang Shuxue and others eating melon seeds and chatting on the other side. Come on, let's go back to the house. So Zhao Jingyi said this and pulled Lin Feng up. I'm just saying that. Look how anxious you are. But my aunt has taken it seriously, so it's not up to you anymore. Zhao Jingyi said this as she pulled Lin Feng into the bedroom. This immediately made Zhao Lucy and the others who were chatting feel jealous. After all, they actually dared to cheat in front of them so blatantly. Isn't this too inconsiderate of their feelings? However, Chapter 133 I'm going to kill you. However, 5 days later, at the other end of the city's apocalyptic ruins, Feng Zhen and his men had begun to suffer from diarrhea, dizziness, fatigue, hunger, and other symptoms. This moment made Feng Zhen realize that this matter did not seem to be simple. Check all the food in the car for me right now. Following Feng Zhen's order, everyone came to their senses and stumbled onto the truck loaded with rabbit meat. Master Feng, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the meat. There isn't even a pinhole on the food packaging. I don't think it's a problem with the food. Hearing the words of his men who had climbed onto the truck, Feng Zhen couldn't help but frown, his face full of confusion. Master Feng, is it because we just arrived here and are not used to the local climate? At this time, one of his men, with a sallow face due to diarrhea, walked up to Feng Zhen and said, Yes, if it was really a problem with the food, we should have been infected when we first started eating, and we wouldn't have had to wait until now. Yeah, I also think it's not a food issue. That's what I think. Listening to the discussions of his men around him, Feng Zhen frowned even more tightly. Because of the unfamiliar climate and water, there are indeed symptoms such as diarrhea, fatigue, dizziness, and headache. Moreover, if it is really a problem with food, then the symptoms should be the same. It is impossible that all kinds of symptoms will appear as they are now. But at this moment, one of the subordinates who showed symptoms of hunger picked up another bag of rabbit meat from the truck, hurriedly tore open the package, and began to eat it madly with big mouthfuls, like a starving ghost. Feng Zhen looked extremely solemn when he saw this scene, because this is so abnormal. But suddenly at this moment, Feng Zhen's eyes inadvertently glanced at the packaging bag on the ground, which made him suddenly remember something. This immediately made Feng Zhen's heart tighten for no reason. Go and take another look. Is this truck loaded with rabbit meat? As soon as Feng Zhen said this, his men immediately started searching the truck full of food. Mr. Feng is right. This whole truck is filled with rabbit meat, made into various foods. Damn it, we've been tricked. When Feng Zhen heard this, he instantly became furious. Seeing Feng Zhen so angry, his subordinates also changed their expressions. Master Feng, what is going on? What's going on? If we continue to eat like this for 2 days, we'll all die. Mr. Feng, wouldn't you? Yes, Master Feng, it's just rabbit meat. There's no need to exaggerate like that, right? That's right. I used to eat it often. How come I'm fine? When Feng Zhen's men heard what Feng Zhen said, they were all stunned. Feng Zhen looked at everyone with a sullen expression and snorted coldly. That's just what you eat regularly. If you were asked to eat only rabbit meat, do you think you could survive for 10 days? As soon as Fang Zhen finished speaking, everyone realized that all this was caused by those ugly women. What are you all still standing there for? Everyone, get in the cars and fight back. Kill everyone there. Yes. Fang Zhen's men responded with murderous intent and immediately returned to the car and drove towards the residential area where Lin Feng was. At the same time, Lin Feng stood on a balcony of a villa in the community, holding a cigarette in his mouth, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart. Oh my god, it's already the 5th day. Are these people really that stupid? After all, Lin Feng's main purpose in doing this was just to consume their fighting power. But if Fang Zhen and his gang were really dealt with in this way, it was something Lin Feng had not expected. Brother Feng, it's already the 5th day. Do you think they will come again? At this time, Zhou Qiang whispered behind Lin Feng. It's better not to come. At least this way we can save a lot of bullets. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, bursts of strong engine sounds outside the community came into Lin Feng's ears from far away. This inevitably made Lin Feng reveal a wicked arc at the corner of his mouth. Look what I said. Aren't they here? Boom. Suddenly, just as Lin Feng finished speaking, dozens of powerful Dongfeng Mechsure, 1.5-ton high-mobility military off-road vehicles, rushed into the community like roaring tigers. But what surprised Fang Zhen was that the entire community was silent, which instantly made Fang Zhen smell a hint of danger. Something is wrong here. Everyone hurry up. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But Fang Zhen had just finished speaking when a sudden torrential rain of bullets suddenly came from the balconies of the villas on both sides of the road, sweeping down all the vehicles. Fang Zhen's men who were in the car and had no idea what was going on were instantly riddled with bullets. At this moment, the glass was shattered, the metal was twisted, and the vehicle was shaking under the fierce firepower, as if it would explode in the next second. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that Fang Zhen suddenly let out a roar, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Immediately afterwards, with a bang, Fang Zhen pushed open the car door and quickly rolled out of the car, his face full of horror. Because he really didn't expect that the power of this machine gun would be so strong. Because there were already more than a dozen bullet holes on Fang Zhen's body, his blood was gushing out like a fountain. If it weren't for the blessing of the crystal core, he would have died on the spot like his men. Just at this moment, when the smoke gradually dissipated, a familiar figure holding a small red trumpet gradually appeared in his sight. This made Fang Zhen's pupils shrink suddenly. So it's you. Lin Feng looked at the dying Fang Zhen with a calm expression and suddenly said in a surprised tone. Oh my, isn't this you, the immortal? How on earth did you do this? Don't pretend in front of me. Tell me, who are you? As Fang Zhen was speaking, a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth again. It was obvious that he would not live long. Seeing that Fang Zhen was dying, his desire to explore was still so strong. So Raymond Lam had no choice but to open the little red speaker in his hand. Bobo chicken bobo chicken bobo chicken for 1 yuan. You son of a bitch. I'm going to kill you. When Fang Zhen heard this devilish hawking voice, his angry eyes suddenly widened as if he had a last burst of energy. Then a black hole suddenly appeared on Fang Zhen's body. Chapter 134 System 3 Choices. Lin Feng saw that Fang Zhen was trying to find someone else to take him down with him before he died. So Lin Feng said nothing, and a 3-in-1 Desert Eagle appeared out of thin air in his hand. Lin Feng fired more than 10 shots at Fang Zhen's head, smashing his entire head into pieces. It is detected that you have killed a reborn person. At this time, a system prompt sound came as expected. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that this crappy system only said half of the words. This moment made Lin Feng excited. He couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds before he asked carefully. Then what? Since the reborn person has 3 skills, you can only choose one of the 3. Do you agree? Well, may I ask, how do you say you agree? How do you say you disagree? If you agree, choose one of the 3 options. If you disagree, you have no choice, none. When Lin Feng heard this, 1,000 horses rushed through his heart. Then Lin Feng said with a little emotion, I agree. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. System A skill, God's Eye. With this skill, you can see places thousands of miles away from the perspective of God. It takes 5 minutes and has a cooldown of 24 hours. B system skill, Ammunition Master. With this skill, you can unlock unlimited ammunition with reliable proficiency. C system skill, Reading Hand. With this skill, you can touch another person's body and obtain the memory of the person being read. It takes 3 minutes and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Faced with the 3 system skills, Lin Feng obviously wanted to take them all for himself, but he could only choose one of the 3 system skills. Finally, after comprehensive consideration, Lin Feng chose the B system skill, Ammunition Master. After successfully selecting the system skill, Lin Feng instantly felt that a huge space was filled with various ammunition, such as armor-piercing bullets, armor-piercing incendiary bombs, airburst bombs, grenades, sniper bullets, and so on. In short, any ammunition in the world can be found here. However, after some trial and error, Lin Feng discovered that with his current level of proficiency, he could only fire bullets, and those were the smallest bullets in the world, measuring only 2 millimeters. You can imagine how small this bullet is. Therefore, only when Lin Feng's proficiency reaches 1000000000000 can he use bullets with more power than 2 millimeters bullets. Damn it. Proficiency again. 100 billion proficiency. Lin Feng murmured with a look of despair, and then a black hole suddenly appeared in his mind, followed by endless bullets, as small as rice grains, gushing out from the black hole. Instant time. The trunk of a cypress tree not far away was turned into a hornet's nest, with wood chips flying all over the sky. At the same time, other green plants around the cypress tree were not spared. They were either broken in half or pierced with countless holes. In just a short while, all the plants and buildings within a radius of dozens of meters were destroyed, and the scene was in a mess. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, Zhou Qiang, Su Xing, and other survivors who arrived were all stunned when they saw this scene. Oh my god, how many cards does Raymond Lam have that he has yet to reveal? I really didn't expect Brother Fang's strength to be so strong. It seems we followed the right person. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but express admiration for Lin Feng in their hearts. When Lin Feng saw them, it was obviously too late for him to keep this trump card. So Lin Feng simply stopped pretending and said directly, "How's my magic trick? No, my killer move. Isn't it awesome?" "Awesome? You are absolutely awesome. Brother Feng, how did you do that? Can you teach us?" Zhou Qiang admired Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. When Lin Feng heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately started talking nonsense in a serious tone. This can only be understood but not explained. One needs to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and comprehend the way of heaven before one can achieve great success. But Brother Feng, how can we absorb the essence of heaven and earth? Didn't I tell you? It can only be understood but not expressed in words. Lin Feng raised his eyes and glanced at Zhou Qiang and spoke again in a mysterious tone. When Zhou Qiang and others heard this, they looked at Lin Feng in confusion, and each of them looked as if they didn't understand what he was saying. "Okay, stop standing here and clean up here." Just when Zhou Qiang and others were stunned, Lin Feng directly changed the subject and spoke seriously. Zhou Qiang and the survivors nodded immediately and dragged out the bodies that had been riddled with corpses from the car, preparing to dispose of them together. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and said quickly, "Don't rush to deal with these corpses. I may need them later." When Lin Feng said this, everyone was stunned. But since Lin Feng said so, everyone had no choice but to do as he said. At this moment, Su Sheng suddenly walked towards Lin Feng in a hurry. "Brother Feng, come over here and take a look. How do we deal with this?" Hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something and immediately followed Su Sheng. In a motorhome that had been shot to pieces, Fang Zhen's zombie son was still in a sturdy iron cage, growling at Lin Feng with bared teeth. At this time, his whole body was covered in blood from the bullets. Fortunately, his head was not hit, so it seemed that he was not affected at all. "Feel sorry." Bang. Seeing that Lin Feng was just Fang Zhen's son, he said 2 words lightly and then shot him to death. "This iron cage is pretty good. Bring it out. I'll need it. Everyone, continue cleaning up the battlefield." Lin Feng said this and turned around and walked out of the RV. As night falls, the sky gradually darkens. In the villa, the lights were on. Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. "Ah Feng, I just heard from Zhou Qiang that we shot and killed nearly 3,000 of Fang Zhen's men today. And then? What do you want to say? Wouldn't it be a bit too brutal for us to kill so many people at once?" To be honest, Lin Feng was not surprised at all when he heard Zhao Jingyi say this. If they didn't react like this, Lin Feng would find it strange. After all, which normal person wouldn't feel a little panicked when so many people were shot at once? Not to mention these women. "Jingyi, remember, if you want to survive in this world, you either kill others or be killed. There is no other option. So those who want to stop us from surviving, if there is 1, we will kill 1. If there are 10, we will kill 10. Even if there are 10,000, we will kill them all." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi nodded heavily at Lin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment... Chapter 135. Gunshots in the distance. But at this moment, a crisp gunshot pierced the night sky, suddenly shocking Lin Feng's heart. "Ah Feng, what's with that gunshot?" Zhao Jingyi asked with a serious expression. Lin Feng shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure, but one thing is certain." "Which one?" "This is not aimed at us." When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After all, in this cruel apocalypse where people can be eaten, everyone has a mindset of not caring about anything and keeping aloof. Zhao Jingyi and the others were naturally no exception. "Okay, stop thinking about it. It's getting late. Why don't we go to bed?" When Zhao Jingyi heard Lin Feng's words, she was immediately delighted and was about to nod. But at this time, Zhao Lucy tilted her head from upstairs, looked at Lin Feng in the living room downstairs, and said, "Lin Feng, come here and help me." "What can I do for you?" Lin Feng looked up at Zhao Lucy upstairs and asked. "I just put on a pair of stockings. Would you like to help me check if they look good?" "Okay, wait, I'll be right there." When Lin Feng heard this, he rushed upstairs impatiently and had already forgotten what he had just said to Zhao Jingyi. "Lin Feng, stop right there." Zhao Jingyi's dissatisfied voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Feng. This reminded Lin Feng of what he had just said to Zhao Jingyi. So Lin Feng smiled awkwardly at Zhao Lucy upstairs and said, "Maybe not tonight. How about we do it tomorrow?" "No, I want it tonight." "How about tonight we?" When Lin Feng heard this, his eyes widened. This is a blatant temptation. Which man can withstand such a temptation? The next day, Lin Feng woke up in the bedroom. As usual, he lit a cigarette, gently opened the curtains, took a look at the situation outside, then got dressed and went downstairs. Good morning, Brother Feng. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the villa, he saw Shou Qiang and greeted him. Morning. After Lin Feng responded faintly, he came to the iron cage and touched it directly with his hand. A solid iron cage was detected. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million solid iron cages. When Lin Feng heard the sound of the copy system, his mind moved again, and the system synthesis was quietly started. A solid iron cage has been detected. Do you want to synthesize it? Synthesis. As Lin Feng murmured, the iron cage instantly grew 3 times larger. Then the prompt from the synthesis system sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. 3-in-1 solid iron cage, defense power increased by 300%, durability increased by 500%, and the area of the iron cage increased by 300%. At this time, Zhou Qiang, Su Xing, and others on the side saw such a magical scene, and all cast admiring glances at Lin Feng. If you work hard, you can do it in the future. Really, Brother Feng? Can we really do this? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Feng looked at Shou Qiang and the others seriously without blushing or getting nervous, and told a series of lies in all seriousness. There was no choice. At this point, Lin Feng had to show his strength, but he had to hide his identity as a reborn person. So that's all he could say. Brother Feng, don't worry. We will definitely work hard and strive to be like you. Yes, each of us will have such amazing abilities like Brother Feng in the future. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and others looked at Lin Feng with full confidence. This time, Lin Feng actually felt a little guilty towards Zhou Qiang and the others. So Lin Feng quickly changed the subject and said, "You guys hurry up and pack up. We are going to catch a few zombies today." Catching zombies? When Shou Qiang and Su Xing heard this, they immediately said in unison in a surprised tone. Seeing Shou Qiang and Su Xing so surprised, Lin Feng just smiled faintly. Then you will know why I did this. So Lin Feng, who didn't even have time to eat breakfast, had already taken Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and others, driving a large truck carrying a load of iron cages. Whenever he saw a zombie on the street, he would simply break its limbs and lock it in an iron cage. In this way, Lin Feng and Shou Qiang and others worked hard for 4 or 5 days and captured more than 1,000 zombies before they stopped. But when Shou Qiang and others saw that there was a corpse in each iron cage outside the community, and a zombie without limbs that was madly gnawing on the corpse in the iron cage, everyone's face was filled with horror. Brother Feng, no wonder you didn't let us get rid of those corpses. It turns out you're using them to raise zombies. You little brat, what's wrong with raising zombies? I call this recycling. Lin Feng looked at Shou Qiang nonchalantly and said, "But Brother Feng, don't you think this is too cruel?" Cruel? I've seen far more cruel things before. How can this be any worse? Something more cruel? Shou Qiang looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng lit a cigarette for himself, as if recalling the past, and slowly spoke. Have you ever seen a husband who, in order to survive, ties his wife to the bed and cuts off half a pound of meat from her body every day and cooks it for himself? No way. When Shou Qiang and others heard this, they were shocked and couldn't believe it. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Shou Qiang and the others. What's so strange about this? Isn't this what the end of the world is like? Besides, I only kill those who provoke me. Compared with these people, I am considered to be of high moral character. After hearing this, Zhou Qiang, Su Xing, and others looked at Lin Feng with even more complicated expressions. But Lin Feng didn't care at all, and said calmly, "From today on, you will work hard to kill zombies, obtain crystal cores, and awaken your own abilities as soon as possible." Okay, Brother Feng, we'll remember this. When Shou Qiang and others heard this, they immediately nodded heavily. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a burst of gunfire was heard faintly in the distance of the city, which made Lin Feng have an ominous premonition. Brother Feng, something seems to be happening. Should we go over and take a look? Shou Qiang turned to look at Lin Feng and said. Chapter 136, Many Children, Many Blessings System. But Lin Feng shook his head and said, "You don't have to go over there. I can go over there by myself." Brother Feng, is it too dangerous for you to go there alone? In my opinion, it's more dangerous when there are more people, so you guys should guard the house well and wait for me to come back. As Lin Feng said this, he pulled over an SUV on the side of the road, got in, stepped on the accelerator, and disappeared from the sight of Shou Qiang and others. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, the 2 consecutive gunshots were enough to show that this city, which had just returned to peace, might be in turmoil again. So Lin Feng had to go over and see what was going on before he could feel at ease. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen God's Eye. At least this way, I would have a chance to observe every move of this city once a day. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about this, he couldn't help but step on the accelerator and drove quickly towards the direction where the gunshots came from. At this time, at the other end of the city, a female zombie was smiling grimly as she looked at a handsome man in his 20s. "You can't escape, little handsome boy. Are you a human or a zombie? What do you want?" The man looked at the female zombie in front of him with horror, and even his hand holding the gun was shaking slightly at this moment. Tell me what your system is, and then I'll tell you whether I'm a human or a zombie." System? When the man heard the female zombie say this, his pupil shrank noticeably, and a sense of panic immediately surged into his heart. "What system? I have no idea what you are talking about. Since you say that, I have no choice but to kill you and find the answer myself." Bang, bang, bang. As the female zombie finished speaking, the man suddenly fired several shots at the female zombie, aiming directly at her vital points. But the speed of that female zombie was really too fast. Suddenly, he turned into a shadow and came to the man like a ghost. He grabbed the man's neck and whispered in his ear. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a handsome man in such a long time. How about you do it with me today, and then I'll kill you? When the man heard this, he was so frightened that his anus tightened and his face turned pale. After all, who would do such a thing with zombies? Isn't this just like the mouse licking the cat's butt, seeking death? Please, calm down. We are now two different worlds, humans and ghosts. We really can't do this kind of thing. I'm sorry, your appearance has really grown on my heart. I really can't calm down at all now. As the female zombie spoke, she unbuttoned the buttons on the man's clothes one by one. This immediately made the man panic. Is it not okay for me to say it? Then you go ahead and tell me, am I not listening? The female zombie still didn't stop what she was doing, but spoke slowly. I'll tell you, our system is so. More what? The system of having many children and many blessings. A system of having many children and many blessings? What kind of system is this? It's just to have children with a woman. The more children you have, the more luck you have. It's a pity that I haven't found a woman yet. But even so, I have survived until now relying on the 3 points of luck that come with the system. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Ha ha. After hearing the man's words, the female zombie immediately laughed chillingly. Who said you can't find a woman? Am I not a woman? But, you are no longer a human being. We can't be together. Who said that? I'm telling you the truth. My skill is hatching. We are a perfect match made in heaven. I can hatch tens of thousands of dead babies for you. Oh, no, our children. Wouldn't you have more luck then? As soon as the female zombie said this, the man's face turned pale instantly, and he sat down on the ground with a thud, muttering to himself. You can't do this. Ha ha ha, what you said doesn't count. The female zombie smiled and pushed the man to the ground, preparing to bang. However, just as the female zombie was about to succeed, on a building 5,000 meters away, an M82A1 Barrett sniper rifle, like a ferocious beast, suddenly fired out a powerful bullet, like a meteor, and rushed towards the back of the female zombie's head. You should know that the ordinary M82A1 Barrett sniper rifle has a maximum range of 6,800 meters. Moreover, Lin Feng is using a 3-in-1 M82A1 Barrett sniper rifle. You can imagine how powerful this gun is. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that with the blessing of his powerful strength, the shot that he was determined to hit was easily dodged by the female zombie who suddenly tilted her head. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the bullet actually hit the head of the man under the female zombie. This also splattered the female zombie's face with brain matter. Oh, God. Sorry. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could only express his apology to the unfortunate child in a light tone, then immediately put away his gun and retreated. It is detected that you have killed a reborn person. Congratulations on obtaining the system skill of the person who was killed, the system of having many children and many blessings. Congratulations on obtaining 3 points of permanent luck. When Lin Feng heard the system voice, he was immediately overjoyed. I really didn't expect that he would accidentally hit the target this time and kill a reborn person. Lin Feng retreated quickly while shouting, what does it mean to have many children and more blessings? As the name suggests, having many children means having children with a woman. Each child you have will increase your luck by 3 points. The more children you have, the more luck you will have. What is the luck value for? Can increase your luck. Like what? For example, when you go out, others may fall into a cesspool, but you will not fall into it easily. For example, others can step on dog poop, but you won't easily step on it. For example, Lin Feng sat in the car, and when he heard this, he immediately shouted, Stop talking. The more you say this, the more I feel like I'm about to get into trouble. No wonder that guy who was blessed with many children could be shot in the head by me. The hit rate of your shot is 100%, and he only has 3 points of luck, so there is still a 97% chance that he will be headshot by you. Anyway, I feel like you're useless. Let's see how you perform in the future. Lin Feng said this and then stepped on the accelerator and left quickly. It is obvious that Lin Feng is not completely sure of killing the female zombie, so if he doesn't leave now, when will he leave? But at this time. Chapter 137, Jingy and Banksia's Awakening of Their Superpowers. But the female zombie at this time looked at all this with a ferocious face, and after touching the blood splashed on her face, she immediately looked up to the sky and roared. No. Which bastard did this? At the same time, Lin Feng, who had just returned to the villa, sneezed loudly and couldn't help muttering, damn it, did someone scold him? At this time, Zhao Jingy and the other girls, upon seeing Lin Feng, hurried over to greet him, saying with joy, Lin Feng, you're back. Lin Feng nodded. You guys look so happy, is there something new that's worth celebrating? Zhao Jingy looked at the other girls, then looked at some of the survivors around her, then she grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said, let's go back and talk. Seeing Zhao Jingy acting so mysterious, Lin Feng was startled and asked, what's going on? Why is it so mysterious? Hey brother Feng, if you come back to the villa with us first, then you will know everything, right? At this time, Ning Rushuang suddenly took Lin Feng's other arm and returned to the villa with the girls. Come on, What do you want to tell me? After returning to the villa, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others and asked with a smile. Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and said, "Ah Feng, I seem to have awakened the special ability you mentioned." "Really? Can you please tell me what ability you have awakened?" "That's it. Look." As soon as Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, a ball of blazing flames suddenly erupted around her. The flames spread rapidly, like a wild storm, enveloping her entire body. In an instant, she turned into a burning fireman. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he was shocked. "I didn't expect you to have awakened the fire power, but your body keeps burning. Are you sure you're okay?" "It's okay. The temperature of the fire is adjusted according to your thoughts." Zhao Jingyi, who turned into a fireman, looked very elegant as she sat on the sofa. Nothing around her was damaged by the flames on her body. "Oh my goodness, your ability is beyond my expectation. If you were in combat, well, what would the effect be?" Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi, who had turned into a fireman, and asked in amazement. "The temperature of the flame on my body can reach 900 degrees Celsius, so it should be no problem for me to ignite the surrounding wooden products. And then, can we attack from a distance?" Zhao Jingyi, who had turned into a fireman, shook her head after hearing Lin Feng's words and said, "No, for now I can only make myself burn." So that's how it is. When Lin Feng heard this, he seemed to understand what was going on instantly. Because of his special ability, he first shoots out a strong attacking light, and then sees very far away. Therefore, every transformation of the small universe within the body is equivalent to an upgrade of one's own supernatural powers. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi saw Lin Feng's expression and immediately put away the flames on her body. She hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Lin Feng? If I'm not mistaken, your ability will definitely be upgraded again in the future as you swallow more crystal cores." "Really?" When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she was immediately filled with joy. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course it's true." At this moment, Chen Bangxia looked at Lin Feng and suddenly said, "Lin Feng, I have actually awakened my special powers, but to be honest, it would be better if I hadn't awakened my special powers. It's quite embarrassing." When Lin Feng and the girls heard this, they were all surprised. Lin Feng looked at Chen Bangxia seriously and asked, "Bangxia, what's so embarrassing about awakening superpowers? Besides, everyone in this villa is our own. Who would laugh at you? Tell me what your superpowers are." "Hide, hide," Chen Bangxia said timidly. When Lin Feng heard what Chen Bangxia said, he couldn't help but frown slightly and asked in confusion, "Isn't it good to be invisible?" "It's not that it's bad, it's just that this ability has a big drawback." "What shortcomings?" Chen Bangxia blushed and said, "I'm embarrassed to say it." Seeing Chen Bangxia like this, Lin Feng had already vaguely felt that Chen Bangxia might indeed have some unspeakable secrets. So Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Zhao Jingyi and the others. "How about you guys step aside for a while?" Zhao Jingyi and the other girls looked at each other, nodded to Lin Feng, and then they all went upstairs. Seeing that Zhao Jingyi and the others had all left, Lin Feng spoke to Chen Bangxia. "Now there are only 2 of us left. You should tell me now, right?" "But..." Chen Bangxia still hesitated to speak. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Why are you embarrassed in front of your man?" "Okay then, but let's make a deal. You can't laugh at me," Chen Bangxia said with determination. "My woman has awakened her special powers. I am so happy. How could I laugh at you?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, Chen Bangxia, who was standing in front of Lin Feng, suddenly disappeared out of thin air. But, although she disappeared, her clothes fell to the ground. You can imagine that at this time Chen Bangxia was completely invisible without any clothes on. But why do clothes fall off the body once you become invisible? This was something Lin Feng had not expected. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that he could actually see Chen Bangxia, who was in invisible state. Could it be because I have awakened the power of my eyes? Just as Lin Feng was thinking, Chen Bangxia, who was in invisible state, protected the sensitive parts of his body and said embarrassedly, "Lin Feng, can you see me?" "I can't see it." After getting Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Chen Bangxia felt relieved and took his hand off his chest. This made Lin Feng secretly proud. Then Chen Bangxia, who was in stealth mode, said, "Lin Feng, you've seen it all. Once I become invisible, I'm like air. I can't touch anything. Even the clothes on my body will fall off my body. Don't worry, this is only temporary. Once your invisibility ability is upgraded again, it will definitely improve." "Really, Lin Feng?" "Of course it's true. If that's the case, that would be great." Chen Bangxia, who was in invisible state, shouted in ecstasy when he heard Lin Feng say this. "So you need to improve your strength as quickly as possible, quickly remove your invisibility, and put on your clothes, right? But I feel a little embarrassed that you are here. Come on, I've seen everything about you. Why are you pretending?" Hee hee. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Chen Bangxia, whose thoughts were discovered, immediately left her invisible state and threw herself naked into Lin Feng's arms. Chapter 138 Synthetic Ammunition Master System Ammunition. The sudden soft and warm fragrance of the jade made Lin Feng feel his heart flutter. He touched her gently with his fingertips, and Chen Bangxia's body seemed to lose its strength instantly, becoming soft and submissive, allowing Lin Feng to guide every move. 1 hour later. "Are you ready? Are we going to come down now?" Zhao Jingyi's voice came from upstairs, followed by the sound of girls walking down the stairs. "Why did it take so long? What were you doing just now?" Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and Chen Bangxia with suspicion. "I didn't do anything. I just encourage Banksia. Encouragement? Yes, just give Banksia an injection. No, give her some encouragement, so that she can be more positive. Lin Feng wiped the lipstick from the corner of his mouth quietly but naturally, and spoke seriously. I'll go upstairs first, you guys continue chatting. At this time, Chin Banksia, who was standing by, blushed, said something casually, and got up and went upstairs. The next day, Lin Feng stood on the balcony, holding a cigarette in his mouth. He glanced at the system's proficiency and synthesis skills. My proficiency in the 3-in-1 skill is 98%. So, am I going to use the 4-in-1 synthesis skill soon? Lin Feng's mood suddenly improved, so he quickly walked out of the villa and gently touched the wreckage of off-road vehicles that had been smashed into a hornet's nest in the community. A Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicle wreckage was detected. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicle wreckage. As the sound of the system replicating tens of millions of times rang out, Lin Feng's faith moved again, and the system synthesis had already started. The wreckage of a Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicle was detected. Is it synthetic? After hearing about the synthesis system upgrade, Lin Feng changed his mind and decided to use 2-in-1 synthesis first, so Lin Feng said, 2-in-1 synthesis. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the system's synthesized voice sounded again. The wreckage of the 2-in-1 Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicle, the engine has been restored, the windshield quality has been improved by 30%, the body has been restored, the off-road lights cannot be restored, the off-road tires have been restored, and the windows cannot be restored. As the system continuously tells you which parts of the synthesized off-road vehicle have been restored, which parts cannot be restored, which parts materials have been increased on the original basis. This couldn't help but make Lin Feng reveal a faint smile. Because this was just as he expected, it turned out that it was really possible to synthesize broken things, and it was very likely to synthesize a complete thing. Since 2-in-1 doesn't work, then I'll do 3-in-1. Lin Feng just murmured softly, and then combined the wreckage of a Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicle with the 2-in-1 Dongfeng Mengshi. The 3-in-1 damaged Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicle has been synthesized and all damage has been repaired. As Lin Feng thought, the wreckage of 3 damaged Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicles could actually be assembled into a complete Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicle. So Lin Feng used the same method to synthesize all the vehicle wreckage and stored them in the space. In just a short while, all the vehicles in the community that had been hit like a hornet's nest disappeared. Later, Lin Feng checked again and found that the proficiency of the 3-in-1 synthesis skill had reached 99.99%. It is obvious that as long as Lin Feng synthesizes one more thing, he will have the opportunity to synthesize a 4-in-1 synthesis skill. So after Lin Feng looked around, he actually set his sights on a trash can on the side of the road in the community. Forget about the trash can. Lin Feng said softly, then walked to the trash can and picked up a brick. A brick was detected. Congratulations on getting 10 million bricks. Then Lin Feng had an idea and decided to synthesize all 10 million bricks in the space at once. 10 million bricks detected, should they be synthesized? Synthesis. 3-in-1 brick, quality improved by 300%. As the system's synthetic sound sounded, the 10 million bricks in the space instantly turned into 333 bricks, neatly stacked in the space. At this time, the 4-in-1 synthesis skill has reached 33%. If we do it 2 more times in this way, wouldn't the proficiency of the 4-in-1 synthesis skill soon reach 100%? Thinking of this at this moment, Lin Feng was even more ecstatic, but suddenly he had a bold idea. If I synthesize the ammunition in the ammunition master system, what will be the effect? At this moment, when he thought of Lin Feng here, he felt even more excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. So Lin Feng said nothing and his mind moved again. Ammunition master system detected, unlimited 2mm bullets, do you want to synthesize? Synthesis. When Lin Feng heard the system sound, he immediately whispered excitedly and expectantly. Due to the huge amount of ammunition, it is estimated to take 72 hours to complete. Oh my god, no way? When Lin Feng heard the sound of the synthesis system, he was confused and stunned. After all, something that used to take only minutes to get the answer now requires 3 days. But Lin Feng thought again, doesn't this just illustrate the huge amount of ammunition in the ammunition master system? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. 3 days is 3 days, but after 3 days, please don't let me down. Lin Feng thought to himself and turned back to the villa, where Zhao Jingyi had already prepared breakfast. Brother Feng, you're back just in time. It's time to eat. Wang Shushiwei waved to Lin Feng as soon as she saw him. Here I come. Lin Feng smiled faintly, responded, and prepared to enjoy breakfast with the girls. But then Zhao Jingyi suddenly said, are we going to form a team today like we did the last 2 days and go out to kill zombies? Lin Feng took a sip of millet porridge, but shook his head. Help me pick up crystal cores today. Picking up crystal cores? When the girls heard this, they all looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said in unison, that's right. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, the harvest season has arrived, and it is time to harvest all the zombies in the city. So it is obvious that Lin Feng no longer decided to hide it from Zhao Jingyi and the others. After all, judging from the current situation, even if Lin Feng wanted to hide it, he couldn't, so he might as well let Zhao Jingyi and the others know his cards. Moreover, after spending such a long time together, Lin Feng has gained enough trust in Zhao Jingyi and the others. Therefore, As long as I don't tell them that I am a reborn person and don't let Zhao Jingyi and the others spread it around, there shouldn't be any big problems. Besides, now is the time to improve the strength of Zhao Jingyi and everyone else. So when Lin Feng said this, the girls were full of curiosity and expectation. Chapter 139 Silent Train Station. So the girls who had finished breakfast early washed their dishes in a hurry and followed Lin Feng out to pick up the crystal course. But at this moment, Lin Feng turned to the girls and said, "Who will stay to look after the house today?" Yang Mi immediately raised her hand and said, "I already looked after the house last time, so it's not my turn this time. I've seen it too. It's the one I saw with Sister Mi last time," Lu Yun said in a low voice. "Zhao Lucy, I've seen it too. And me, Wang Shushiwei." So Lin Feng turned his gaze to Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, Han Wushuang, Irina, Chen Bangxia, Ning Rushuang, Guan Qingyan, Guan Yuan, and others. "So who have you decided to stay?" But what was unexpected was that after Lin Feng said this, all the women looked at each other and none of them said a word. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to take out the playing cards and let Zhao Jingyi and the others draw. Whoever drew the joker would get to stay. In the end, Zhao Jingyi and Irina actually drew the big king and the small king. So the two of them had no choice but to stay and supervise the training of Shou Qiang and the survivors. Then Lin Feng took the rest of the people and Era and got on a military RV that Feng Zhen had left in the villa community and drove towards the train station with the largest passenger flow in the city. Because according to Lin Feng's experience in his previous life, the more people there are, the more zombies there will be. This is simply beyond doubt. However, the only thing that worries Lin Feng is that the zombies at the train station must not be like the one in the supermarket last time, which has a certain degree of intelligence. Kill all the zombies around and devour the crystal cores of other zombies to increase its own strength. If this is true, then it would be quite dangerous. After all, after such a long period of evolution, you can imagine how terrifying the strength of this zombie will be. But for some things, what you fear will often happen. As soon as Lin Feng drove the car to the vicinity of the train station, he noticed something was wrong. Because the surroundings were so quiet that people once wondered if they were the only group of survivors left in the world. As the military RV slowly moved forward, Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and others were also vigilantly observing the environment around the train station. Suddenly a strange scream broke the silence. This made Zhao Lucy and the others immediately pick up the M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles in their hands and observe their surroundings more vigilantly. To be honest, Lin Feng's heart tightened at this moment. After all, the dangerous atmosphere here is too strong. So his intuition told him that he couldn't go any further. So Lin Feng stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. His expression became unusually solemn at this moment. "Brother Feng, the atmosphere here, why does it feel the same as that large supermarket before? How about we go to another place to kill zombies?" At this time Ning Rushuang came to Lin Feng and spoke. Lin Feng nodded. "I thought so too, but what? But since I'm here, I have to take a look at what this dude at the train station looks like, right?" Ning Rushuang's expression instantly became more serious when she heard this. "Do we still have to go in?" "That's not necessary. Can't we just send a drone over to take a look?" As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a drone out of thin air. Under the astonished gazes of Ning Rushuang and others, he opened the car window and controlled the drone to fly out. Although Ning Rushuang and the others already knew Lin Feng's secret, they still felt curious when they saw it with their own eyes. Lin Feng was seen concentrating on controlling the drone. The real-time scenes around the train station on the screen were presented on the screen in real time as the drone was flying, just like a passing tour. But when Lin Feng just hovered the drone at the entrance of the train station, suddenly a tentacle-like thing shot out from the train station and knocked the drone down from the air. The drone signal was interrupted instantly. "Brother Feng, what was that just now?" Chen Bangxia looked stunned, staring at the screen that had turned into snowflakes, and said in a trembling voice. Lin Feng shook his head slowly. "I don't know. If I'm guessing correctly, this should be another form of zombie evolution." "Another form? Why do I feel like a giant octopus?" Han Wushuang interrupted. "Wan Shushiwei, I think so too." Seeing the girls start talking again, Lin Feng said, "No matter if it's an octopus or a nine-clawed fish, I think we should just stay away from it." Wang Shushiwei, "But brother Lin Feng, what will happen if we just let him evolve?" "Yes, it is so powerful now. Who knows if it will run out someday? What should we do then?" Han Wushuang. Ning Rushuang, "How about we do something big? Kill it." Hearing the three women's outrageous remarks, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and said, "I think you really are ignorant and fearless." Wang Shushiwei retorted, "With Brother Feng here, killing it won't be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, right? Wasn't the zombie in the supermarket last time also captured by Brother Feng?" Han Wushuang immediately echoed, "That is." Hearing what they said, Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "If that's the case, why don't I give it a try?" "Okay, let's give it a try." When the girls heard this, they all said in unison. After all, for Lin Feng, he actually wanted to test the strength of the evolved zombie at the train station. But Lin Feng was also concerned about the safety of Ning Rushuang, Zhao Lucy, and others, so Lin Feng had the idea of going somewhere else to kill the zombies. But since Ning Rushuang and the others were like this, Lin Feng didn't have many concerns. So Lin Feng started the car again and tried to get closer to the train station before stopping. Then Lin Feng came to the center of the wide road and looked at the width of the road, which was about 20 meters wide. It seems that we need to combine 2 giant meat grinders to completely block this road. As Lin Feng murmured, 2 3-in-1 meat grinders were already being synthesized in Lin Feng's space. Then the parameters of the 3-in-1 meat grinder also came to Lin Feng's mind at the right time. 3-in-1 giant meat grinder, 9.9 meters long, 7.5 meters high, 900 cutters. The cutter material is upgraded to titanium alloy. The gas, oil, and diesel tank capacity is increased by 150%. After hearing about the 3-in-1 giant meat grinder and its incredible statistics, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile on his face. After all, a meat grinder can be as high as 2.5 stories. What kind of zombie can't be easily minced into mud? Chapter 140 Conjoined Level 7 Zombies. So Lin Feng had an idea, and took out the 2 meat grinders he had just synthesized from the space, just enough to block the road tightly. At this time, Ning Rushuang, Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi and others in the RV opened their mouths in astonishment when they saw that Lin Feng could actually create 2 meat grinders that were as high as 2 or 3 stories out of thin air. Oh my god, how did Brother Feng do it? Is this Lin Feng's trump card? This is really terrifying. What's wrong with this world? Is it necessary to be so crazy? Just as the girls were amazed, Lin Feng had already picked up the oil barrel and filled the 2 giant meat grinders with oil. Then Lin Feng had an idea and synthesized the tweeter with a spatial penetration ability of 3,000 meters into 3-in-1. The 3-in-1 tweeter instantly becomes an ultra tweeter with a penetration power of 10,000 meters. Isn't this going to force you out? Lin Feng held a giant loudspeaker in his hand, muttered something, then put earplugs in his ears and started 2 giant meat grinders. Then Lin Feng suddenly turned on the horn switch and ran into the RV. It's better to dance than to chat. It's everyone's talent to make oneself feel comfortable. Keep dancing. It's better to dance than to fall in love. Suddenly, bursts of deafening and dynamic music rang out behind Raymond Lam. Even though Raymond Lam was wearing earplugs, he could still feel the strong, penetrating power of the tweeters. At the same time, in the train station 200 meters away, a huge purple-black monster covered with tentacles squeezed out of the train station and crawled towards Lin Feng like lightning. When Lin Feng returned to the car and saw the true face of the behemoth, not to mention Zhao Lucy, Ning Rushuang and the others, even Lin Feng himself was deeply shocked. Because it turned out to be the heads of countless zombies, glued together by some unknown method, like a monster like a bunch of giant grapes. It's actually 5 or 6 stories high. Brother Feng, is this still a zombie? These are clearly tens of thousands of zombies, a monster stuck together. So what? I have faith in my giant meat grinder. Lin Feng glanced at the panicked Wang Shuxiue and said with a lack of confidence. After all, Lin Feng had never expected such a huge monster. Therefore, Lin Feng was no longer completely sure whether the synthetic meat grinder could swallow this monster. As Lin Feng finished his words, the huge monster suddenly stopped in front of the giant meat grinder. I saw countless zombie heads on their stuck bodies, roaring with hideous faces. Holy shit, could this thing have a mind? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart tightened involuntarily. He quickly started the car and left here quickly. After all, for him, if it was just him, it would be fine. But there was a group of people in the RV. Where was his woman? If one of them gets hurt, it will be a huge loss for Lin Feng. Besides, there are zombies everywhere that can't be killed, so why bother fighting this thing to the death? Sure enough, just as Lin Feng had adjusted the front of the car, the huge monster, like a gecko, suddenly attached its tentacles to the wall of the building on one side of the road, crossed the giant meat grinder, and pounced towards the RV. The system of having many children and many blessings is activated. The probability of the conjoined 7th level zombies killing you is 99%. The probability of you killing the conjoined 7th level zombies is 1%. Your chance of survival is 0. The luck value of killing the conjoined 7th level zombies has been automatically increased by 3 points. I wish you good luck. As the voice of the many children and blessings system sounded in Lin Feng's mind, the 7th order conjoined zombie had already pounced on the RV with half of its body, which was several hundred meters long, and was about to use its tentacles to pry open the windshield of the RV. The girls had never seen such a scene before and were so frightened that they lost their composure. At this moment, even the calm and composed Ning Rushuang and Chen Bangxia turned pale. Because such a huge monster cannot be dealt with by just a few M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles. But at this moment, the 7th order conjoined zombie, half of whose body was already lying on the RV, suddenly let out a series of extremely painful roars, which made Lin Feng's eardrums hurt. Because at this moment, for some reason, the 7th level conjoined zombie seemed to be dragged by a mysterious force and was moving away from the RV uncontrollably. This sudden change was incredible to Ning Rushuang and the others, not to mention Lin Feng. It turned out that the back half of the 7th level zombie's body was accidentally squeezed into the meat grinder at some unknown time and place. The serrated blades of the meat grinder ruthlessly tore at the zombie's flesh, severely restricting its movements. Originally, this 7th level zombie had a great chance of wiping out Lin Feng and his group, but now, due to the restraints of his own body, he was helpless. He could only roar in unwillingness at Lin Feng in the car. Finally, the entire body of the 7th level conjoined zombie was ground into the meat grinder. Pieces of rotten meat and countless purple-black crystal cores poured out from the 2 exits. Holy shit, is this the system of having many children and good fortune? the blessing of 3 points of luck? It seems that it's time to put the project of having children on the agenda. At this moment, Lin Feng felt mixed emotions. At this moment, Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, Ning Rushuang and others were stunned by this sudden reversal, and none of them have recovered yet. Okay, stop standing there and go down and pick up the crystal course. It was not until Lin Feng's reminder that Zhao Lucy and the others came to their senses and got out of the car. They all looked frightened and walked towards the meat grinder. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they immediately opened their mouths in surprise. Because a large pile of purple-black crystal cores were emitting a strange luster under the sunlight. Yang Mi opened his mouth in shock and said, "Oh my god, such a large number of crystal cores, how many are there? There must be at least 20,000 or 30,000 of them, right?" Li Xian exclaimed. Ning Rushuang shook her head and said, "I see more than that." Yeah. Seeing that all the girls were shocked by the scene before them, Lin Feng said, "I think there are as many crystal cores as there are heads on that 7th level conjoined zombie just now." Ah. When the girls heard this, they couldn't help but scream again. After all, it is hundreds of feet high, 5 or 6 stories high. If it is really as Lin Feng said, there are more than 30,000 or 40,000 crystal cores. Chapter 141: Obtaining a large amount of crystal cores. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and pack up these crystal cores. While there is still time, let's go somewhere else and collect another wave of crystal cores. As Lin Feng said this, he threw 2 or 3 bags to the girls. So Zhao Lucy, Ning Rushuang, and the others started installing the crystal core without saying a word. At this moment, the girls were putting crystal cores into their pockets while muttering to themselves. This is not picking up crystal cores. This is clearly putting crystal cores into sacks. Oh my god. Why do I feel like crystal cores are so worthless now? In the past, it took me half a day to get a few dozen, but now I have obtained tens of thousands of crystal cores in just one day. It seems that following Brother Feng is really a good way to make a living. After all the women installed the crystal cores, Lin Feng directly put the installed crystal cores in the meat grinder into the space, leaving the women stunned for a moment. Then, under the admiring gazes of the girls, Lin Feng returned to the RV and drove to the next destination with his foot on the accelerator. Brother Feng, where are we going this time? In the RV, Ning Rushuang and all the girls looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. Lin Feng was driving a military RV, but he said calmly, "Of course, we'll go where there are more zombies." As Lin Feng spoke, he turned the car into the intersection of the red light district, where there was a lot of traffic before doomsday. Then Lin Feng's mind moved. He took out a telescope from the space and looked inside. Countless scantily clad, zombie-like streetwalkers and other zombie clients are wandering aimlessly throughout the red light district. Lin Feng, let's go to another place. This place is really too. To what? Lin Feng put down the binoculars and looked at Zhao Lucy, who looked disgusted. "You are really amazing for killing a zombie and having a cleanliness obsession," Lin Feng said as he kissed Zhao Lucy fiercely. "This is a punishment for you, to make you more troublesome." Faced with Lin Feng's unexpected action, Zhao Lucy suddenly felt as if her heart was filled with honey. "I feel very happy." But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the other girls looked at him with hungry eyes. It was obvious that they also wanted to accept such punishment, and a severe one at that. When Lin Feng saw the attitude of the girls, he immediately opened the car door and left. Wait a moment. But at this moment, Li Xian grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. "What? I will accept your punishment too. I want one too. And me." Looking at the girls stretching out their pretty faces, each of them looked like they were ready to be picked. Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly and gave each of them a deep kiss. Then, covering his numb mouth, he got out of the car in pain and joy. Then Lin Feng did the same thing as before. He took out a meat grinder and a loudspeaker from the space and blocked the intersection. The moment the giant meat grinder was turned on, the 900 titanium alloy cutters that had just strangled the 7th level zombie began to spin rapidly again, making bursts of breaking wind sounds. Oh, piss, 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 Then, a magical song tentative instantly ignited the whole red light district's depressed men and women. Then, these zombies, just like the previous 2 times, were all, without exception, chopped into pieces by the sharp cutter, and countless crystal cores still rolled out of the meat grinder like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. In just less than half an hour, all the zombies in the red light district were cleared out. In this way, Lin Feng harvested nearly 20,000 crystal cores of varying grades. "Brother Feng, how many crystal cores did we harvest today?" "Yes, Brother Feng, I think it will be at least not less than 50,000 crystal cores, right?" "I think so." As soon as Lin Feng put the crystal core and the meat grinder into the space, the girls surrounded him and asked him questions. 80 to 90,000 crystal cores should be about the same, but we won't know the exact number until we get back. Lin Feng said, glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist, and then continued, "It's time for dinner now, we should go back." So Lin Feng took the girls and drove the military RV back to the community in a mighty manner. At the same time, the female zombie was standing in front of the strangled 7th level zombie flesh at the train station, with a look of shock on her face. "This is impossible. This is a level 7 zombie. How could anyone possibly kill it? And he even chopped it into a pulp. Could it be a 9th level zombie who did this?" The female zombie murmured and immediately looked around. hoping to find some clues at the scene to support her judgment. Inside the villa, as Lin Feng thought about it, 4 or 5 bags of crystal cores appeared in the living room. So the women said nothing more, poured bags of crystal cores into basins, and took the crystal cores to the sink to wash them. Zhao Jingyi and Irina, who did not go over to kill the zombies, were completely stunned when they saw such a shocking scene. After all, with so many crystal cores, who wouldn't be confused? You have to know that on average you have to kill 2 or 3 zombies to get 1 crystal core. To get so many crystal cores, how many zombies would you have to kill? Feng, these are all what you got? Yes. Lin Feng glanced at the astonished Zhao Jingyi and nodded casually. Feng, tell me honestly, how did you do it? Well, you will know about this later. The most urgent thing now is to clean all these crystal cores and then improve our strength as soon as possible. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi had no choice but to nod and clean and sort the crystal cores with the other girls. When all this was done, more than 3 hours had passed. How's it going? Have you finished counting everything? Lin Feng asked, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the girls. Zhao Lucy looked at the other girls, then nodded to Lin Feng with the data she had sorted out. 12,358 first-order crystal cores, 20,501 second-order crystal cores, 20,011 third-order crystal cores, 30,589 fourth-order crystal cores, a total of 83,459 crystal cores. At this time, Ning Rushuang also held a piece of paper and continued. 5089 deep purple crystal cores, 4,656 violet crystal cores, 3,212 indigo crystal cores, 2,119 dark purple crystal cores, a total of 15,076 crystal cores. After hearing Zhao Lucy and Ning Rushuang talk about the number of crystal cores they would obtain today, Lin Feng was surprisingly calm, because this was basically what he expected. But people like Zhao Jingyi were so shocked by the crystal cores of various colors in the living room that they couldn't say a word. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly came to her senses and suddenly remembered something. She immediately looked at Lin Feng. Chapter 142, The Man in Camouflage. Jingyi, what do you want to say? Lin Feng noticed that Zhao Jingyi was looking at him and said in a flat tone, Feng, how should we distinguish these crystal cores without levels? Hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng took a look at the crystal cores and said after a moment of hesitation, aren't the colors darker than purple, dark purple, violet, and indigo? Feng, are you saying that dark purple is a 5th-order crystal core, violet is a 6th-order crystal core, indigo is a 7th-order crystal core, and dark purple is an 8th-order crystal core? To be precise, the dark purple crystal core is between the 4th and 5th order, the violet is the 5th order, the indigo is the 6th order, and the dark purple is the 7th order. After all, for Lin Feng, what they killed today was a 7th-level zombie, so how could an 8th-level crystal core appear? At this time, Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject and said, although we have obtained so many crystal cores now, I still need to process them, so you should not absorb them yet. Feng, can the crystal core still be processed? Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. Lin Feng said, of course. Okay. Zhao Jingyi nodded. Sister Jingyi, do you have any food? I'm almost starving. At this time, Zhao Lucy suddenly covered her stomach and spoke. Everyone then realized that it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Suddenly, they felt hungry and hurried to the dining table to eat the food that had already gone cold. But Zhao Lucy and the others didn't care and still ate with gusto. After all, compared with the survivors outside, this person is tens of thousands of times stronger. So while the girls were eating, Lin Feng immediately synthesized all the crystal cores here. But when Lin Feng used his mind to see, he saw that the synthesis system was still synthesizing the bullets in the ammunition master system. Therefore, the current synthesis skills cannot be used at all, and we have to wait until 72 hours later. Damn it, this crappy system really makes me angry. Lin Feng grumbled in dissatisfaction in his heart, walked to the dining table, and ate the leftovers with the girls. Evening. Lin Feng stood in front of the window as usual, lighting a cigarette for himself, as if thinking about something. But suddenly at this moment, Ning Rushuang hurriedly walked behind Lin Feng, breathing a little hurriedly and said, I just heard from the survivors outside that someone fainted at the entrance of our community. Should we? No, if you find out he's a disguise, just kill him. Before Ning Rushuang could finish her words, Lin Feng had already spoken. Okay, I'll tell them now to keep an eye on the current situation of that soldier. Ning Rushuang said this and was about to quickly walk out of the villa. Return. But when Lin Feng heard that it was a soldier, he immediately stopped Ning Rushuang. Ning Rushuang turned to look at Lin Feng again, puzzled. What's the matter? You just said that the man outside the door was a soldier? I'm not sure, but it looks like it from his clothes. Come on, let's go and take a look together. As Lin Feng said this, he and Ning Rushuang walked out of the villa together. For Lin Feng, if the man outside the community is really a soldier, he should help him if he can, and he should help him appropriately. After all, he was once a soldier. Although Lin Feng has retired from his military uniform, deep in his heart, he will never forget the mark of having been a soldier. Lin Feng had just arrived at the gate of the community when he saw the men at the gate immediately approaching him and pointing at a man in camouflage uniform who had fainted on the curb outside the gate and said, Mr. Lin, this is the man. I don't know what happened just now, but he walked here and fainted. Come over and take a look to see what's going on. Yes, Mr. Lin. As the subordinate spoke, he put on a pair of leather gloves, picked up the spear, and walked over with a vigilant look. After all, these days, anything can happen. What if this is a person infected with the zombie virus? That would be really bad. Hey, are you okay? Wake up. Lin Feng's men tapped the unconscious man's back with the gun, but there was no reaction at all. So Lin Feng's men increased their strength and continued, Brother, are you okay? Brother? But suddenly at this moment, the unconscious man suddenly opened his fierce eyes, and a sharp dagger was pressed against the neck of Lin Feng's men. This sudden change frightened the subordinate so much that his face turned pale and he could not move. He could only look at Lin Feng for help. At this time, Lin Feng still looked calm and said to the man in a very calm tone, Brother, what are you doing? We are helping you. Can you put down the small blade in your hand? Do you think I will believe your nonsense? The man said in a hoarse voice, staring at Lin Feng viciously. It is obvious that this person has not had any water for a long time. Otherwise, the result would not be like this. I don't care whether you believe it or not. You'd better release my people, otherwise. But what no one expected was that when Lin Feng had just said half of his harsh words, the man fell to the ground again and fainted. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be startled, and then he said, Go find a rope first and tie him up for me. Okay, Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately responded and quickly tied up the man. Then Lin Feng picked up a bottle of mineral water and slowly poured it on the man's face. An instant cool feeling came over him, and he woke up from his coma. Water. The first thing that man did when he woke up was to lick his cracked lips impatiently, mumbling constantly. At this time, Lin Feng took another bottle of mineral water, shook it in front of the man and said, Tell me, who are you? This bottle of water is yours. I am a migrant worker here. Migrant workers? Yes. Lin Feng looked at the man in camouflage uniform and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, It turns out that people wearing camouflage are not only soldiers, but also people moving bricks on construction sites. Thinking of this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Then can you tell me how you survived? As soon as Lin Feng said this, the migrant worker looked a little flustered, but he immediately hid it in his eyes and said, It's none of your business. Surviving these days is a skill. Why do you care so much? Ha, that's right. Pull him out and feed him to the zombies in the iron cage. It's really a waste of my 2 bottles of mineral water. Chapter 143 Migrant Worker Wang Dazhuang. Lin Feng just turned around and left after he finished speaking, instantly scaring the man so much that his face turned pale. After all, when he came, he could clearly see the zombies in the iron cages outside the community. Now he heard that Lin Feng was going to feed him to those zombies. He was already scared to death. Brother, let's talk it over. Okay. I'm sorry, I have nothing to say to you right now. Just then Lin Feng said this and was about to turn around and leave. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, people who can survive to this day are either reborn or survive by cannibalism. Obviously, judging from the current situation, this migrant worker must have survived by eating the flesh of his co-workers on the construction site. So there is no need for Lin Feng to have mercy on him. Brother, if you're willing to let me go, I'll tell you a secret, a huge secret. After hearing what the migrant worker said, Lin Feng turned to look at the man again and said in a low voice, Then tell me. But you have to promise me first, if I tell you this secret, you must let me go. Do you hear you bargaining with me? Sorry, I don't want to know now. Brother, please don't be like this. Isn't it okay for me to say what I say, brother? Lin Feng lit a cigarette, glanced at the migrant worker, and slowly uttered a word, Speak. Before the apocalypse, when I was working at an experimental base, I accidentally sneaked into a building in the middle of the night. Stop. Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, Lin Feng immediately interrupted the migrant worker and said coldly, I find you're quite good at making things happen. What experimental base? Which experimental base? Can you explain it to me clearly? It's Tianhai Pharmaceutical. After hearing what he said, Lin Feng naturally knew about this company. After all, this was a nationally renowned pharmaceutical company before the end of the world, specializing in the development of various anti-cancer drugs, and it was well known to the public. Moreover, the research and development base of this pharmaceutical company is also in the city where Lin Feng is located, Songhai City. Lin Feng regained his composure and slowly said, And then? What did you find in the laboratory in that building? I found that there was a dead person lying in each laboratory, and each of them had various tubes inserted into their bodies. Then what? Then some of the dead were resurrected. In the closed laboratory, they began to growl and scream like crazy. They were exactly like the zombies we see now. As soon as the migrant worker said this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. If this is true, then perhaps this is the root cause of this disaster. But Lin Feng immediately denied his previous inference. Because the cause of this disaster was a freak acid rain. So how could it be possible, as this migrant worker said? You're not kidding me, are you? Lin Feng looked at the migrant worker coldly with a half smile on his face. I really didn't lie to you. Everything I said is absolutely true. Then how can you prove that what you said is true? The migrant worker shook his head and said, After they found out that I entered the laboratory building, they sent people to arrest my coworkers. I sneaked into the sewer while they were not paying attention and got away with it. Is it that our country is the only one in the world that has suffered this disaster, while other countries have not been affected at all? Is there some shocking conspiracy behind this? After hearing the farmer's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but think secretly in his heart, and his brows began to frown. At this time, the migrant worker continued, "Brother, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can go there and see for yourself whether what I said is true or not. The world has become like this. So what if it's true? So what if it's not true? What does it have to do with me? So what you say is of no value to me." When the migrant worker heard what Lin Feng said, he instantly became like a deflated balloon and looked at Lin Feng with a sallow face. "From what you said, are you not willing to let me go? Right. Then what do you want to do? You just said you were a migrant worker, so you must be good at farming, right?" When the migrant worker heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. "That's necessary. We only go to the city to work during the slack season. When the busy season comes, we go back to plant crops, harvest wheat, and break corn. There's a park in front of the community. I've asked a few people to clean up there for a few days. I'm planning to open up a piece of land there. Do you want to go over and help?" When the migrant worker heard what Lin Feng said, his brain suddenly short-circuited. He looked up at Lin Feng with a confused expression and blinked his eyes. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, I think you are a talented person. Are you willing to follow me? I will provide you with food." "Food provided?" Lin Feng looked at the migrant worker's incredulous expression, so he nodded again and said, "Yes, meals are provided." "But, okay, that's really great." The migrant worker finally came to his senses and immediately nodded in ecstasy and agreed. Seeing that the migrant worker agreed, Lin Feng winked at his men, who immediately understood and hurried to untie the migrant worker. "What's your name?" "My name is Wang Dazhuang. You can just call me Dazhuang from now on." "Dazhuang, I'll give that piece of land in the park to you. From now on, you can lead that group of older people and you don't have to do anything. Just plant the land for me." "Mr. Lin, I dare not say anything else, but I have been able to farm since I was a child, so you can rest assured." After hearing what Wang Dazhuang said, Lin Feng nodded slightly, looked at Ning Rushuang and said, "Call Zhou Qiang later and give him 2 packs of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water. Let him fill his stomach first, and then find him a place to sleep." "Okay, I'll go right away." As Ning Rushuang spoke, she took out the walkie-talkie from her waist and repeated to Zhou Qiang what Lin Feng had just said. Who would have thought that within 3 minutes, Zhou Qiang, along with a few of his companions, came jogging over with compressed biscuits and mineral water. When Wang Dazhuang saw the mineral water and compressed biscuits, his cracked lips trembled and he became speechless. I saw him excitedly taking the biscuits with both hands, stuffing them into his mouth while sobbing. Then he opened the bottle of mineral water and poured it into his mouth, tears streaming down his cheeks. At this time, Zhou Qiang saw Wang Dazhuang's appearance and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng puzzledly. "Brother Feng, what's wrong with him?" Chapter 144. How about the two of you come together? What else can it be? He has found the organization. Lin Feng smiled indifferently at Zhou Qiang, then put his arm around Ning Rushuang's slender waist and returned to the villa. "You must have taken him in because you felt sorry for him, didn't you?" On the way back to the villa, Ning Rushuang took Lin Feng's arm and whispered softly. Lin Feng smiled mischievously. "You know it, but why are you asking?" Hee. Ning Rushuang leaned half of her body on Lin Feng's arms, smiled mischievously, and stepped into the villa with Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's opinion, if he only looks at those old men and women who received monthly pensions and spent their days dancing square dances, playing chess, walking their birds, and traveling before the end of the world farming, Lin Feng would be a little worried. Even if these older survivors really want to grow crops well, they have no experience in this area. So Wang Dazhuang can just make up for this gap. Dinner is almost getting cold, and everyone is waiting for you. You two are finally back. As soon as Lin Feng and Ning Rushuang returned to the living room, the sharp-eyed Zhao Jingyi was the first to speak. "If you don't know, you would think that Brother Feng doesn't want us anymore and has eloped with Rushuang?" "Yes, the two of them are holding each other's arms. Look how close they are." "You do not say." Hearing the women say this, Lin Feng knew that these women were jealous again, so he quickly changed the subject. "Let me see what delicious food our Jingyi has made today." Zhao Jingyi's anger instantly subsided when she heard this. She pointed at the food on the table and said proudly, "Abalone, bird's nest, sweet and sour sparrows, don't you know how to tell these? And you asked them on purpose." Lin Feng chuckled and gave Zhao Jingyi a hard kiss on the pretty face. "Dead look." Zhao Jingyi, who was immediately irritated, said something coquettishly to Lin Feng, and then shouted to the girls, "Okay, Lin Feng is back. Everyone can eat now." At the table, Zhao Jingyi was eating while casually saying, "Ah Feng, are we going out to kill zombies tomorrow?" "Of course, I've waited for such a long time, just for this day," Lin Feng responded. At this time, Lu Yun was puzzled and asked, "Why? Do you know what it means to cut leeks?" "What do you mean? I don't quite understand." "The leeks are too small to have any juice, and too old to be cut. Now they are just right. Now you should understand what I am talking about, right?" As Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone realized something at once, and everyone looked at Lin Feng with an incredulous look. "Ah Feng, can I understand that you have been raising zombies in the city from the beginning?" After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "How can I call this raising zombies? The thousands of zombies locked in iron cages outside the community are considered raising zombies. As for the zombies in this entire city, I am at most letting them roam free. Isn't that the same meaning? Zhao Jingyi said. At this time, Wang Shushui also interrupted and said, it turns out that Brother Feng had this plan from the beginning. But from what Lin Feng said, it seems like zombies are easy to deal with. How did you kill the zombies today? Irina, who stayed at home today, also asked at this time. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly smiled evilly, winked at Irina, and said, didn't Zhao Lucy and the others tell you? No, Jingyi and I asked them for a long time today, but none of them were willing to tell us. Irina shook her head. Hearing Irina's answer, Lin Feng felt relieved. So Lin Feng smiled and said, what they did was right. Irina was startled when she heard this, but then she suddenly realized. I see. You don't trust Jingyi and me. Is that right? Oh my god. Why does this foreign girl think like this? It seems that I must teach her the broad language of Chinese civilization when I have time. At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at Irina and explained patiently. When Offing said that they did the right thing, he meant that if it wasn't for his instructions, Zhao Lucy and the others would not have told anyone about what happened today, including the two of us. Okay, although I still don't quite understand it, I'll know everything tomorrow. That's right. I'm really looking forward to what kind of surprise Lin Feng will give us tomorrow. Zhao Jingyi suddenly changed the subject when she said this, and pointed the finger at Lin Feng. I say, man sitting opposite me, are you planning to treat me equally tonight? When Lin Feng heard this, he knew it was time to turn over the cards again. He quickly picked up a quail egg and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling. There's no need to treat everyone equally. After all, we have to get up early tomorrow. That's right, you've been going crazy with them all day, so tonight you should. Actually, I can do it, too. But what was unexpected was that Irina spoke immediately when Zhao Jingyi had just finished speaking. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi felt as if the cooked duck had flown away again. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the gradually solidified atmosphere, and half of the lyrics came to his mind. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Finally, Lin Feng had no choice but to cough and say, how about you guys? The next day, Lin Feng stood in front of the window, and as usual, he gently lifted a corner of the curtain and took a look at the situation outside. Shou Qiang, Su Xing, and the others, as well as the group of survivors, are still practicing shooting hard. So Lin Feng showed a faint smile and was about to close the curtains, but when Lin Feng inadvertently glanced to another place, his expression instantly became solemn. Because on the roof of a villa, there was a rotten crow, monitoring Shou Qiang and his friends' every move. Zombie crows. Is it spying on us? Thinking of Lin Feng here, his heart couldn't help but tremble, and suddenly an ominous premonition came to his mind. No wonder there are fewer insects and bird calls around me recently. It turns out this thing is causing the trouble. Lin Feng was thinking about it, and with a thought, a desert eagle appeared in his hand. But what Lin Feng never expected was that before he could open the window, the zombie crow actually flapped its wings hard, with only a few feathers left, and flew away. At this moment, a snow-white arm slowly and gently embraced Lin Feng's waist. Why did you get up so early today, Offing? Then Irina's voice came from behind. Lin Feng put away the gun with a helpless look on his face, then suddenly turned around, picked up Irina, and walked towards the bed. After all, for Lin Feng, a woman who repeatedly challenges a man's weaknesses must be punished. Chapter 145, The Mind-Blocking Scream in the City Center. 2.5 hours later, Lin Feng and the two women walked out of the room. You three are finally here. Can you tell me what time it is now? But who knew that as soon as Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and Irina arrived in the living room, they heard Zhao Lucy complaining nonstop. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't we already down here? If it were you, you wouldn't be any better than us. Unexpectedly, before Lin Feng could even open his mouth, Zhao Jingyi had already started to retort. Zhao Lucy immediately looked angry but dared not speak, and said weakly. I'm just asking casually, right? After dinner, Lin Feng looked at the time, and it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. I don't know whether this meal is breakfast or lunch. Lin Feng sighed lightly, then took out a few more playing cards and asked Zhao Lucy and the others to draw. Whoever drew the Joker would naturally stay at home like Zhao Jingyi and Irina. This time it was Zhao Lucy and Lu Yun. So after Lin Feng gave them some instructions, he took Zhao Jingyi and the others out of the villa and drove the military RV out of the community. Lin Feng, where are we going to kill zombies this time? Lin Feng was driving a military RV and had not been out of the community for 2 minutes when Zhao Jingyi couldn't wait to ask. After all, for Zhao Jing and Irina, Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy, Ning Rushuang and others were able to obtain tens of thousands of crystal cores in just one morning yesterday. This is a number of crystal cores that a survivor would never be able to obtain in his entire lifetime. So Zhao Jingyi was eager to know how Lin Feng got so many crystal cores. After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and asked. Besides the train station, bus station, subway station, and airport, where else in this city are there the most zombies? The city center, commercial district, residential area, shopping mall, and the city's industrial park. There are hundreds of factories there, so there must be a lot of zombies there. Then let's do it one by one, and go to the downtown area first. After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng turned the car around and drove towards the city center. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng brought Zhao Jingyi and the others to the city center. The once prosperous scene of the city center is no longer there. The streets are littered with abandoned vehicles and countless wreckage is scattered on the ground. It was not until Lin Feng, who was driving the military RV, was completely blocked by the vehicles in front that he had to take Zhao Jingyi and the others out of the car, carefully turning sideways and passing through the scrapped cars one after another. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly stopped, and Yang Mi didn't pay attention and bumped into him directly. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Why don't you stop and say anything? You. Sure. But before Zhao Jingyi could finish her words, Lin Feng made a gesture to silence her, which immediately made Zhao Jingyi and the others feel nervous. What's wrong with Offing? Is there something wrong? Zhao Jingyi asked with a serious expression, holding the M1 Garand semi-automatic rifle tightly in her hand. It's too quiet here. There's not even a single zombie. Let's retreat quickly. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the girls finally reacted, and without saying a word, they immediately retreated back to the military RV. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced through the eardrums of Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and others almost instantly. In an instant, an inexplicable feeling of dizziness made Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi unable to stand steadily, as if they were drunk. At the same time, the glass on the high-rise buildings on both sides also exploded in an instant, and countless glass fragments fell to the ground with a bang under the sunlight. Even the military RV where Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and others were staying was not spared at this moment. Because at this time, the broken tempered glass on both sides of the windows of countless buildings was falling all over the roof. The system of having many children and many blessings is activated. The probability of the 7th level zombie mind twister killing you is 95%. The probability of you killing the 7th level zombie mind twister is 1%. The probability of your survival is 4%. 3 points of luck value of survival probability have been automatically added to you. I wish you good luck. Suddenly, the sharp sound that had just stopped suddenly rang again, and Lin Feng, who had just woken up, fell into a semi-dizzy state again. What the hell is this? At this moment, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and held on, trying his best not to let the last bit of his rationality and clarity be swallowed up by that voice. What made Lin Feng even more frightened was that at this time, Zhao Jingyi and the others, under the influence of the sharp and piercing sound outside, slowly walked to the car door like puppets being controlled, as if they wanted to get out of the RV. Damn it, I didn't think this thing could confuse people's minds. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, then used all his strength to shout loudly, and a tweeter suddenly appeared in his hand. You're trying to be louder than me, right? Lin Feng bit his back teeth in pain and said, then suddenly turned on the tweeter. You are my little apple, and I can never love you enough. As the music from the loudspeaker sounded, Zhao Jingyi and the others woke up instantly, as if they had no idea what had just happened. Each of them looked at Lin Feng with confusion. Lin Feng didn't say much. He gave each of them a pair of earplugs and asked Zhao Jingyi and the others to put them in their ears. Then Lin Feng immediately sat in the driver's seat, ready to leave quickly. But when Lin Feng looked forward through the car window, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. I saw that the ground in the middle of the road had collapsed at some point, and the city's underground pipes were clearly visible. Obviously, the voice came from this pit. Damn it, luckily I'm a smart guy. Fortunately, there are 3 points of luck that come with the having many children and blessings system. Otherwise, there is a high probability that I will die today. Lin Feng, who already had earplugs in his ears, was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Suddenly, he got ruthless and rolled down the car window and threw 2 M67 fragmentation grenades at the big hole on the ground. You should know that this kind of grenade is one of the most powerful grenades in the United States. Its killing radius can reach 15 meters, and the fragments can fly about 200 meters. But the key is that these 2 M67 fragmentation grenades are Lin Feng's 3-in-1 synthetic grenades, and their power is far greater than that of 3 M67 fragmentation grenades. Chapter 146, 7th Level Zombie, the one with twisted mind. Boom boom. As 2 earth-shaking explosions were heard in the deep pit, Lin Feng immediately shifted into reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, and retreated as quickly as an arrow. As Lin Feng was retreating quickly, a large amount of white bones and rotting corpses gushed out from the deep pit like a fountain, which made Lin Feng's stomach churn and he almost vomited. Suddenly, just as Lin Feng turned the steering wheel to turn the military RV around, a thing that looked like a horn crawled out of the deep pit. Could this be the 7th order zombie, the one with a twisted mind? At this time, Lin Feng was thinking in his heart, but his hands did not hesitate at all. After turning the RV around, he increased the horsepower and fled from here as quickly as possible. After all, as mentioned in the many children and many blessings system just now, the probability of killing him is only 1%. If Lin Feng fought him to the death, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. So Lin Feng adjusted the front of the car, stepped on the accelerator, and fled here like flying. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the 7th level zombie, who looked like a meat trumpet, had a twisted mind. Suddenly, its trumpet-like head closed and turned into a pointed cone, then plunged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw through the rearview mirror that the 7th-level mind-distorted zombie did not chase him. After all, in his previous life, Lin Feng had never seen such terrifying zombies of such high levels and in such various shapes. It seems that the world has really changed. Just as Lin Feng was sighing inwardly, he clearly felt the whole earth shaking, which instantly made Lin Feng's face turn pale. So Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator again. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud bang, the 7th-level mind-twisted being suddenly emerged from the ground again, turned its head into a trumpet shape again, and made a shrill sound again. Oh my god! It turns out it thinks the distance is too far and is afraid that we can't hear it. Lin Feng, who discovered this phenomenon, muttered something. But Lin Feng suddenly changed his mind and thought. It seems that this creature is good at using sound to confuse others, and then make people approach it involuntarily. This may be its real hunting method. Maybe we have earplugs in our ears now, so wouldn't its magic trick be ineffective? When Lin Feng thought of this, he plugged the earplugs in his ears again. Then without turning his head back, he made a gun gesture to Zhao Jingyi and the others behind him. Zhao Jingyi and the others, who also had earplugs in their ears, understood immediately. Zhao Jingyi and the others immediately loaded their M1 Garand semi-automatic rifles, opened the car windows, and began firing fiercely at the trumpet-shaped head of the mind-distorted person who was making the noise behind the car. Sure enough, dozens of bullets shot into the trumpet-shaped mouth of the 7th-level mind-twisted being. The mind-twisted being immediately let out a wail, closed its trumpet-shaped mouth in an instant, and actually drilled into the ground again. But Lin Feng knew that this was far from over. So Lin Feng's mind moved, and an M72 Law rocket launcher appeared in his hand. And it is Lin Feng's 3-in-1 M72 Law rocket launcher, and its power has been multiplied several times. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng expected, the 7th-level mind-distorted being suddenly emerged from the ground again. But this time it actually blocked the car and opened its trumpet-shaped, bloody mouth again, as if trying to swallow the entire military RV. Seeing this sudden situation, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately turned the steering wheel sharply, swinging his tail like a dragon, and threw the M72 Law rocket launcher beside him to Ning Rushuang. After all, among them, Ning Rushuang is undoubtedly the strongest. If she can't do it, then Zhao Jingyi and the others will definitely not be able to do it. Sure enough, the moment Lin Feng threw out the M72 Law rocket launcher, Ning Rushuang instantly understood Lin Feng's intention. As Ning Rushuang took the M72 Law rocket launcher, she had already leaned half of her body out of the car window and pulled the trigger of the launcher towards the big mouth of the 7th-level mind-twister. Whoosh! As the rocket was fired from the launcher, it shot accurately into the mouth of the mind-distorted man like a burning meteor. At this moment, the mind-twisted creature seemed to realize something and kept shaking its trumpet-shaped head, as if trying to get out the thing that was pulling its throat. But at this moment, Qin Bangxia suddenly fired a few bursts of shots, and the 7th-level mind-twisted person had to shut his mouth again. Boom! With a loud bang like thunder, the entire head of the 7th-level mind-twisted being was instantly blown to pieces. In an instant, the entire air became quiet, as if only Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi and the others were left around, breathing heavily. Lin Feng, do you want to go down and take a look? Zhao Jingyi asked. Lin Feng lit a cigarette and held it between his lips as he said, why are you in such a hurry? Let me light a cigarette to calm my nerves. I want to smoke too. Zhao Jingyi stretched out her hand towards Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Zhao Jingyi. Why would a woman smoke? You are not allowed to smoke. Humph. Zhao Jingyi retracted her hand unconvinced and snorted. Here's some for you to eat. What is this? Bubble gum. Zhao Jingyi took the thing from Lin Feng's hand and said with a puzzled look on her face. Lin Feng smoked a cigarette. You can also relax by blowing bubbles. If you don't believe it, you can try it. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Zhao Jingyi said she didn't believe it, but still stuffed 2 pieces of bubble gum into her mouth. While chewing the bubble gum, she shared the rest with Ning Rushuang and the others. For a moment, the entire RV was filled with the sound of bubbles blowing. After burning a stick of cigarette, Lin Feng jumped out of the RV. Then Lin Feng walked up to the mind-twisted person who had turned into a corpse, looked around, and took out a spear from the space. Lin Feng stabbed hard at the head of the 7th-level mind-twisted person. Then Lin Feng suddenly pushed hard again, and a huge dark purple crystal core was picked out from the mind-distorted man's head. But when Lin Feng received this crystal core, he suddenly cried out in his heart. Oh my god, such a big crystal core is like a wash basin. How can I swallow it? Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Zhao Jingyi and the others jumped out of the RV. But when they saw the dark purple crystal core, they all looked shocked. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a large crystal core. At this time, Wang Shushua looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and said, Brother Feng, is this a crystal core or a crystal stone? Why is it so big? Chapter 147. Don't go, Mimi. Whatever it is, take it back first. Lin Feng squatted down, touched it gently with his hand and said something, then he put the giant crystal core into the space, which made Zhao Jingyi stunned. After all, Lin Feng suddenly no longer hid his strength from her. To be honest, Zhao Jingyi was a little surprised. Afterwards, Lin Feng and the girls returned to the RV, trying to harvest another wave of crystal cores before dark. After all, I initially thought that there was a large flow of people in the city center before the apocalypse, so there would be more zombies here now. But I never thought that the result would be like this. So Lin Feng, who is obviously unwilling to give up, will naturally go somewhere else. He will not be satisfied until he collects a wave of crystal cores. Otherwise, even if Lin Feng went back to sleep, he would not sleep well. So Lin Feng drove and took Zhao Jingyi and the others to a commercial street. Seeing the crowds of zombies here, Lin Feng thought that he was finally safe. Then, just like before, Raymond Lam placed the giant meat grinder at the intersection and walked along with the song Gangnam Style playing on the loudspeaker. The zombies in the entire commercial street suddenly became agitated and rushed into the meat grinder like moths to a flame. All the zombies were turned into pieces of minced meat under the sharp cutter of the meat grinder. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and Irina finally figured out how Lin Feng obtained so many crystal cores. They were so shocked by the scene before them that their mouths were wide open. Zhao Jingyi, oh my god, this is really incredible. Oh my god. Irina was even more shocked and started speaking her native language on the spot. After all, even if Zhao Jingyi and Irina tried their best, they could not have imagined that Lin Feng could actually create such a thing. In just the time it took to smoke a cigarette, all the zombies in the entire commercial street jumped into the meat grinder and turned into pieces of minced meat. Then Lin Feng asked Zhao Jingyi and the others to take bags to pack all the crystal cores, and then he returned to the villa with the girls. At the same time, the female zombie was in a residential building, staring at a resident's door with a grim expression. At this time, a mean and vulgar man's voice came from the room. Hee female funeral, if it were you, I'd better go back. There's no way I'm going to go out. You've lived in there alone for such a long time, don't you feel bored? No, I'm not bored at all. I've already prepared everything I need before the end of the world. It's enough for me to have food and clothing for several lifetimes. I won't leave. Hearing the man's voice coming from the room, the female zombie gnashed her teeth in hatred. But what can she do? She didn't know what material this room was made of. Her sharp claws could easily tear apart a military RV, but she had no way to deal with this house. So you zombies can only be patient and try to lure him. You're a grown man. Staying in this room all day will definitely cause you mental problems after a while. Come out. I promise I won't hurt you. No, I've died once, so this time, I don't believe anyone's words, let alone you, who has been reborn as a zombie. When the female zombie heard this, she clenched her fist in anger, wishing she could eat the guy in the room alive. At this time, the reborn person in the room saw that the female zombie did not respond, so he spoke again. What's your name? And how did you become a zombie? After all, a man has been hiding in a safe house for so long, and finally meets someone who can talk to him. Shouldn't he say a few more words? My name is Xiaoke. I was reborn 1 second before the zombie outbreak, and I was still in the hospital at the time. So even if I were reborn 100 times, I would not be able to escape the fate of becoming a zombie. Then you were really pitiful, because I was reborn 3 years earlier than you, so I have plenty of time to prepare before the end of the world. Hehehe. Hearing the smug laugh from the man in the room, the female zombie Xiaoku wanted to strangle him to death immediately. But given the current situation, she could only endure it. So the female zombie Xiaoku continued, You are a grown man, staying in your room all day, don't you have any physiological needs? Don't you miss women? In no mood. Why? Are you gay? I have a stockpile of all kinds of inflatable dolls at home. There are all kinds of them, hehe. Damn, I am really convinced. The female zombie Xiaoku was immediately angered and speechless. Because she has been here for 3 whole days. Don't look at this reborn person in the room, he may be stupid and mean, but even if Xiaoku tells him to do something stupid, he is really as steady as an old dog and won't come out. Then you can continue to stay here. I'm leaving. The female zombie Xiaoku said something viciously to the door and was about to leave, ready to find the next reborn person. After all, she has wasted too much time on this reborn person. So it is better to seize the time and find the next reborn person. Anyway, this King of Go will stay here forever, so there is no need to rush. But what was unexpected was that when the female zombie Xiaoku said this, the survivor in the room became obviously anxious. After all, humans are social animals, no matter how complete the supplies in the room are, no matter how many inflatable dolls he has. But after a long time, it's actually no different from being in jail. Now that he finally met someone who could talk to him, how could he bear to let her go? So the reborn person in the room immediately spoke to the zombie Xiaoku and tried to persuade him to stay. Hey, don't go, Mimi. How about we chat for a while? When zombie Xiaoku heard the tone of the reborn person and found that he became so anxious, he suddenly felt that there was still hope. I've been chatting with you for 3 days, and my mouth is dry. I think it's better to. You want some water, right? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wait a minute, I'll get it for you now. Before the zombie Xiaoku could finish his words, the reborn person couldn't wait to speak. Then he couldn't wait and handed out a bottle of mineral water from a specially opened door. At this time, the female zombie Xiaoku looked at the chubby hand sticking out from the doorway, and her eyes suddenly widened. After all, this was the first time she had seen the body parts of this reborn person in such a long time. So now, if we just scratch his hand and infect him with the zombie virus, everything will be over. So the zombie Xiaoku's eyes suddenly flashed with ruthlessness, and he was about to pounce. Chapter 148 Cat and Mouse. But what the female zombie Siaku didn't expect was that the chubby hand actually retracted again. I seem to remember that zombies don't need to drink water. Stop fooling me here. Who told you that zombies don't need to drink water? Siaka saw that the duck that was about to reach his mouth flew away, and he was so angry that his expression began to twist. Obviously, this time she had completely lost all her patience with this reborn person. So, I exposed your lie. Are you angry now? What do you think? I think so, because I can see clearly how helpless and furious you are right now. The female zombie Siaku raised her eyes and took a look at the cameras around the corridor. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and looked ferocious. At this moment, the reborn person suddenly laughed triumphantly and said, "Ha ha ha, female funeral, you didn't expect that, did you?" "I really didn't expect it," Zombie Siaka said, trembling with anger. As soon as the zombie Siaka said this, the reborn person in the room seemed even more complacent. Then the reborn showed one of his fingers, made a provocative gesture towards the female zombie Siaku, and sang mockingly. "The river flows eastwards, look at the stars in the sky, look at the Big Dipper Dam. Who is this? Is this the legendary female funeral? Ha ha." The female zombie Siaku was already so angry that her face turned blue. She stared at the finger with a pair of vicious eyes without saying a word. "You said you were squatting outside my house for 3 days. What did you want to do? You wanted to bite me, right? Come on, bite me. Bite me. I'll let you bite me." The reborn person suddenly changed the subject and retracted his hand. I won't let you bite me. But then, the reborn person poked his finger out of the door again and challenged excitedly again. "Hello, baby, are you ready? Come on the way, ABC. Oh, so calm. Okay, I'll give you one last chance. Love is always there no matter how far we go. Can you give me some reaction? Haha." As soon as the reborn person finished his provocative words, the female zombie Siaka instantly turned into a shadow and grabbed the finger that was sticking out of the crack in the door. The reborn person was immediately frightened and screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and no longer had the arrogance he had before. "Aunt, please forgive me, I was just joking with you just now, whoa. I was just kidding you." The female zombie Siaka tightly grasped the finger of the reborn person, and then used the sharp nails of her other hand to gently scratch the finger of the reborn person, and deliberately shouted, "Ouch, I'm sorry. My nails are too sharp and I cut your finger. Come, I'll use my mouth to stop the bleeding." The female zombie Siaka said this and put the reborn person's fingers in her mouth and licked them. At the same time, the zombie virus has quietly spread along the fingers of the reborn person, quickly spreading throughout his body. Detected that you killed a reborn person. Congratulations on obtaining the killed person's system skill, space. A few minutes later, Siaka heard the prompt from the system in his mind and quickly used his mind to check. It was discovered that in a huge space, there were various supplies that the reborn person had stockpiled during his lifetime. "I never thought that after working so hard for so long, I would only get something like this." Zombie Siaka murmured with disappointment, then turned around to look for his next target. And inside the villa in the community. After classifying today's crystal cores, Ning Rushuang and the others put these crystal cores together with the crystal cores that they had collected and classified last time. Although Ning Rushuang and the others didn't know what Lin Feng's purpose was in doing this. But in their opinion, Lin Feng's decision was definitely right. "Are you done with everything?" At this time, Zhao Jingyi, wearing an apron, came out from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food and asked, "Sister Jingyi is fine." Ning Rushuang wiped the sweat from her cheeks and said, "Okay, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Zhao Jingyi said this, put the dishes on the table, and returned to the kitchen to get other dishes. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi's nagging voice came from the kitchen again. "Lin Feng, stop smoking. Every time it's time for dinner, you stand by the window and smoke like a log. I really don't know what you're thinking about all day." Hearing Zhao Jingyi's nagging, Lin Feng had no choice but to put out his cigarette and walk towards the living room while responding, "I'm coming." On the dining table, Zhao Jingyi picked up a piece of braised pork for Lin Feng, and her tone suddenly became gentle as she asked, "Is the braised pork I made tonight delicious?" When Lin Feng heard Zhao Jingyi's tone, he knew without thinking that she wanted a reward again. At this time, Li Xin on the other side was eating calmly while gently touching Lin Feng's thigh with her toes under the table. Coupled with the fiery looks from Zhao Lucy and the others, Lin Feng really felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, with a thorn in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat at this moment. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond, Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but look puzzled. "Why don't you say something?" "Say, what?" Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses and said casually to Zhao Jingyi, "I'm asking you, is the braised pork I made today delicious?" "It's delicious. Everything you make tastes delicious." Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride. In Zhao Jingyi's opinion, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach, which is not entirely unreasonable. After all, among Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, Li Xin, Ning Rushuang and others, which one can compare to Lin Feng and pamper her more? So tonight. Yeah. But who would have thought that just when Zhao Jingyi was halfway through her words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became painful, which made Zhao Jingyi's face suddenly change. "Ah Feng, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No. It's okay. Maybe I'll sleep alone tonight." Lin Feng rubbed the part that Li Xin had pinched with her toes just now and shook his head. Why? Because I am indeed a little tired today. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Zhao Jingyi's eyes flashed with disappointment. Well, you are indeed very tired today, so I won't make it difficult for you. Just take a good rest. As soon as Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, Li Xian beside her immediately said, Brother Feng, since you are so tired, how about I give you a massage tonight? As Li Xinxin spoke, she quietly raised her foot and stretched it towards Lin Feng's thigh. Oh my goodness, you little bastard. Wait and see how I teach you a lesson tonight. Okay. Faced with such a provocation, Lin Feng naturally couldn't stand it at all and agreed immediately. Chapter 149 Discovery. Zhao Jingyi, who was standing by, put down her bowl and chopsticks immediately after hearing what Lin Feng said. She thought quickly, Feng, how about I help you relax tonight? Wang Shuxiue, Brother Feng, I can do it too. And me, my technique is also very good. I guarantee it will make you comfortable. Guan Qingyin, I can do that too. As soon as Zhao Jingyi said this, the other girls also began to recommend themselves. But who knew that Lin Feng waved his hands at the girls and stared at Li Xian with angry eyes. No, I will let her give me a massage alone tonight. When the girls heard Lin Feng suddenly say this, they didn't think much about it. They all sighed in disappointment and continued to eat. The next day, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes sleepily, threw the prop whip in his hand aside, laughed, and got out of bed. Li Xian, who was standing next to her, was like a sleeping kitten, with her mouth half open and still snoring. Lin Feng looked at Li Xian's appearance, shook his head helplessly, walked to the window, and gently opened the curtains again as he did in the past. But this time, Lin Feng was not looking at Shou Qiang and the group of survivors, but at the location where the zombie crow was yesterday. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng expected, the zombie crow from yesterday was still on the roof of the villa in front. But this time, there were actually about 20 zombie crows that appeared. These crows were observing Shou Qiang and the group of survivors who were doing morning exercises from their high vantage points. Lin Feng, who noticed this scene, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and the expression on his face gradually became solemn. Because this made Lin Feng realize that something big might really happen soon. Could it be that these zombie crows have developed minds? Are they scouting out locations and preparing for future attacks? Just as Lin Feng was thinking, Li Xian had already woken up from her sleep. Feng. Sure. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Xian uttered a word in a coquettish manner, Lin Feng immediately turned around and made a gesture to her to keep quiet. This moment made Li Xian realize something. So Li Xian immediately wrapped herself in pajamas and quietly came to Lin Feng. Following Lin Feng's gaze, the expression on Li Xian's face instantly became solemn. Then Li Xian immediately made a shooting gesture with her hand and questioned Lin Feng with her eyes. But Lin Feng shook his head. Li Xian was puzzled. Lin Feng pointed at Shou Qiang and the others below, as well as the group of survivors doing morning exercises, and Li Xian understood instantly. After all, it would not be a wise move to shoot those zombie crows on the roof of the villa now. It would be fine if these zombie crows had no minds. But if there are any, then these crows must have come here to scout the area. Putting aside other things, just looking at these zombie crows standing on the roof of the villa, staring at Shou Qiang and the others intently, it is almost certain. At this moment, the group of crows on the roof of the villa, just like yesterday, suddenly flapped their rotten wings and flew away into the distance. Watching the zombie crows fly away, Li Xian immediately asked, Lin Feng, why did these zombie crows appear here? Why else? It's just because we are popular here. From what you said, could it be possible that these zombie crows will come again? Lin Feng sighed softly. I'm afraid that when they come next time, there will be more than just a dozen of them. Ah. When Li Xian heard this, she was immediately shocked and let out a cry of surprise. Hurry up and tell Shou Qiang and the survivors to stay in the villa as much as possible these few days, and don't let them open the doors and windows. Well, I'll go over and inform them now. Li Xian nodded and quickly walked out of the bedroom. Watching Li Xian leave, Lin Feng sighed again and kept patting his forehead with his hands, trying to come up with a foolproof plan to deal with this group of zombie crows. After all, for Lin Feng, if the entire community was attacked by a large number of zombie crows, it would be more terrifying than a tide of corpses formed by human zombies. It seems that the most urgent task is to comprehensively upgrade all the buildings in all the communities. Lin Feng murmured as his mind moved, and he immediately checked the activation time of the system synthesis skill. There is 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 38 seconds left before all the bullets in the ammunition master will be synthesized. Looking at the countdown of the synthesis system, Lin Feng felt more or less relieved. Because for Lin Feng, there is still enough time, and it will not delay the comprehensive upgrade of the entire community today. Then Lin Feng also walked out of the bedroom, preparing to ask someone to tell those farmers that they didn't have to work today, and just let them stay in the villa honestly. But when Lin Feng just came downstairs, Zhao Jingyi and the others surrounded him, and they all looked at Lin Feng nervously. So Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and asked, Did Li Xian tell you everything just now? Yes, Li Xian just told us. Zhao Jingyi nodded seriously. Have you notified the survivors who were farming? Banxia has already notified them. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. That's fine. Is breakfast ready? It's done. Then let's eat. As Lin Feng spoke, he came to the dining table, served himself a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, and started drinking it. When Zhao Jingyi and the other girls saw Lin Feng with such a calm expression, each of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, in the eyes of Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng could still remain so calm and composed, so he must have come up with a plan to deal with the situation. So Zhao Jingyi and the others naturally don't need to be so nervous. After dinner, Lin Feng used his mind to look at the remaining time of the synthesis system again and found that there were 38 minutes and 59 seconds left. Jingyi, my ears are itchy, come and help me clean them. Oh, here I come. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi put down the work in her hands and immediately responded, picked up the ear cleaning tools, walked over, and helped Lin Feng clean his ears. At this moment, Lin Feng lay his head sideways on Zhao Jingyi's thighs, feeling this brief relaxation and tranquility. Zhao Jingyi gently brushed Lin Feng's earlobe with a feather-like touch, and then carefully used an ear spoon to clean the dirt in the ear canal bit by bit. With every touch from Zhao Jingyi, Lin Feng could feel an indescribable sense of comfort, as if all the stress and fatigue were gently brushed away at this moment. As the short time passed, the system synthesis voice in Lin Feng's mind also sounded. Chapter 150 Shocking 10-in-1. All 3-in-1 2mm bullets of Ammo Master have their power increased by 350%. As soon as Lin Feng heard the system's synthesized voice, he immediately said to Zhao Jingyi, okay, the ear cleaning is over, now it's time to get down to business. Zhao Jingyi stopped immediately after hearing this, and while packing up her ear cleaning tools, she said, how do you need us to cooperate with you? No need, just stay at home and be well. After saying this, Lin Feng kissed Zhao Jingyi and quickly walked out of the villa. Lin Feng stood in front of the yard, glanced at the villa behind him, and then he had an idea and checked the proficiency of the synthesis system skills. When Lin Feng saw this, he was immediately filled with excitement. Because at this time his synthesis system skills can actually perform 10-in-1 synthesis. Oh my goodness! If all the buildings in the villa were combined into a 10-in-1 system skill, what a terrifying defense effect it would be. Lin Feng thought about it and immediately called Zhao Jingyi and the others out. After all, before the synthesis, there must be no living things in the villa. What happened to Ofting? Zhao Jingyi and the other girls walked out of the villa with the husky and the earth husky, looking puzzled. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said casually, I'll show you a magic trick. Magic? The girls were startled when they heard this, but then they remembered the changes that had happened to the villa and the electronic fence not long ago. Lin Feng has so many mysterious abilities. So this moment made Zhao Jingyi and the others both surprised and expectant. As Lin Feng touched the wall of the villa with his hand, he immediately had an idea and merged the villa that had been copied into the space before with the villa in front of him. A 3-story, 600 square meter, 3-in-1 villa was detected. This villa can be combined 7 times. Do you want to combine it? When Lin Feng heard the system synthesis sound, his heart couldn't help but move. He was a little too excited, and then he remembered that the villa he lived in had been synthesized once. Synthesis. I saw Lin Feng whispering softly. The synthesis system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Do you want to expand the villa area? When Lin Feng heard this, he was stunned and immediately asked softly, how to expand it? A. Increase the underground area. B. Increase the number of floors. C. Expand the surface area. A means increasing the underground area of the villa. Isn't it just adding a basement? B is easy to understand. It turns the original 3-story villa into a 4-story, 5-story, or even higher story villa. C. Expanding the surface area means making the villa larger than before. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper again. Can I choose A and B? Yes, A. 1 basement, 2 basements, 3 basements, 10 basements. When Lin Feng heard that it was possible to add 10 basement floors, he couldn't help but be amazed. But Lin Feng changed his mind and immediately asked in a low voice, is it true that if I choose more floors, the defense of the villa will be relatively weakened? That's right. After hearing the system's affirmative reply, Lin Feng immediately said, then I will choose the 3rd floor basement. A has been selected. Please select B next to increase the number of floors. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors, 10 floors, 2 floors. Should we synthesize other items in the villa? Unnecessary. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the whole villa changed drastically in an instant. It turned out that Zhao Jingyi and the others were watching Lin Feng leaning against the wall, muttering something in a daze, and were still confused. But when Zhao Jingyi and the others witnessed the amazing changes in the entire villa, expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. I saw them all raise their heads at the same time. Their eyes widened, their mouths opened, forming a perfect O shape, as if even their breathing had stopped temporarily. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock, as if they had seen the most incredible miracle in the world. And this is indeed the case. After all, such a magical thing can only be seen in fantasy movies at most. How could such a bizarre thing happen in real life? At the same time, the synthesized villa data sounded in Lin Feng's mind. 10-in-1 villa, defense is increased by 1,200% on the original basis, and durability is increased by 3,000%. Basement, add 3 floors, floor, add 2 floors, aesthetics improved by 30%, comfort improved by 15%. 3 defense platforms, note, lack of hot weapons. Defense platform? When Lin Feng heard these 3 words, his heart couldn't help but move, and he quickly looked up at the villa. I saw that there was indeed a special place for setting up hot weapons on the top floor of the villa. Since villas can be synthesized, can't weapons also be synthesized? Lin Feng thought about it and couldn't help but laugh foolishly, which made Zhao Jingyi and the others feel nervous. Feng, are you okay? But Lin Feng ignored Zhao Jingyi and the others. Instead, he climbed to the roof in one breath, looked at the defense platform in front of him, took out an M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun from the space, and placed it on one of the defense platforms in the villa. This heavy machine gun uses 12.7 by 99 millimeters large-caliber ammunition, with a firing rate of 460 to 570 rounds per minute, an effective range of approximately 1,900 meters, and a maximum range of 2,500 meters. Then Lin Feng had another thought, and he systematically integrated an M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun with the 9 other M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine guns in the space. 10 M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine guns detected. Do you want to synthesize them? Synthesis. After Lin Feng murmured with excitement. The M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun in front of Lin Feng seemed to be activated by unknown technological power. It was no longer a cold metal structure, but turned into a futuristic transformable mecha. In a dazzling light, the shape of the machine gun began to change dramatically. Every inch of its metal was reorganizing at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, as if it had been given life. The barrel flowed like liquid metal and twisted into a completely new structure, while the gun body unfolded into a more complex and sophisticated mechanical structure with a mechanical hum. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Because Lin Feng really didn't expect that the 10-in-1 thermal weapon could turn out like this. At the same time, the system synthesis skill prompt sounded again. 10-in-1 AI autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun, with a firing rate of 5,000 to 8,500 rounds per minute, an effective range of approximately 12,000 meters, and a maximum range of 35,000 meters. Passive skill. When you have no ammunition, you can stand still and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. What the hell? Autonomous AI? And hand-to-hand combat? When Lin Feng heard this, he was stunned in shock. Chapter 151 AI Autonomous M2 Browning Large-Caliber Heavy Machine Gun. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others also climbed up from the upstairs, panting. When they saw the huge thing in front of them that looked like a heavy mecha, the expressions of astonishment on their faces were no less than Lin Feng's. A phone? What is this? Zhao Jingyi pointed at the 10-in-1 AI Autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun and spoke with a trembling voice. Brother Feng, where did you get a mecha? Yes, Brother Feng. Seeing the girls chattering around him, Lin Feng gradually recovered from his shock. He looked at the giant in front of him with shocked eyes and said slowly, "This is not a mecha, this is an M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun that has already acquired self-awareness." What too? Zhao Jingyi, who didn't hear clearly for a moment, looked at Lin Feng with a confused look on her face. At this time, Ning Rushuang, who was familiar with hot weapons, couldn't help but tremble after hearing Lin Feng's words. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and said, "Lin Feng, you are not kidding, right? Do you think I'm kidding?" As Lin Feng spoke, he walked towards the M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun which already had self-awareness. "Master, please said who I want to protect and who I want to attack, in the coverage of the firepower?" At this time, Lin Feng had just walked in front of the AI Autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun, and the AI Autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun fired a sound like metal friction at Lin Feng. "You are mainly protecting the people standing in front of you and my men. Master, please tell me clearly, who are your subordinates?" When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but become curious when he found that the AI-powered M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun that he had synthesized could actually ask him questions. So he replied with a smile. "They are the people who live in this community. I asked my men to gather here at noon, and you will know when you see them." "Okay, Master, does my firepower cover the entire community?" "That's right. Your targets are zombies of all forms, and some bad guys." "Bad guy. Whoever I ask you to shoot will be the bad guy." "Okay, Master. I'll remember that." Seeing that this AI-controlled M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun was so well-behaved, Lin Feng felt very satisfied. So Lin Feng continued, "Do you only follow my instructions?" "Yes. What would you do if I wasn't in the villa area?" "I will enable AI production mode and automatically attack targets I think are my targets, such as zombies in various forms and suspicious people who want to sneak into the community." "Very good." After hearing what the AI Autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun said, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, the AI Autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun suddenly protruded a giant ammunition box in front of Lin Feng. "Master, please give me ammunition." Lin Feng took a look at the ammunition box, which was 3 sizes larger than the trash can on the side of the road in the community, and immediately felt panic in his heart. How many bullets does it take to fill it? "It holds about 17,000 bullets. Lin Feng became even more panicked when he heard this. With 17,000 rounds of bullets, if he fired at full speed, they would be used up in 2 minutes. Because in Lin Feng's opinion, these upgraded heavy firepower are all money-eating beasts. So it seems that I have to improve the proficiency of the system ammunition master as soon as possible, and find a way to use the ammunition in the ammunition master. Otherwise, the ammunition collected and copied into space with great difficulty would not be enough to consume these upgraded thermal weapons. While thinking about this, Lin Feng filled an entire ammunition box with the ammunition for the AI Autonomous M2 Browning Large Caliber Heavy Machine Gun. Then we saw the AI Autonomous M2 Browning Large Caliber Heavy Machine Gun, just like a loyal warrior, always observing every move in the entire community. Holy crap, how does this thing work? Doesn't it need oil or electricity? At this moment, not to mention Zhao Jingyi and the others, even Lin Feng himself couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, in front of the astonished gazes of Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng synthesized two identical AI-controlled M2 Browning Large Caliber Heavy Machine Guns. After inputting commands into them and loading the ammunition, Lin Feng equipped them with 2 entire rooms of ammunition and immediately rushed to the next villa. Then used the same method to upgrade each villa and install an AI Autonomous M2 Browning Large Caliber Heavy Machine Gun on the roof of each villa. After all, at this point, Lin Feng had to expose his cards in front of everyone. So now, Lin Feng can only pray secretly for these people, hoping that they will never betray him. Otherwise, another corpse would be hung on the thick ginkgo tree in the community. In this way, Lin Feng continued to carry out 10-in-1 upgrades on every villa in the community. Some villas have additional basements, from 5 to 10 floors. Some villas have directly added 3 to 10 floors. In short, under Lin Feng's synthesis, all the villas in the entire community have undergone earth-shaking changes in both defense and appearance. The defense platform on the roof of each villa is equipped with a 10-in-1 heavy machine gun in the form of a mecha. Like a burly god, it is always scanning the entire community for any movement. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that these heavy machine guns had already developed autonomous consciousness. It actually has different modes of visual functions. For example, infrared temperature measurement, infrared night vision, and other functions. For example, whether it is day or night, or in severe haze conditions, you can clearly observe the surrounding situation at the first time. Afterwards, Lin Feng once again came to the wall of the community under the gazes of Shou Qiang and the survivors, who were looking at him with astonishment, admiration, and awe. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, this wall has been synthesized once before, so if it is synthesized again, it will be like my own villa, and I should only be able to synthesize it 7 times. Lin Feng thought about it and reached out again to touch it. A 3-in-1 villa wall was detected, 3 meters high and 2,000 meters long. This wall can be combined 7 times. Should it be combined? As Lin Feng had thought, the walls in the community, like the villa where he lived, could be combined up to 7 times. Synthesis. So Lin Feng heard the system prompt in his mind and whispered something again like before. Then, the whole community wall suddenly changed dramatically again. Chapter 152, Comprehensive Upgrade of the Community. I saw that the entire community wall suddenly rose again by more than 30 meters, and the thickness of the entire wall suddenly increased to 20 meters. Those countless half-meter-long spikes on the siege, sharper than steel, suddenly changed at an astonishing speed again. Each thorn turned into a sharp, pointed, barb-shaped serration embedded in the entire outside wall. Moreover, the material of these sharp thorns has also undergone a drastic change. Each sharp thorn, which is 50 to 60 centimeters long, exudes a purple-gold luster. 10-in-1 villa community wall, 43 meters high, 2,000 meters long, defense increased by 3,150%, durability increased, 4,200%. Passive attack, stab, passive attack effect, can cause the opponent to bleed profusely, with a 100% chance of contracting tetanus and death in severe cases. Lin Feng, who heard the sound of the synthesis system at this time, looked up at the wall that was as high as a dozen stories. He was shocked and swallowed his saliva. Because at this time, the battlements on the top of the entire wall were neatly arranged, the corner towers of the wall were towering into the clouds, and even the gate of the community had become a heavy and solid city gate. Oh my goodness, how can this be called a wall? This is clearly a city wall, right? Suddenly, Lin Feng suddenly realized what was happening and uttered an exclamation. After all, the walls of a residential area have corner towers, battlements, arrow towers, wall tops, and city gates, which are the characteristics of a city wall. At this moment, Shou Qiang and the survivors were so shocked by what they had seen today that their eyes were as big as bells. Everyone's mouth was opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Feng is 100% a creator. After all of them saw clearly what happened today, so it's useless for anyone to persuade them. A survivor stared at everything in front of him in amazement, and said, "Oh my god, I never thought that Master Lin, he actually has such great magical powers. It seems that Brother Feng's strength has improved again. Su Xing was also shocked by the scene before him, and his tongue was tied. However, Shou Qiang showed an expression of longing and yearning, and secretly said in his heart, "In the future I must also have such ability like Brother Feng." Zhao Jingyi, is this Offing's true strength? This is simply too shocking. Oh my god, I must be dreaming, sister, please hit me. Guan Xingyin grabbed Guan Yuan's arm and said anxiously. Ning Rushuang shook her head and muttered to herself, "This is impossible, how is this possible? This must be an illusion." At this moment, the expressions on everyone's face are different. Some are shocked, some are yearning, some are admiring, and of course some are self-denial and unwilling to believe that all this is true. But Lin Feng didn't care about them or what kind of mood he was in at the moment. After all, things have come to this point. Let Zhao Jingyi, Zhou Qiang and others think whatever they want. One is a system skill, and the other is a supernatural power, but for Lin Feng, both are some kind of superpower bestowed by God. So when Zhao Jingyi and the others' strength is truly improved, they will naturally understand the mystery behind it. So Lin Feng once again, in front of the astonished gazes of all of them, took a single step and was the first to climb up the city wall. Then, after combining various types of heavy machine guns, they instantly turned into mecha-like warriors, constantly watching everything that happened outside the community. After Lin Feng finished all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Lin Feng lit a cigarette for himself and glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. It was already 6:30 in the afternoon. Only then did Lin Feng realize that he had been busy for such a long time without realizing it. Feng, are you done with your work? At this time, Zhao Jingyi's voice sounded behind him. Lin Feng turned around and found that Zhao Jingyi and the others had climbed onto the city wall at some point. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, the only thing missing is the electronic fence in the yard of our villa. It's getting late. Let's go back and eat something. All right. As Lin Feng spoke, he put his arm around Zhao Jingyi's slender waist, and surrounded by the jealous women, he walked towards the villa in a mighty manner. Lin Feng, who had just returned to the villa, couldn't wait to pull the power switch on the electronic fence and reconnect the electronic fence. A 3-in-1, 80-meter-long electronic fence has been detected. This fence can be combined 7 times. Do you want to combine it? Synthesis. As Lin Feng whispered again, the electronic fence that had already been synthesized once underwent another drastic change. The electronic fence suddenly rose several dozen meters again, and then the raised part slowly bent towards the villa, gradually covering the sky and the entire yard. At this moment, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and the others really felt like they were in a huge cage. This immediately made Zhao Jingyi and the others feel nervous. And more importantly, Lin Feng clearly felt that the material of the entire electronic fence had undergone amazing changes. The countless sharp thorns exposed outside seemed to become even more poisonous. At this time, the system's synthesized voice once again sounded in Lin Feng's mind. 10-in-1 electronic fence, defense increased by 2,100%, conductivity increased by 1,050%, toughness increased by 350%, durability increased by 3,500%, and conductivity increased by 50% on the original basis. Special effect. If you are accidentally scratched by the sharp thorns on the electric fence, there is a 100% chance of getting tetanus. In severe cases, you may die on the spot. It has a 35% paralysis effect on the enemy. After hearing the system, Lin Feng looked around carefully again. After the huge changes in the entire electronic fence, he suddenly turned around and walked into the villa, still talking. Jingyi, have you cooked? Your man is almost starving to death. We've been following you around all day, so how can we have time to cook? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi said apologetically. I'm sure you must be very hungry too. What are you waiting for? Why don't you come in and eat? What, eating? Zhao Jingyi and the others were surprised when they heard Lin Feng say this. After all, where would the food come from if we haven't even cooked any meal? Do you think I should eat compressed biscuits or instant noodles? Why are you all still standing there? Come in quickly. Just when Zhao Jingyi and the others were confused, Lin Feng's vague urging voice was heard from the villa again. So Zhao Jingyi and the others looked at each other in confusion and walked in. After all, the shock Lin Feng brought to them today was already great enough. Could he possibly turn another table of food into something else? Chapter 153 Lin Feng with some reservations. And this is indeed the case. When Zhao Jingyi and the others saw the food on the table, each of them had an expression of disbelief on their face. Feng, how did you do that? Zhao Jingyi stared in astonishment, and Kazalin exclaimed with her big eyes. Wang Shushua. Yes, Brother Feng. Why do I feel that you are becoming more and more mysterious? Oh my god, this is incredible. Irina. Ning Rushuang. This is too unscientific, isn't it? As soon as Zhao Jingyi said this, all the girls couldn't help but echo her. This time, Lin Feng did not intend to hide anything and could only tell the truth. I seem to have told you before that I can store supplies in an illusory space where time stands still, so it can always keep the supplies warm and fresh. So all the food on the table was stockpiled by me before the end of the world. When Zhao Jingyi and other girls heard what Lin Feng said, they seemed to understand what was going on instantly. At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng seriously and said, Feng, if what you said is true, then there is actually nothing in the storage room in our villa. It's just a trick of yours, right? That's right. Why are you doing this? Don't you trust us? After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly and said truthfully again, yes, but it is also a test for you. Probe? What kind of test? To test whether you will open that storage room. After hearing this, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng for 2 seconds and nodded to show her understanding. After all, under such circumstances, who among those who have survived to this day would not be very careful? Therefore, Zhao Jingyi and other girls did not think that there was anything wrong with Lin Feng. At this time, Zhao Jingyi spoke again. Hearing you say that, you are willing to believe us now. Lin Feng smiled and said, just remember that I have this ability, and I am willing to show it to you. Isn't this a kind of trust in you? After hearing this, Zhao Jingyi and the others thought about it carefully in their hearts, and it seemed that it was not entirely unreasonable. At this time, Lin Feng spoke again. So there are some things that you should know, and you will naturally know them. Things that you should not know are also a kind of protection for you. For Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and the others know all his cards. But the one thing he definitely couldn't tell was his identity as a reborn person. Although Lin Feng now has a vague feeling that his identity as a reborn person is at risk of being exposed at any time. After all, he had too many cards to play. But Lin Feng still hopes that this day will come later. If that day really comes, how many people around him are worthy of his trust? After all, the idea of killing a reborn person and gaining his abilities is really tempting. Can I still trust the group of survivors that I took in outside the villa? At present, Zhou Qiang and Su Xing still seem very loyal. Will they still be as loyal as they are now? Are these people likely to stab you in the back when you are least prepared or at your weakest? So these are all issues. At this time, Lin Feng saw that all the girls had fallen into silence, so he immediately changed the subject and pointed at a dish on the table with his chopsticks and said, "Okay, the food is getting cold. Let's try this, the boiled cabbage I made before the end of the world. How is it?" "Then I'll try it." Zhao Jingyi picked up the chopsticks and said something, but Lin Feng could clearly feel that Zhao Jingyi and the others were not in a good mood at the moment. But Lin Feng didn't care at all. He just ate his meal and said, "After dinner, notify Zhou Qiang and all the survivors to gather outside the villa." "Okay, got it." Zhao Jingyi nodded in response while eating. 30 minutes later, Zhou Qiang and his companions, as well as all the survivors, have gathered outside Lin Feng's villa. Since it was already around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the entire community was in darkness, except for the villa where Lin Feng lived, which was brightly lit. At this moment, 3 searchlights on the roof of the villa suddenly shone on Zhou Qiang and the survivors. Zhou Qiang and the others were so bright that they could hardly open their eyes. What was shining upon them were 3 M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine guns that had already developed independent consciousness on the defense platform on the roof of the villa. At this moment, these M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine guns, which have become like mechas, are conducting facial and body recognition on Zhou Qiang and all the survivors. Then this information will be shared with the heavy machine guns in the villa, which also have independent consciousness. At this moment, Lin Feng, with a cigarette in his mouth, walked out of the villa, surrounded by Zhao Jingyi and other girls. "I called you all here tonight because I have 2 things to say." Lin Feng paused for a moment, glanced at everyone present, and continued. "The first thing is, keep everything you saw today to yourself forever. Don't discuss it in private, and don't tell anyone outside. Everything that happened in the villa today was caused by me. Do you remember it?" As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Qiang and the survivors all looked confused. Some of them couldn't help themselves and started talking in low voices to each other. What does Master Lin mean by this? Yes, it's such an awesome and proud thing. Why doesn't he let us talk about it? That's right. Seeing everyone talking in low voices, Lin Feng suddenly coughed deliberately, and the discussions on the scene stopped abruptly. At this time, Lin Feng continued, "I know you don't understand, but I don't need you to understand. Just remember one thing. If I find anyone discussing what I said today, there will be more bodies on the ginkgo tree in our community." As soon as Lin Feng said this, everyone present couldn't help but show fear on their faces. At this moment, there seemed to be an invisible pressure that made everyone present feel a little breathless. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with fear. After all, for them, the majesty that Lin Feng inadvertently exuded at this moment really gave them an almost tangible sense of oppression. Seeing that everyone present was afraid to breathe, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, and then continued. "Very good, judging from your expressions now. I think you have remembered what I just said. Then, I have the second thing to announce." Chapter 154, The Terrifying Tide of Zombie Crows. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Qiang and the other survivors couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Lin Feng again. After all, someone like Lin Feng, who has a character that is both good and evil and whose behavior is hard to figure out, really makes people both respect and fear him. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea, and countless riot helmets and riot suits were taken out from the space by Lin Feng and instantly piled up in front of Zhou Qiang and others. At this moment, everyone present was shocked again. "Each of you will choose a dress, and you will have to wear it for the next few days. You can't take it off even when you go to bed every night." "Brother Feng, has something happened?" At this time, Zhou Qiang plucked up the courage, looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng sighed softly and looked up at the dark night sky. "Letting you wear this is definitely to protect your safety. If my guess is correct, an emergency may happen here in the next few days." Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they heard this, and everyone had a look of panic. At this time, Lin Feng continued. "So as long as we are fully prepared, we will be able to cope with this crisis. These riot gear can provide some protection. When danger comes, I hope everyone can stay calm and follow instructions." After hearing what Lin Feng said, everyone nodded. Then Zhou Qiang and his team quickly selected the riot helmets and riot suits that suited them, put them on, and waited for Lin Feng's next instructions. In addition, I have equipped the rooftops of every villa with heavy firepower that has already developed self-awareness. So from today on, there will be at least 2 people guarding each villa. Because I have 2 extra rooms of ammunition stored on the roof of each villa. If there are any emergencies in the next few days, you only need to load these ammunition into the ammunition boxes. Do you remember all this? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Qiang and the survivors immediately nodded heavily. Then Lin Feng continued. In addition, you have all seen that the wall in our community is now more accurately called a city wall. So from today on, you will take turns on duty 24 hours a day. Zhou Qiang, go and make the arrangements later. Okay, Brother Feng. Zhou Qiang responded immediately after hearing this. At the same time, 7 or 8 survivors were standing on the roof of a building in the dark, looking towards the villa where Lin Feng was with puzzled looks on their faces. Master Yi, isn't that a wealthy neighborhood? How come it turned into a fortress in the blink of an eye? At this time, a survivor stood behind a tall man and whispered. The slender man was startled when he heard this. After a moment, he slowly spoke in a cold tone. It turned into a wall. Yes, Master Yi. I just took advantage of the darkness and sneaked over to take a look. The wall of that community has indeed turned into a city wall. The survivor responded immediately. Is there anyone else who has been reborn in this world besides me? The slender man thought to himself, then turned around with an indifferent expression, looked at the survivor behind him, and confirmed again. Are you sure? Young Master Yi, I am sure that all the features of a city wall, including the gates, battlements, and corner towers, are all there. It must be a city wall. Task A. Kill the reborn in the rich area, and you will get the 10 million times copy space system. Mission B. Join them and become one of them. Reward. Desert Eagle pistol with unlimited ammunition. Task C. Recruit them all and make them one of your own, and you will be rewarded with the 10 million times copy space system, the space synthesis system, the ammunition master system, and the fertility and happiness system. At this time, a system voice sounded in the mind of the slender man. The man was once again on the top of the building, looking at the villa community where Lin Feng was from afar, with a greedy cold light flashing in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The next day, with a burst of rapid gunfire, dozens of zombie crows that were leading the charge were instantly shattered into pieces by Lin Feng's combined heavy firepower. When Lin Feng heard the gunshot, he jumped up from the bed immediately and pulled open the curtains in the bedroom. I saw half of the sky was pitch black, like a large dark cloud, covering the sky and the sun, and pressing towards this side. I didn't expect that they would come after all. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng stood in front of the window and couldn't help but murmur softly. At this time, Zhao Lucy and Ning Rushuang on the bed immediately wrapped themselves in silk pajamas, stood on either side of Lin Feng, and watched this terrifying scene. At this time, the AI autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun on the city wall first locked onto the zombie crows in the air that were like an overwhelming army, and immediately sprayed out fierce fire snakes. In an instant, bullets rained down on the group of zombie crows, and many zombie crows fell straight down after being shot. But more zombie crows, like moths to a flame, continued flapping their rotten wings and rushed towards the community. When Lin Feng saw this scene, his heart suddenly tightened, because he really didn't expect that there would be so many zombie crows. You should know that a synthesized, AI autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun can fire 5,000 to 8,500 rounds per minute and 83 to 141 rounds per second. But even so, the 20 AI-controlled M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine guns on the city wall were unable to stop the advance of these zombie crows. Because these crows were flying in the sky in layers, stretching for dozens of kilometers, all flocking towards this community. God, have I violated any law? Do you have to target me like this? Let alone Zhao Lucy and Ning Rushuang, who were shocked at the moment. Even Lin Feng, who saw this scene, couldn't help but complain to the sky. At the same time, Zhou Qiang and his men, who had been guarding the city wall for a long time, each carried a cartload of bullets. Several people took turns loading bullets into the ammunition box every 2 minutes, and they were very busy. 20 AI-controlled M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine guns, like mechas, took turns firing. The layers of zombie crows in the sky, like an overwhelming army, finally began to become sparse. Finally, with a crisp cry, the zombie crows immediately flapped their broken wings and quickly evacuated. Zhou Qiang and the others on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief. They were so tired that they sat down on the wall, gasping for breath, and didn't want to move at all. But Lin Feng, who was the only one who heard the cry, had an expression on his face that became more solemn. Chapter 155. Astonishing Proficiency. After all, the clear cry in the sky just now was really too strange. It seems that there must be a super high-level zombie crow among this group of zombie crows. Otherwise, this tide of zombie crows would definitely not be like it is now, coming like wind and rain and going like dust. Afong, the zombie crow tide has receded. What should we do next? At this time, Ning Rushuang's voice sounded behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked up and looked out the window and said in a low voice, "We wasted so many bullets in this wave of zombie crows. Tell them to collect the bodies of the zombie crows that were shot down. Lin Feng, what do you want that thing for? At this time, Zhao Lucy asked with a puzzled look on her face. You loser woman. Even a mosquito's legs are still meat. Don't you want the crystal cores in their heads? Oh, then I'll go talk to the survivors. When Zhao Lucy heard this, she responded a little embarrassedly, opened the door, and walked out. At this time, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Ning Rushuang. Take some food and drinks and go to the city wall to reward Zhou Qiang and the others. They must be so tired that they can't even stand up. Okay, I'll go now. Ning Rushuang also responded and immediately walked out of the bedroom. Then Lin Feng lit a cigarette for himself, pondered for a moment, and walked out of the bedroom. Jingyi, where are the crystal cores we obtained the past 2 days? As soon as Lin Feng came down from upstairs, he started yelling. After hearing this, Zhao Jingyi immediately came out of the kitchen. Isn't he still here? Lin Feng turned his head and found that all the sorted crystal cores were still in several large basins, still piled in a corner of the living room. So Lin Feng walked over quickly, and with a thought, he immediately synthesized all the crystal cores here. 25,689 first-order crystal nuclei detected. Should they be synthesized? Synthesis. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, 25,689 crystal cores instantly turned into 2,569 crystal cores. 10-in-1 first-order crystal core energy increased by 100%. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly, and immediately synthesized all the second-order, third-order, fourth-order, and other crystal cores. After all, a 10-in-1 crystal core has the energy of an extraordinary crystal core, which is equivalent to an ordinary crystal core. After doing all this, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. While there was still some time left, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and took a casual glance at the current situation of the synthesis system. It would have been fine if Lin Feng hadn't looked at it. Once he looked at it, his heart sank instantly. Because if you want to go further, your proficiency in the next 11-in-1 will have to reach 1 trillion. Furthermore, items that are repeatedly synthesized will no longer gain proficiency points for the synthesis skill. Oh my god, the proficiency level from 1 to 10 is always 100, and next time it will require 1 trillion? I mean, are you kidding me? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. But when Lin Feng changed his mind, he gradually felt relieved. After all, the 10-in-1 function can transform a heavy machine gun into a mecha with independent consciousness. It can bring about earth-shaking changes to a villa or a wall. It has to be said that this has exceeded all of Lin Feng's previous understanding. Being too obsessed with this system may not be a good thing, because at this time Lin Feng already felt vaguely that he seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force. It's hard to describe this feeling, but Lin Feng just has this feeling. Lin Feng, how come our crystal cores are so much less all of a sudden? Suddenly, Zhao Jingyi's surprised voice sounded behind her. Lin Feng came back to his senses and smiled calmly. I processed these crystal cores appropriately. Processing? Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Yes, after I processed the crystal core, the energy of 1 crystal core is equivalent to the energy of 11 crystal cores. Is this true or false? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi picked up a crystal core from the basin and began to look at it carefully. It was discovered that the energy contained in the crystal core at this time seemed to be 10 times more than the energy of the previous crystal core. After this period of busy work, almost all of you will have real superpowers. Well, I hope that after I absorb the crystal core, my fire ability can undergo another transformation. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi nodded and said with a look of longing. Bang, bang, bang. But suddenly at this moment, several gunshots were heard outside the villa, and Lin Feng's face changed instantly. Feng, hasn't the zombie crow tide retreated? Why are there still gunshots? I'll go and take a look. After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng responded in a low voice and walked out of the villa. As soon as Lin Feng climbed onto the city wall, Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng immediately came to meet him. Brother Feng, you are here. Lin Feng nodded and patted Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng on the shoulders, affirming their performance just now, and then he said, What happened just now? Why were there gunshots? There are 2 or 3 waves of survivors outside, and they also want to pick up the zombie crows on the ground. Su Sheng just fired 2 shots at them and drove them away. When Lin Feng heard what Zhou Qiang said, he couldn't help but whispered, It seems that the survivors outside have all known the secret of the crystal core. So what if they know? Anyway, in their eyes, we are already a giant, and Liang and the others don't have the courage to do it. Su Sheng said nonchalantly. After hearing Su Sheng's words, Lin Feng slowly walked to the city wall. Looking at the large number of zombie crow corpses below, and the survivors standing in the distance who dared not act rashly, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. After all, it has been so long since the apocalypse, and there are still so many survivors in this city. This made Lin Feng sigh at the tenacity of human vitality. Then Lin Feng regained his composure and continued with what Su Sheng had just said. Having said that, my style of doing things is, I will not offend others unless they offend me, but if someone offends me, death will become a luxury for those who offend me. So there is no need for you to be so arrogant to these survivors for no reason. Brother Feng, I understand. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Sheng nodded heavily and said, Then Lin Feng handed Su Sheng a loudspeaker and said with a faint smile, "Go tell the survivors that anyone who is willing to come and help pick up zombie crows will be rewarded with 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water. After all, there are so many corpses of zombie crows, it will take a while for our people to pick them all up, right?" "Okay, Brother Feng." Su Sheng took the tweeter from Lin Feng and immediately shouted loudly to the survivors standing far away under the city wall and watching. Chapter 156, Collecting the Corpses of Zombie Crows. As Su Sheng shouted below, the survivors under the city wall immediately helped pick up the bodies of the zombie crows on the ground. After all, compressed biscuits and mineral water are too tempting for people like them. So in just a short while, a large number of survivors helped pick up the bodies of the zombie crows on the ground and put them on a truck. Then their own people drove the truck full of zombie crow corpses into the community. After a few trips back and forth, all the corpses of zombie crows outside the community were cleaned up. You see, as long as you are good at taking advantage of other people's needs, you can achieve your goals. Lin Feng on the city wall saw this scene, turned around and looked at Shou Qiang and Su Sheng, and said with an evil smile. Shou Qiang and Su Sheng were stunned when they heard this. It instantly reminded them of the days when they had not followed Lin Feng and had been racking their brains to obtain crystal cores and exchange them for food from Lin Feng. Isn't this also taking advantage of their needs? But now it seems that Shou Qiang, Su Sheng, and others are still grateful that Lin Feng can use them in this way. Otherwise, the grass on their graves would have grown very tall by now. At this time, Lin Feng naturally knew what Shou Qiang and Su Sheng were thinking. But Lin Feng just smiled indifferently, took out a large amount of mineral water and compressed biscuits from the space and piled them on the city wall. Seeing such a strange scene, Shou Qiang, Su Sheng, and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils. As mentioned before, throw these compressed biscuits and mineral water down the city wall, 1 portion for each person. Then tell them that whoever wants to fill their stomachs in the future can come and exchange crystal cores. Brother Feng, how should we exchange it for them? After hearing what Lin Feng said, Shou Qiang couldn't help but speak. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, 10 first-order crystal cores can be exchanged for 1 pack of compressed biscuits. 1 second-order crystal core can be exchanged for 2 packs of compressed biscuits. 1 third-order crystal core can be exchanged for 3 packs of compressed biscuits. 1 fourth-order crystal core can be exchanged for 10 packs of compressed biscuits. 1 fifth-order crystal core can be exchanged for 100 packs of compressed biscuits, and 1 sixth-order crystal core can be exchanged for 1,000 packs of compressed biscuits. When Shou Qiang and Su Sheng heard what Lin Feng said, they couldn't help but mutter, "Why are they all compressed biscuits? Is it because I have more compressed cookies?" Hee hee. Shou Qiang and Su Sheng couldn't help but smile awkwardly, then turned around and threw the compressed biscuits and mineral water to the survivors who were helping to pick up the corpses of the zombie crows under the city wall. He also repeated the rules that Lin Feng had just formulated to the survivors under the city wall. But as soon as Shou Qiang finished speaking, the group of survivors under the city wall raised their heads and shouted at Shou Qiang, "Can we join you? We are willing to do anything you ask us to do, as long as we can get something to eat. Yes, please, let me join you. Please." At this time, as a survivor under the city wall finished speaking, the other survivors immediately followed suit. After all, in such a harsh situation, who wouldn't want to find a shelter that can shelter them from the wind and rain and provide them with food and clothing? Brother Feng, what should we do? Shou Qiang was obviously confused when he saw this situation, so he turned back to look at Lin Feng and whispered, "Brother Feng, what should we do?" Tell them that every year, 10 survivors with outstanding performance can join us. However, even if they join us, there will be a 1-year probation period. If their performance does not meet the standards within this year, they will still be eliminated. After hearing the conditions for Lin Feng to join his team, Shou Qiang immediately repeated them to his subordinates. Upon hearing this, the survivors below the city wall immediately shouted, "How can we perform well?" Shou Qiang turned his head and looked at Lin Feng again. "Brother Feng, what does it mean to perform well? Why don't you talk to these survivors in person?" Unexpectedly, after hearing what Shou Qiang said, Lin Feng shook his head. After all, for Lin Feng, it is better not to reveal his identity too early so that he can act as a bystander and observe the words and deeds of these survivors more carefully in the future. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't be like this now, letting Shou Qiang act as his mouthpiece like a superfluous addition. Tell them that everyone who wants to join must have unique qualities, such as a tiger that guards the mountain, an eagle with foresight, a wolf that is good at fighting, a leopard that is agile, a dog that is loyal, and even a donkey that works tirelessly to pull the millstone. These are all basic candidates worthy of consideration. But most importantly, you must be absolutely loyal like a dog, otherwise you will regret joining in. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Shou Qiang, Su Sheng, and others couldn't help but look at Lin Feng deeply. After all, the momentum that Lin Feng inadvertently bursts out is bound to make Shou Qiang, Su Sheng, and others feel terrified. "Why are you looking at me? Go tell them." "Oh, okay, Brother Feng." After being reminded by Lin Feng, Shou Qiang finally came to his senses and immediately repeated Lin Feng's words to the survivors under the city. Those survivors under the city wall were obviously a little disappointed after hearing Shou Qiang's retelling. After all, only 10 people are selected each year, which is a bit too few. But even so, these survivors seem to see some hope of continuing to survive in such a desperate situation. After the survivors under the city wall gradually dispersed, Lin Feng walked down the wall and came to trucks full of zombie crows. At this time, one of his men came to Lin Feng with a respectful look on his face and said, "Young Master Lin, there are a total of 50 trucks." Lin Feng nodded, and after looking around, his eyes locked on an open space in the community. He thought about it and took out the meat grinder from the space. The subordinate standing by had never seen such a big thing before. He was so scared that he trembled instantly and almost fell to the ground. "Look at you, are you really that scared?" Lin Feng glanced coldly at his subordinate and said. The subordinate couldn't help feeling bitter when he heard this. After all, the shock that Lin Feng brought to all of them in the past 2 days was not just a little bit. It can be said that their worldview has been completely overturned. If they have a little diabetes or high blood pressure, they will definitely not be able to stand this kind of repeated stimulation. But at this point, Lin Feng couldn't care less and directly started the meat grinder and asked them to throw all the corpses of zombie crows into the meat grinder one by one and peel off the crystal cores in the heads of the zombie crows. The subordinates who witnessed such a magical scene once again showed expressions of shock. But at this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Chapter 157 Woman, I'm sorry, you have successfully aroused my interest. After all, if so much minced meat from the zombie crows spit out of the meat grinder is not cleaned up in time, a plague is likely to occur. At this time, Lin Feng's men seemed to realize this problem. "Young Master Lin, are we going to pour gasoline on these pieces of meat and burn them with fire? It's such a waste to pour gasoline on it. You can scoop up the minced meat and feed it to the zombies I have in captivity. See if they will eat it. If they don't, bury it as fertilizer in the crops outside the community or in the park." "Mr. Lin, this is a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?" After hearing what Lin Feng said, the subordinate's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, "Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it now." As his subordinate spoke, he shoveled a shovel of the zombie crow's minced meat and walked towards the outside of the community where the zombies were kept. After a short while, his men came running towards Lin Feng excitedly with shovels in their hands. "Mr. Lin, I never expected that the zombies in the iron cages would go crazy when they saw the minced meat of these zombie crows. They ate it so deliciously. But Master Lin, how do you know that zombies will eat the minced meat of these zombie crows?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "I don't know." "You don't know? Then how could you?" Unexpectedly, Lin Feng asked without waiting for his subordinate to finish speaking, "Do you eat duck meat?" "Is it duck meat? I'll eat it." "Then why can't zombies eat zombie crow meat?" It seems to be the case." The subordinate felt a little embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Seeing his subordinates not looking so smart, Lin Feng could only comfort himself in his heart. Fortunately, this kid is honest and hardworking, and seems loyal, otherwise, there would be no need to keep him here. Lin Feng was thinking about this, and with an idea, he put the corn kernel-sized crystal core in the meat grinder in the zombie crow's head into the space, and then Lin Feng went straight back to his villa. "Ah Feng, are you hungry? I'll heat it up first, it will be ready soon." Lin Feng had just stepped into the villa when he saw Zhao Jingyi speaking with concern, so he planned to heat up the slightly cold food in the microwave. "Don't bother, I'll just eat a couple of bites to fill my stomach. It's not a big deal. It only takes a few minutes. Besides, eating cold food for a long time will definitely be bad for your stomach," Zhao Jingyi said, and despite Lin Feng's objection, she put the food into the microwave boiler. Seeing that Zhao Jingyi insisted on doing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to sit on the sofa, light a cigarette for himself, and close his eyes to rest. At this time, a delicate body quietly sat on Lin Feng's legs, and then fell into Lin Feng's arms. With such a beautiful girl in his arms, how could Lin Feng have the heart to close his eyes and rest? So Lin Feng had no choice but to slowly open his eyes, looking at Zhao Jingyi who was like a well-behaved rabbit in his arms, and whispered, "Why are you still so clingy in the broad daylight? I just want to stay in your arms quietly for a while, just for a little while." Zhao Jingyi pressed her cheek against Lin Feng's chest, closed her eyes, listened to Lin Feng's heartbeat, and whispered softly, "What a strange woman, all right." Lin Feng said softly, put the cigarette in his hand into the ashtray, then hugged Zhao Jingyi tighter, enjoying the moment of tranquility after the storm. Because at this time Lin Feng seemed to have already sensed why Zhao Jingyi suddenly made such a move. It was just that today, the aggressive tide of zombie crows made her feel uneasy. After all, this is her safe haven. If it is really breached by these billions of zombie crows today, then all of them will be displaced. Bite. Suddenly, as the sound of the micro-boiler sounded, Zhao Jingyi looked up at Lin Feng and said, "Ah Feng, why don't you just stop eating and eat me instead?" When Lin Feng heard this, he was unable to react for a moment and could not help but let out a cry of surprise. But who knew that Zhao Jingyi suddenly left Lin Feng's arms? "You stupid guy. Why are you so stupid all of a sudden? I was just teasing you on purpose." "Woman, excuse me, you have successfully aroused my interest," Lin Feng said as he pulled Zhao Jingyi into his arms again, and then, "I'm sorry, am I here at the wrong time?" But at this critical moment, Lu Yun stood in front of Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi with a red face. Like a child who had done something wrong, he lowered his head and stared at his toes while speaking. "It's okay, how about we go together?" Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually look at Lu Yun with an evil smile? "I wouldn't do that in broad daylight." Lu Yun shyly said something, turned around and ran upstairs. Seeing that Lu Yun was so restrained, Lin Feng didn't care and was about to continue. But at this time, Zhao Lucy ran down from the upstairs again, deliberately exclaiming, "Oh my, what are you doing? I didn't disturb you, did I? Can I say I'm bothering you? Then I'll go, okay?" As Zhao Lucy spoke, she went upstairs again, making Lin Feng lose all interest. "Forget it. I'll just eat, okay?" Lin Feng was about to stand up, but Zhao Jingyi pulled his arm again, causing Lin Feng to sit down again. "Man, excuse me, you have successfully aroused my interest. Carry me to the bedroom. Let's see who dares to disturb us again." So, Lin Feng had no choice but to hold Zhao Jingyi in his arms and prepare to go to the bedroom upstairs to have a good and in-depth communication. After all, he had been too busy recently and had not had the time to use his system of having many children and many blessings every time. So why not let Zhao Jingyi win the bid this time? But at this moment, Wang Shuxiwei just happened to run down from upstairs and bumped into Lin Feng. "What? Are you here to cause trouble too?" "Hehe, brother Feng, don't be angry. Ning Rushuang asked me to do it." "Wang Shuxiwei, you traitor." As soon as Wang Shuxiwei finished speaking, Ning Rushuang's delicate voice came from upstairs. But Zhao Jingyi, who was in Lin Feng's arms, was not angry when she heard that it was Ning Rushuang's fault. Instead, he hugged Lin Feng tighter with a smug look on his face. "Don't worry about them. Let's go upstairs." So Lin Feng carried Zhao Jingyi in his arms like a princess and slowly walked to the bedroom door. Then Lin Feng kicked the door open, took 3 or 5 steps into the bedroom, and threw Zhao Jingyi roughly onto the soft big bed. "Here I come, little darling." Seeing Lin Feng talking, he rushed over impatiently. Chapter 158. For the sake of all mankind, please release yourself. The system of having many children and many blessings has been activated. For the continuation of human civilization, please release it as much as you can. Ah. Congratulations to the host for releasing successfully, and I will reward you with a little luck. More than an hour later, following a comfortable moan from Lin Feng in the room, the system prompt sound also arrived in Lin Feng's mind as expected. However, when Lin Feng heard the system prompt, he was startled, and then he immediately shouted in his heart. "Isn't it 3 o'clock? Why is it 1 o'clock now? How come your system doesn't keep its word? A little luck will be added if the release is successful, a little luck will be added if the conception is successful, and a little luck will be added if the birth is smooth. If the conception fails, a little luck will be deducted from the release. If the miscarriage occurs, all the above luck bonuses will be deducted. Therefore, please take good care of it. Oh my god, it seems that I have to give birth to the baby completely, otherwise all my efforts will be in vain?" After hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Feng couldn't help but scream in his heart again. "Ah Feng, what's wrong?" At this time, Zhao Jingyi, who didn't understand what was going on, took Lin Feng's arm with a seductive look and spoke softly. But Lin Feng glanced at Zhao Jingyi's belly and sighed. "You must do your best." "What did you just say? Fight for honor? Fight for what?" At this time, Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with confusion. "It's okay. I'm just hungry. Then I'll go heat up the food." When Zhao Jingyi heard what Lin Feng said, she immediately put on her clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Lin Feng lit a cigarette for himself and lay on the bed to smoke it. After all, how could Lin Feng tell her about this? Finally, as the cigarette slowly burned out between Lin Feng's fingers, Zhao Jingyi's voice came from downstairs urging Lin Feng to come downstairs to eat quickly. "Here I come." Lin Feng responded casually, then got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom. After dinner, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, and other girls in front of him. "If my inference is correct, after you absorb the crystal core this time, your bodies may undergo a transformation, so you all need to be mentally prepared." When the girls heard this, their faces were full of anticipation. After all, they had been waiting for this day for a very long time. So Lin Feng distributed the synthesized crystal cores to their hands and let Zhao Jingyi and the others absorb them one by one. After absorbing the energy, Zhao Jingyi and the others' faces instantly turned red. After all, the energy of a synthesized crystal core is equivalent to the energy of 11 ordinary crystal cores. Therefore, Zhao Jingyi and others no longer have any side effects under the influence of such powerful energy. Some of them still couldn't control themselves. Everyone bit their red lips and looked at Lin Feng with seductive eyes. Fortunately, as the violent energy in Zhao Jingyi and the others was quickly and thoroughly absorbed by their bodies, the blush on everyone's face gradually faded away at this moment. As time slowly passed, Zhao Jingyi was the first to suddenly open her eyes. Instantly, Lin Feng saw Zhao Jingyi's eyes, as if there was a ball of fire burning fiercely, and then disappeared in an instant. "How is it? Did you get promoted?" Lin Feng asked, staring at Zhao Jingyi. Zhao Jingyi nodded slightly to Lin Feng. "Then show me." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi's mind moved, and a raging fire burst out on her body again. Then, with a cry from Zhao Jingyi and the blazing fire, the flames on her body immediately turned into a fire dragon, which shot out of the window with overwhelming force. He directly pierced a tree outside the community and set it on fire. Immediately, the tree made crackling sounds. This sudden situation immediately startled the men in the community, and they quickly put out the fire. I was afraid that Zhao Jingyi would set the entire community on fire. I really didn't expect that Jingyi's fire ability after upgrading would be fire control. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. "Lin Feng, did you see that? I can launch the fire." At this time, Zhao Jingyi was even more excited and shouted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "That's right. but I don't know what kind of surprise you will bring me next time your supernatural power level is upgraded. I think the next time I upgrade my rank, it will definitely be even cooler than this one." When Lin Feng heard this, he was startled and thought to himself. It turns out that what Jingy cares about the superpowers is how cool and presentable they are, rather than their practicality. But from the current point of view, it is really cool and stunning. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, Chen Bangxia slowly opened his eyes. "Bangxia, how do you feel now?" At this time, the sharp-eyed Zhao Jingy immediately walked over and asked with concern. Chen Bangxia first looked at Lin Feng with a look of joy, then looked at Zhao Jingy and nodded. Then Chen Bangxia's mind moved, and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. "Oh my god, where are you, Bangxia?" Seeing this scene, Zhao Jingy immediately screamed and looked around. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he could see Chen Bangxia, who was in invisible state, walking towards him. It seems that the supernatural power of my eyes can completely restrain the supernatural power of Penelia. Just as Lin Feng was in the dark, Chen Bangxia, who had walked to Lin Feng's side, also exited the invisible state, appeared in front of Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, it seems that what you said is right. After the superpower is upgraded, it can indeed make up for the initial defects. Besides, I now have another ability." "Oh, what ability? Camouflage? Disguise? How?" Chen Bangxia smiled without saying anything. His mind moved and he almost merged with the silver-white refrigerator behind him. "Brother Feng, Sister Jingy, look, if I stand here and don't move, will it be difficult for you to notice my presence?" "Oh my god, isn't this a chameleon?" Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that Chen Bangxia turned into Zhao Jingy again, standing in front of Zhao Jingy, looking at Lin Feng with a proud face and said, "Brother Feng, can you still tell which one is the real Sister Jingy now?" When Lin Feng saw this scene, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Because no matter how good his eyesight was, if Chen Bangxia didn't speak, it would be difficult for him to tell which one was the real Zhao Jingy. "To be honest, you two look so much alike that I wouldn't be able to tell you apart if you didn't speak." At this time, Zhao Jingy was even more stunned. "Bangxia, you are simply too scary. From today on, you are not allowed to become like me again." "Sister Jingy, what's wrong with turning into your appearance? I won't hurt you. Look how nervous you are." "You won't hurt me, but..." Chen Bangxia asked, "Sister Jingy, what is it?" Chapter 159, The Awakening of Women's Superpowers. "But I'm afraid you'll play a trick on me." Zhao Jingy suddenly said this with a smile and started playing around with Chen Bangxia. Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him, shook his head helplessly, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "You're almost going to be a mother, but why are you still so unruly?" However, at this moment, Irina slowly opened her emerald eyes. "Irina, how do you feel now?" Lin Feng hurriedly walked forward and asked. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Irina didn't say much. She just thought about it and directly taught Lin Feng a talent. The metal fruit plate on the dining table immediately floated in front of Irina under her control. Then Irina took an orange from the floating fruit plate and peeled it while saying, "Metal control." Then the fruit plates floated in front of Zhao Jingy, Chen Bangxia, and Lin Feng one by one. Irina continued, "Would you three like to eat oranges?" Zhao Jingy and Chen Bangxia were surprised and each took an orange. They couldn't help but exclaimed, "It seems that Lena's ability is more practical." "Yeah, I think so too. At least this way, I don't have to run around to get things in the future." But after hearing the conversation between Zhao Jingy and Chen Bangxia, Lin Feng was skeptical. Because if it is really as Zhao Jingy and Chen Bangxia said, then Irina's ability would seem too useless. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Irina's mind moved again, and she saw a fruit plate full of fruits flying out of the window, like a flying disc, and embedded in the tree that Zhao Jingy had just burned with fire. The oranges on the plate also fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Jingy couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, Irina, your ability is too powerful." "Yes, after your ability is upgraded again, won't you be able to control any object in the future?" Chen Bangxia also followed and echoed at this time. Unexpectedly, Irina shook her head, looked at Lin Feng and said, "It's relatively easy to manipulate small metal objects like this, but if it's something too heavy, it might be more difficult. You have just awakened your superpowers, and you already have such a strong power. To be honest, this is already very good. When your superpowers are upgraded again next time, you will definitely be able to control heavier objects." Hearing Irina say this, Lin Feng immediately spoke out to comfort her. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Irina nodded heavily. "I'm really looking forward to this day." As Lin Feng was talking to Irina, Zhao Lucy, who had inhaled the crystal core, stretched and slowly stood up. "Lucy, what superpower have you awakened now?" Lin Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy slowly stretched out her hand, which immediately emitted emerald green light. "Lin Feng, I seem to have awakened the ability to heal." When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. "That's great. It seems like you will be our doctor from now on." "Well, even though I'm a little reluctant, this is the only way," Zhao Lucy said in a somewhat depressed mood. Seeing Zhao Lucy say this, Lin Feng had no choice but to comfort her again. "You have the ability to heal. If anyone has a headache or fever, they will all ask you for help. How respected will you be in our hearts from now on?" After hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhao Lucy thought about it carefully and felt that it seemed to be true. As a result, Zhao Lucy's depressed mood just now disappeared. Well, if any of you get hurt in the future, leave it to me. I will definitely heal you all. Hee hee. Zhao Jingyi, Irina and Qin Bangxia couldn't help but smile when they saw that Zhao Lucy had returned to her old self. At this moment, after Yang Mi absorbed the crystal core in his body, he slowly opened his eyes. So Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and others couldn't help but fix their eyes on Yang Mi. What superpowers have you awakened? I seem to have awakened my ice powers. In response to Lin Feng's question, Yang Mi seemed a little uncertain. Ice. After hearing this, Zhao Jingyi, Lucy and the others were also confused. That's exactly what happened. As Yang Mi spoke, her mind moved, and under her control, the thin water molecules in the air instantly began to condense together, forming sharp ice cones that floated in front of everyone. Seeing such a strange scene, everyone's heart tightened. But then, with Yang Mi's delicate cry, those icicles shot out of the window like bullets and hit the tree outside again. Before everyone could come to their senses, Wang Shushiwei opened her eyes. Before Lin Feng could speak, Wang Shushiwei excitedly asked, Brother Feng, guess what superpower I have awakened? How should I know? Show it to us quickly. Lin Feng said in a serious tone. Oh, all right then. Wang Shushiwei pouted at Lin Feng and walked out of the villa. Could it be that this girl can fly? Lin Feng thought about it and said to Zhao Jingyi and others, let's go over and take a look. Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and others just walked out of the villa and were shocked and shouted at the same time. Shushiwei, you are crazy. Don't mess around. Wang Shushiwei stood in front of the high-voltage electronic fence and said with a puzzled look on her face. Aren't you going to let me show you some talent? Why are you so nervous? Zhao Jingyi immediately said, Sister Shushiwei, that's high-voltage electricity. If you touch it, it will kill you. Can you really do it? Yes, Shushiwei, this is not a joke. You must think carefully. Zhao Lucy, is it okay if I don't let you show your talent? Can you come over first? Come here. Wang Shushiwei saw Zhao Jingyi and the others saying this, and she turned her gaze to Lin Feng. Don't you believe me either? It's not that we don't trust you. It's just that can you use a gentler approach? Lin Feng said calmly. At this moment, Lin Feng was also very nervous. After all, this is high-voltage electricity that can turn people into ashes. What if something unexpected really happens? Unexpectedly, after hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Shushiwei snorted in dissatisfaction. Brother Feng, you really disappoint me. Even you don't believe me. Sister Shushiwei, it's not that Brother Feng doesn't believe you, but we really don't need to do this. As Lin Feng said this, he tried to turn off the power. After all, in Lin Feng's eyes, every woman here is his sweetheart, and if anything goes wrong with any of them, it would be more painful than killing him. So for the sake of safety, Lin Feng would never let Wang Shushiwei do this no matter what. But at this moment, the childish Wang Shushiwei had already touched the fence. Chapter 160, The Awakening of Women's Superpowers 2. Shushiwei, don't. Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi and others who saw this scene immediately screamed in shock. But it was obviously too late. Countless electric currents flowed along Wang Shushiwei's fingers and spread all over her body. But what surprised Lin Feng was that these violent electric currents did not cause any harm to Wang Shushiwei. Could it be that Wang Shushiwei's special ability is to resist electricity? Just as Lin Feng was astonished, Wang Shushiwei withdrew her fingers like lightning, and then her mind changed, and a stream of electricity shot out from her hand like an arrow from a bow. Immediately afterwards, there was a crisp pop sound, and the electric current shot out by Wang Shushiwei directly split the branch as thick as a bowl into two pieces in an instant. Brother Feng, you see, my ability is to store electricity in my body, and then I can emit it with several times the power. When Lin Feng heard this, he was greatly surprised. If this is the case, isn't Wang Shushiwei equivalent to a power bank? The electricity is stored in the body and then released in a violent manner, thus achieving the effect of killing the enemy. I just wonder what the effect will be after Shushiwei's supernatural power is upgraded again? Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Wang Shushiwei with burning eyes and said, How long can you store electricity like this for? High-voltage electricity like this can probably be fired more than 100 times, right? From what you said, do you have other ways to store electricity? Wang Shushiwei nodded. Yes, anywhere that can generate electricity, I think I should be able to store it. When Lin Feng heard Wang Shushiwei say this, he already had a thorough understanding of Wang Shushiwei's special abilities. At this moment, Li Xian also walked out of the villa. Before Lin Feng and the others could ask, Li Xian closed her eyes again. In an instant, countless water molecules in the air gathered together in front of Li Xian, quickly forming a large water ball that floated in front of her. Then Li Xian suddenly had another thought, and the water ball formed by countless water molecules suddenly shot out like a cannonball, instantly breaking the tree that had been destroyed several times by Zhao Jingyi and the others in half. Per tree. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh at the tree that Zhao Jingyi and the others were constantly destroying. After all, that tree really had endured too much today. At this time, the twin sisters, Guan Qingyan, Guan Yuan, and Han Wushuang also walked out of the villa. So Lin Feng turned around and looked at Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan and asked, What abilities have you two awakened? Earth-related abilities. The sisters Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan looked at each other and then said in unison. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this, and asked again, Do you two have the same superpower? That's right. Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan nodded at the same time, responded to Lin Feng, and then they both stepped over the fence. In an instant, yellow sand filled the air outside the community, and then the dust condensed together at a very fast speed, turning into a giant hand, and fiercely slapped the broken tree. Boom. With a dull thud, the ground shook violently, the broken tree was smashed into pieces, and a deep pit appeared in front of everyone in the flying dust. Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and the others were all shocked when they saw this scene. When Shou Qiang and his other men heard the noise, they opened their mouths in shock. It seems that when two people with special powers come together, the power will be greater than the sum of their parts. Lin Feng thought to himself, then turned to look at Han Wushuang and said with a smile, "Sister Wushuang, why don't you show it too? Brother Feng, my ability seems to be a little. Seeing Han Wushuang's hesitant look, Lin Feng instantly remembered Chen Bangxia's embarrassing appearance when she had just awakened her superpowers. So Lin Feng patiently asked, "What's the matter?" "It's a bit embarrassing." Han Wushuang looked at Lin Feng cautiously and said softly. Lin Feng consoled her, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. This is just the beginning. Just wait until your abilities are upgraded again." After hearing what Lin Feng said, Han Wushuang seemed to regain his confidence. He nodded heavily and said, "Actually, my ability is physical enhancement." As Han Wushuang was speaking, this cute girl suddenly had an idea and her body underwent a drastic change. Countless muscles bulged rapidly on her body, and for a moment every inch of Han Wushuang's skin seemed to be filled with explosive power. And more importantly, Han Wushuang's chest muscles also became bigger at this moment. At this moment, let alone Zhao Jingyi and the others, even Lin Feng, who had been mentally prepared, fell into silence when he saw Han Wushuang's muscular body. Because how can she be called a soft and cute girl? This is clearly a King Kong Barbie, right? Han Wushuang saw that everyone had fallen silent. Tears welled up in his eyes instantly. He looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful look and said in tears, "Brother Feng, now that I've become like this, do you no longer like me?" Lin Feng came back to his senses in an instant and immediately spoke to comfort him. "How could that be? Every one of you is my dearest. How could I not like you? But can you change back like this?" Because for Lin Feng, he still likes the way Han Wushuang looked before. As for Han Wushuang now, he has delicate facial features but a strong physique like Tyson. To be honest, Lin Feng did find it difficult to adapt. But who would have thought that Lin Feng would not say the second half of his sentence? As soon as he said this, Han Wushuang, who was already anxious, immediately raised her tendon-filled arm and wiped her tears. "Look at you. Aren't you still concerned about my current appearance? I'm just concerned about your abilities. Are you overthinking it again? Come on, stop crying." Lin Feng had no choice but to hold Han Wushuang in his arms and comfort him. "Really? Real? Then you have to accompany me tonight to prove that you are not lying." "Okay." Lin Feng had no choice but to respond. Although Lin Feng agreed, Zhao Jingyi and the others were not happy. "Zhao Lucy, Wushuang, I see you are clearly trying to take advantage of this opportunity to get a reward, right? Li Xian, Wushuang, let me tell you, we can't play like this, okay?" "Irina, exactly. I think it's fair to follow the rules we set before." The girls became more and more excited as they talked, and Lin Feng was afraid that the situation would continue to escalate, so he deliberately coughed dryly and was about to speak. But what was unexpected was that Zhao Jingyi actually spoke first. "Stop arguing, Wushuang. Tell us about your special ability and what its specific advantages are. If you want a reward, we can talk about it in the evening." Chapter 161. Lu Yun is in a depressed mood. After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Han Wushuang could only obediently leave Lin Feng's arms, look at Zhao Jingyi and the others and say, "The advantage of my supernatural powers is that they allow me to possess strength, speed, endurance, recovery ability, resistance to blows, senses, etc. that exceed human limits." When Lin Feng heard Han Wushuang say the word sense, he instantly felt that his special ability was not so useful. Because if it is really as Han Wushuang said, as her supernatural powers continue to improve in the future, Lin Feng really can't imagine how terrifying Han Wushuang will be. Then isn't she a superhuman being? At this time, Ning Rushuang also slowly walked out of the villa. I saw her looking up and taking a deep breath of fresh air, letting the sunlight bathe her body, as if she was reborn. Seeing Ning Rushuang like this, Lin Feng felt a tightness in his heart for some reason. Because at this time, Lin Feng always felt that something seemed wrong. So Lin Feng hurriedly used his special abilities to observe what was going on with Ning Rushuang. But at this moment, Ning Rushuang's face suddenly became ferocious, and he pounced towards Han Wushuang, who was closest to him. "Rushuang, don't." The faces of the people who saw this scene suddenly changed drastically, and they all exclaimed to Ning Rushuang in unison. Han Wushuang was so shocked by this sudden change that he stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. But immediately afterwards, Ning Rushuang, whose face was hideous and had turned into a zombie, pounced on Han Wushuang and disappeared in an instant like a puff of smoke. When Zhao Jingyi and the other girls saw this scene, they were all stunned. Zhou Qiang and others outside the fence looked even more frightened. After all, the scene just now was so real and so terrifying. So the atmosphere at this moment suddenly became quiet, and everyone seemed to have not recovered from the incident just now. "Ah Feng, what on earth is going on?" At this time, Zhao Jingyi's voice was trembling a little, and she looked at Lin Feng and asked in a low voice. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, snorted coldly, and then slowly said, illusion. Vision. As Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, Ning Rushuang came out of the villa again, looked at the girls, and said with a smile, how about it? Were you scared by me just now? When the girls saw another Ning Rushuang coming out of the villa, they finally understood what was going on. Rushuang, you really scared us to death just now. That's right. I thought you really turned into a zombie. You know what? If this ability is used to scare people, it's pretty good. Hearing the women's discussions, Ning Rushuang sighed helplessly. My special ability can only scare people at best. It's not like you all are so powerful. Who said your abilities aren't powerful? This is just the beginning. Who knows what it will be like when your abilities are upgraded again? Ning Rushuang couldn't help but feel happy when she heard Lin Feng say this. Brother Feng, from what you said, can I still be able to advance my abilities in the future? Of course you can be promoted. That's really great. Ning Rushuang jumped up excitedly when she heard that. Just at this moment, Lu Yun, looking very depressed, walked out of the villa. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew without hesitation why Lu Yun was in a bad mood. Lu Yun, you haven't awakened your superpowers, right? Brother Feng, how did you know? Facing Lu Yun's question, Lin Feng smiled and comforted her. You were the last one to arrive among these people, so you didn't awaken your superpowers with Jingyi and the others. Isn't this normal? When Lu Yun heard this, her depressed mood just now seemed to disappear in an instant. That's right, I believe that I will awaken my superpowers in a short time. But at this moment, Su Sheng outside the fence suddenly spoke to Lin Feng. Brother Feng, when can we awaken our superpowers like Sister Jingyi and the others? After all, who wouldn't want to have such a powerful special ability? So when Lin Feng heard Su Sheng say this, he was not surprised at all. I will send you crystal cores later to improve your strength. Really? Brother Feng, that's really great. Su Sheng, Zhou Qiang and others were immediately delighted when they heard this. But who knew that Raymond Lam would change the subject and say, but if you want to quickly awaken your special abilities, you still have to rely on yourselves. After all, I have trained you for such a long time, and it is time for you to go out and show your strength. Su Sheng, Zhou Qiang and others were all stunned when they heard this. Because what Lin Feng said couldn't be clearer. If you want to awaken your superpowers earlier, go out and kill zombies and obtain crystal cores, instead of asking Raymond Lam for it once. If each of them is overly dependent on Raymond Lam, and they themselves cannot support themselves, to be honest, this is not what Raymond Lam wants to see. At this time, Lin Feng continued. Starting tomorrow, Zhou Qiang, you will be divided into two groups. One group will go outside to kill zombies and obtain crystal cores, and the other group will guard our community. And you must hand over all the crystal cores you obtain from outside, and then I will distribute them to you according to a certain ratio. Zhou Qiang, Su Sheng and others heard this and nodded heavily to Lin Feng. Okay, Brother Feng, we will remember it. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to another survivor and said in a low voice. You are the same as Zhou Qiang and the others, but your mission is to search for supplies outside. Mr. Lin, now all the supplies in our entire city have been basically looted by the other survivors. Where are the supplies left now? After hearing what his men said, Lin Feng snorted coldly and asked, have they really looted everything? Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately looked confused. Mr. Lin, please be clear about what you want to say. Otherwise, we really don't know where we can find supplies. When Lin Feng heard this, he smiled and said, there are abandoned vehicles everywhere on the city roads. You can use pipes to draw out the oil from the tanks of these vehicles, put it in buckets, and bring it back. Mr. Lin, it's been so long. Is the oil in those tanks still usable? Whether it can be used or not is my business. You just need to do as I say. Okay, Master Lin, we'll remember this. Okay, let's all go. Then Lin Feng said something to Zhou Qiang and the others. Then he put his arms around Lu Yun and Han Wushuang and strode into the villa. As dusk gradually fell, a sumptuous dinner filled the entire table. Feng, what are your plans for tomorrow? At the dining table, Zhao Jingyi asked casually while peeling shrimps. Of course we'll go out and kill zombies tomorrow, but you don't have to go. Why? Don't you want me to stay with you? When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she immediately said anxiously. Chapter 162 Offing. Did you forget about that last night? Seeing Zhao Jingyi suddenly like this, Lin Feng said calmly. Of course not. You must have more important things to do. Something more important? Zhao Jingyi asked suspiciously. Yes. What's more important? Starting tomorrow, I think there will be many survivors outside the city who will come here to exchange crystal cores for food. So tomorrow you will be mainly responsible for managing the entire community. Why me? Zhao Jingyi asked again. After all, in Zhao Jingyi's opinion, she would rather follow Lin Feng all day long than deal with the survivors under the city. Because you have the ability to manage this. When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she immediately said proudly. That's true. Back then, I was able to manage several restaurants by myself. So don't worry, just leave this matter to me. Hearing Zhao Jingyi say this, Lin Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly rise, revealing a hint of success. Although with the rapid rise of power, Lin Feng does need someone with management skills in this area. But Lin Feng's main purpose was to let Zhao Jingyi rest and take care of her pregnancy in peace in the community. After all, The previous 2 times when Lin Feng fought against the 7th level zombies, it was thanks to those 3 points of luck. Otherwise, what results might not be achieved? So Lin Feng, who thought of this, asked the ladies present, "What should we do if we are all old one day?" When the girls heard this, they were all stunned and fell into deep thought. Han Wushuang pondered for a moment, held up his cheek, and said, "I feel like Brother Feng is thinking really far ahead. To be honest, I haven't really thought about this question." "Me too." Wang Shuxue, who was eating hard, also echoed vaguely. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi seemed to sense that Lin Feng had something else in his words, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. "Ah Feng, what do you want to say?" "Nothing. I was just expressing my feelings." Lin Feng pretended to be serious and said while looking at the night scene outside the window. At this moment, Zhao Lucy, the clever little ghost, suddenly had an idea and shouted, "What's there to be sad about? We'll all give birth to a child for you to play with. Then all problems will be solved, right?" As soon as Zhao Lucy said this, some of Zhao Jingyi and the others looked happy, while others blushed and didn't dare to look directly at Lin Feng. At this time, Li Xian said, "If you ask me, we are all going to die alone, so why would we have children?" "Sister Li Xian, don't you want to have a baby?" Wang Shuxue looked at Li Xian and asked in a low voice. Li Xian glanced at Lin Feng and deliberately raised her voice and said, "How can we have a baby if we don't prepare well every time?" As soon as Li Xian finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi realized something instantly, and her whole body became stiff as if she was struck by lightning. Then Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng with an uncertain look and said, "Ah Feng, did you forget about that last night?" "That? Which one are you talking about?" Lin Feng asked back, pretending to be stupid. "When you fired the gun last night, did you?" When Zhao Jingyi said this, she couldn't help but start touching her lower abdomen. When the girls saw it, they immediately understood what was going on. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi in disbelief. "Oh my god, Sister Jingyi, you are not that person, are you? No wonder Brother Feng asked you to stay in the community. Brother Feng, please stay with me for a while tonight. I haven't spent time with you properly for a long time. Please." "Lin Feng, no matter what happens in the future, you have to treat everyone equally. Since Jingyi can do it, why can't we?" At this moment, the girls were talking to each other in front of Raymond Lam, which made Raymond Lam a little confused for a moment. Because Lin Feng really didn't expect that each of them would be willing to do this kind of thing. So Lin Feng could only cough dryly, trying to break the atmosphere at the moment, and said, "We have to take our time with this matter, and we must not rush it. There's no need to worry about this kind of thing. If you want to do it today, I'll do it tonight." Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Lucy immediately made the decision. Han Wushuang immediately objected when he heard this. "That won't work. Brother Feng promised to reward me today." "Wushuang, when did Lin Feng say he would reward you?" "That's right, Brother Feng. Please tell Sister Lucy. Did you tell me that you would give me a reward?" Han Wushuang looked at Lin Feng unconvinced and said. Faced with such a situation, Lin Feng was also overwhelmed. "Brother Feng, what do you say?" Facing Han Wushuang's repeated questioning, Lin Feng said, "I have something else to do tonight, so I'm not sure when." "Brother Feng, what could possibly happen to you so late at night? Are you deliberately trying to put me off?" As soon as Han Wushuang heard this, he spoke immediately before Lin Feng finished speaking. Seeing Han Wushuang like this, Lin Feng had no choice but to tell the truth. "I say, Auntie, you have all absorbed the crystal cores, but I haven't yet, so I decided to absorb my share of crystal cores tonight." "Oh well." When Han Wushuang heard what Lin Feng said, he could only say this in a depressed mood. Seeing Han Wushuang in such a low mood, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel soft in his heart. "If it's early, I will go to you." Lin Feng had just said half of his words when he immediately noticed Zhao Lucy, who was giving him a fiery look. So Lin Feng could only change his words. "If it's early." Lin Feng paused for a moment and showed an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Zhao Lucy then snorted coldly with a proud look on her face. How could Lin Feng not know at this time that with the help of his system of helping others, Zhao Lucy and the others had already become unable to extricate themselves? Therefore, it is natural and understandable that Zhao Lucy, Han Wushuang and others would behave in this way. After sending away this group of annoying little goblins, Lin Feng was alone, placing all the crystal cores on the table one by one to absorb them. As the power of the crystal core was gradually absorbed into the body, the small universe in Lin Feng's body that was running slowly and continuously was getting faster and faster again, just like last time. Until all the energy just absorbed into the body is absorbed by the small universe within the body. Lin Feng suddenly felt a bang, and his whole body seemed to undergo another transformation. At this time, the small universe inside Lin Feng's body gradually turned blue. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the small universe in his body that had just slowed down actually accelerated again. How so? This immediately made Lin Feng's heart tighten, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Chapter 163: Awakening Perspective and Telepathy. Just as Lin Feng was shocked, he felt a loud bang, and he seemed to have undergone a transformation again. Sure enough, when Lin Feng was doubtful, he glanced at the wall inadvertently and couldn't help feeling happy. because Lin Feng discovered that he could actually see things outside the wall. Perspective. It turns out that I have awakened my perspective. At this moment, Lin Feng's joy was beyond words. But at this moment, Lin Feng's brows suddenly frowned slightly. If I'm not mistaken, my eyes should have awakened 2 new superpowers today. What will the other superpower be? While Lin Feng was confused, Han Wushuang had come behind Lin Feng at some point and urged him in a gentle voice. Brother Feng, are you okay? It's already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Hearing Han Wushuang's urging behind him, Lin Feng felt helpless, so he turned around and responded to Han Wushuang. However, when Lin Feng turned around and looked into Han Wushuang's eyes, Han Wushuang's voice suddenly rang in Lin Feng's heart. You've made me wait for so long. I'm going to be the target of your attack tonight and give birth to a baby for you. Lin Feng suddenly heard Han Wushuang's inner voice, and then he knew what the other superpower he had awakened was. It turns out that by looking into other people's eyes, you can read their thoughts as long as you think about it. I have to say this is really amazing. Lin Feng seemed very excited at this time, because from this moment on, Lin Feng's eyes had awakened 4 special powers of laser, farsightedness, perspective, and telepathy. I really don't know what superpowers I will gain when I am promoted next time. At this time, Han Wushuang saw Lin Feng standing there with a silly smile, and couldn't help but frowned and said, Brother Feng, I'm talking to you. Why are you grinning? Nothing. Nothing. Let's go to bed. Lin Feng came back to his senses and immediately perfunctorily responded. Then, with a smile on his face, he hugged Han Wushuang and walked into the bedroom. The next day, after getting out of bed, Lin Feng walked barefoot to the window, gently opened the curtains, looked out the window, then closed his eyes. He thought about it and discovered that the system of having many children and good fortune rewarded him with some luck. I hope Jingyi and Wushuang can get pregnant as soon as possible so that I can have 2 more lucky points. At this time, Lin Feng was thinking about it, so he lit a cigarette for himself and started smoking it with a little excitement in his heart. Brother Feng, why did you get up so early? Come here and let me hug you again. At this moment, Han Wushuang's coquettish voice came from behind Lin Feng. This forced Lin Feng to put out the cigarette in his hand, turned around, and looked at the seductive spring scenery on the bed, grinning, and said, You little naughty boy, I'll give you a hard injection. Just as Lin Feng was talking, he rushed over. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Han Wushuang took a shower together before walking out of the bedroom together. Hey, it's already noon and you're just getting up? Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Feng and Han Wushuang arrived in the living room, they heard Zhao Lucy's sarcastic voice. When Lin Feng saw Zhao Lucy's attitude, he knew it must be because he didn't go to her room last night. But who knew that Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lucy with a wicked smile and said, If I go to your room tonight, you will be reluctant to let me go, right? When Zhao Lucy heard that he would go to her room in the evening, she could not hide her joy. She pretended to be calm, snorted lightly, and then ignored Lin Feng and started to eat breakfast by herself. After dinner, Zhao Jingyi and Han Wushuang take care of the community. Some of the survivors, as Lin Feng said yesterday, drove trucks to pump the oil from the abandoned vehicles on the roadside into the truck's barrels, and then pulled the oil back to the community. Some of Zhou Qiang and his group went out to kill zombies, while the other group, like other survivors, some guarded the community and some continued to farm. Lin Feng, along with the rest of the girls, drove a high-performance military RV and continued to look for places with many zombies, trying to obtain more crystal cores. After all, with such a powerful weapon, killing only a few zombies at a time does feel like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Therefore, only by going to places where there are many zombies can the true value of the meat grinder be reflected. Lin Feng came to a shopping mall and quickly harvested a large number of zombies. Then, Lin Feng put the meat grinder into the space and rushed to the next destination. Brother Feng, where are we going next? In the RV, Wang Shuxue and the other girls were counting the crystal cores excitedly while asking Lin Feng without even looking up. Lin Feng, who was driving the RV, heard this and said with a smile, The next stop is the industrial park. Before Lin Feng finished his words, he stepped on the accelerator again. The car was like an arrow shot from a bow, and instantly knocked the zombie girl who was blocking the middle of the road away for more than 10 meters. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng rushed towards the city's industrial park without hesitation. But when Lin Feng passed by a company, his heart suddenly tightened. Because at this time, a team of more than a dozen survivors were frantically slaughtering the company's employees who had been completely transformed into zombies. At the same time, the survivors also noticed Lin Feng and his friends. After all, it is really difficult to avoid attracting attention with such a large military RV. However, Lin Feng, who was driving the military RV, had no intention of stopping. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away from here. But even so, the survivors still showed greed towards the RV that had just driven past them. Boss, did you see that? At this time, a survivor with a rough face looked at another tall survivor and said, It was obvious that these survivors were the group on the top floor of the building that day. The man called Master Yi had a cold look in his eyes and couldn't help thinking. Of course I saw it. If my guess is correct, these people should be the subordinates of the reborn person in the rich community. We'll try to contact this group of people later. Maybe we can get into that wealthy neighborhood through them. Okay, Master Yi. At this time, Lin Feng was not far away, and he stopped the RV with the brakes. Because Lin Feng was very clear that he didn't want to reveal his cards in front of these survivors. So there are only two paths before Lin Feng. One way is to kill them all, so that no outsider will know his hidden card. After all, it took Lin Feng a long time to tell Zhao Jingyi and the others. So what about these survivors? The other way is to leave here now and come back another day to harvest the zombies. But in front of us is the largest electronics factory that produces Apple mobile phones, and there are at least tens of thousands of zombie workers there. So Lin Feng really couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to immediately put his meat grinder in front of the electronics factory and start harvesting the zombies there crazily. Chapter 164, Teasing Yi Bai? At this moment, Lin Feng looked through the rearview mirror of the RV and saw that the group of people who had just killed the zombies were following him again. This made Lin Feng completely want to kill them. Friend, where are you going? At this time, the group of survivors had already come to Lin Feng's car. They were looking up at Lin Feng in the cab with a kind face and speaking. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He lit a cigarette for himself, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked into the eyes of the survivor, named Yi, who came to talk to him, and said, "What? Are you guys busy? Humph. Boy, aren't you talking nonsense? Of course we are here for something." The survivor surnamed Yi thought to himself, and then continued, "By the way, brother, my name is Yi Bai, but I don't know what this brother's name is." Lin Feng, who heard Yi Bai's thoughts at this time, suddenly decided to have some fun with him, so he flicked the cigarette in his hand and said, "Lin Feng. Brother Lin, I have to say that your military RV is really cool. Can you tell me where you are from? What do you think?" Lin Feng had Huazi in his mouth and looked down at Yi Bai, who was looking up at him outside the car. Seeing Lin Feng's attitude, Yi Bai couldn't help but say angrily in his heart, "You little bastard, if I didn't think you were of some use, I would have killed you long ago." Yi Bai thought to himself and immediately looked at Lin Feng with a smile. "Brother, look at what you said. How can I know where you are from? Are you from a wealthy area?" When Lin Feng heard this, he snorted in his heart. "This is your real purpose, right?" So Lin Feng, who thought of this, said calmly, "That's right. Then can you introduce me to someone? Actually, we also want to join you. Do I know you well? Why should I help you? You little bastard, you are rebelling against me. What did you just say? Say it to me again if you dare." As soon as Lin Feng said this, one of Yi Bai's men was so angry that he pointed at Lin Feng and yelled at him. Bang! But who would have thought that Yi Bai would slap the man hard and shout angrily, "How are you talking to my brother Lin Feng?" "Yes, Master Yi. I know I was wrong." The subordinate covered his swollen cheek and looked at Yi Bai with a wronged expression. Lin Feng looked at this man named Yi Bai, who was actually acting in front of him, and he felt funny. After all, Lin Feng already knew Yi Bai and the others' true thoughts, no matter how realistic their acting was. But in Raymond Lam's opinion, this is no different from watching two idiots perform. But Yi Bai and his men didn't think so. They saw that Lin Feng just looked at them coldly without any expression. So they seemed to be more engaged in their performance. "Okay, why don't you just tell me? Why do you want to join us?" At this time, Yi Bai finally heard Lin Feng speak, and then he stopped, looked at Lin Feng sincerely and said, "Which of the survivors in this city now doesn't know that as long as they join you, their future life will be absolutely guaranteed? So we are no exception. It's not impossible for you to join us, but..." Lin Feng deliberately stopped talking here, which immediately made Yi Bai's men happy. So Yi Bai's men hurriedly asked, "But how? If you want to join us, there is an unwritten rule, which is to hand in 2,000 third-level crystal cores, or 1,000 fourth-level crystal cores, to prove your strength. So I just don't know if you have the ability to do this." Yi Bai and his men were startled when they heard this. Then Yi Bai stared at Lin Feng. "Brother Lin Feng, are you telling the truth? You know, it's not easy for a normal person to obtain 2,000 third-level crystal cores now. This is really a joke. If it were easy, wouldn't everyone in the city be able to join us? You have to know that the reason why our boss set this potential rule is to screen out those who are truly capable and qualified to join us. Could it be that our boss really only cares about those 1 or 2,000 crystal cores?" As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Yi Bai immediately said with a smile, "Brother Lin Feng, what are you talking about? I'm just asking casually. But brother Lin Feng, if I really have collected 2,000 crystal cores by then, how should I contact you? When the time comes, just call me outside the community. If I'm there, I'll take you in directly. But if I'm not there, then you'll have to wait until another day." "Okay, since brother Lin Feng said so, I will try to obtain 2,000 third-level crystal cores and hand them over to you within 3 days. It's up to you. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Lin Feng pretended to be casual and said, "After all, there are indeed too many zombies in this city, and they can't handle it all by themselves." Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have asked the survivors outside the city to bring crystal cores to him in exchange for food. So first use this group of people to kill some zombies, get some crystal cores from them, and then it won't be too late to kill them later. And Lin Feng also vaguely felt that there must be a reborn person among this group of people. Lin Feng, who has always been cautious, would never act rashly. So it's better to take this opportunity to find out their background first. "Since you said so, brother Lin Feng, then okay, when we have gathered 2,000 crystal cores, we will come to find you." "Oh." Lin Feng made an okay gesture to Yi Bai and the others, then stepped on the accelerator and left. When Lin Feng drove the military RV away from Yi Bai and other survivors, Zhao Lucy and others in the car walked behind Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, if they take out 1 or 2,000 crystal cores, can they really join us? Brother Feng, isn't your method a bit hasty? After all, people in this world are treacherous, and we have to be on guard." That is. Hearing the girls chattering behind him, Lin Feng smiled wickedly and said, "I was just bored and wanted to play with them." When the girls heard Lin Feng say this, they seemed to understand Lin Feng's intention instantly. But at this moment, when Lin Feng saw a company in front of him, he stopped the car again. Lin Feng looked at the company's logo and couldn't help but whisper, "Why are we here?" Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, Wang Shuxue, and other girls looked suspicious when they heard Lin Feng say this. Is there something wrong here? Chapter 165, Entering the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company Laboratory Building. Before Lin Feng could speak, Ning Rushuang suddenly remembered something and spoke first. "Brother Feng, isn't this the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company mentioned by Zhang Dazhuang, the one you brought into farm some time ago?" "Not bad." Lin Feng nodded and continued. He said there are many humans here who have turned into zombies. They're all locked up in separate laboratories for research. Maybe they contain the truth about the apocalypse. Do you think we should go in and take a look? Okay, this should be like a haunted house adventure. Yeah, it's exciting just thinking about it now. What are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Lucy, Wang Shuxue, and Guan Qingyan shouted excitedly. Lin Feng and the other girls who saw the scene were all stunned. Lin Feng said, "My 3 aunties, this is a matter where you could lose your life at any time. Could you please correct your attitude?" Upon hearing this, the 3 girls immediately smiled embarrassedly and stopped talking. At this time, Ning Rushuang looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression and said, "Brother Feng, do we really need to go in?" "Oh, tell me, what do you think?" Lin Feng looked at Ning Rushuang and said, "It's already the end of the world. Even if we risk our lives to find out the cause of the apocalypse, what good will it do? We can't change anything. Now, I think the most important thing is that we can survive in the apocalypse. So I think apart from finding supplies, obtaining crystal cores, and constantly improving strength, everything else is meaningless in my opinion." But as Ning Rushuang finished speaking, Chen Bangxia on the side retorted, "Rushuang, I think we should try our best to know the truth of this disaster." "Why?" "Because our relatives and friends before the end of the world all died in this disaster. Don't you really want to know the truth about this disaster?" As Chen Bangxia said this, Ning Rushuang's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. "After all, every time I think of it, my relatives and friends died tragically in front of me and then gradually turned into zombies. This memory was like a nightmare, haunting each of them and keeping them awake at night. Therefore, in Chen Bangxia's opinion, only by uncovering the truth of this disaster as much as possible can she truly comfort the unforgettable and heart-wrenching memories deep in their hearts." As soon as Chen Bangxia said this, everyone present fell silent. At this time, Lin Feng sighed and said, "Well, now that you've said this, we have no choice but to go, right?" So as the car door opened, Lin Feng and the girls got out of the RV. "Bangxia, this is a good opportunity for you to use your special ability to go in and practice. How about that?" As Lin Feng spoke, he handed a synthetic bayonet and a synthetic Desert Eagle to her. Chen Bangxia took the bayonet and Desert Eagle from Lin Feng's hands, and with a thought, he suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. "Just wait." As Lin Feng spoke, he glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist, then leaned back in the RV, lit a cigarette for himself, and began to smoke. As time slowly passed, more than an hour later, Chen Bangxia appeared in front of Lin Feng and the girls. "How is it?" Lin Feng asked. Chen Bangxia said with a pale face, "There are indeed many zombies there, locked up in separate laboratories, but now they are all in a semi-dormant state. I didn't find any important clues from them, but what? But there is a laboratory that doesn't seem to have zombies." When Lin Feng heard what Chen Bangxia said, he couldn't help but frowned. Not a zombie. Then what could it be? It must be a ghost. What the hell? A ghost? When Lin Feng and the other girls heard this, they looked at Chen Bangxia in surprise. Chen Bangxia nodded and said, "To be precise, it should be a soul, because the thing in the laboratory is translucent. It's just that he was facing away from me, so I couldn't see him clearly, but judging from his body shape, he was a boy of 7 or 8 years old." After hearing what Chen Bangxia said, Lin Feng felt a tightness in his heart. Because he really didn't expect that the soul of a little boy was trapped in the laboratory of Haitian Pharmaceutical Company. What a sensational thing this is. At this time, Li Xian looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes and asked, "Lin Feng, what should we do? Should we still go in?" Lin Feng took a look at the laboratory building of Haitian Pharmaceutical Company and said with a sigh, "I have to say that Bangxia's story has successfully piqued my interest." As Lin Feng said this, he took out a giant meat grinder from the space and blocked the gate of Haitian Pharmaceutical Company. Then as the meat grinder started, the tweeter started to sound. In an instant, zombies from all over Haitian Pharmaceutical Company rushed over from every corner of the company like a mudslide. I saw that these zombies were still the same as other zombies. They were very stubborn and rushed into the meat grinder without hesitation. In just over half an hour, all the zombies in Haitian Pharmaceutical Company were strangled to death. But even so, Lin Feng still warned Ning Rushuang and the others. Although it looks like all the zombies here have been killed, you still have to be careful. If one pops out from a corner, it will be bad. Upon hearing this, the girls nodded heavily to Lin Feng. For safety reasons, I will lead the way. Everyone follow my instructions and move forward first. As Qin Bangxia spoke, he took out the bayonet and fell into invisibility again. So just like that, Lin Feng and the girls followed the instructions of the invisible Qin Bangxia and walked into the experimental building. As soon as Lin Feng and others stepped into the experimental building, they were immediately overwhelmed by a pungent smell, which made them retreat again. Sister Bangxia, this smell is too strong. How can you bear it? Wang Shuxiwei was choked by the smoke and wiped her tears while muttering. But who would have thought that when everyone saw Qin Bangxia after he disappeared, they realized that Qin Bangxia was wearing 4 or 5 masks after he disappeared. Bangxia, why didn't you tell us earlier? Li Xian complained. I'm sorry, I thought the zombies were all killed in the meat grinder, and the smell here would not be so strong after a while, but I didn't expect the smell to be so strong. Okay, stop blaming each other and take these masks. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a dozen N95 masks from the space. Chapter 166, Little Boy. But even though Lin Feng took out these masks, Zhao Lucy and the others still looked at Lin Feng with doubt and said, Brother Feng, it seems that it is difficult to resist the pungent smell even if you wear a mask, right? Don't worry, as long as you wear a mask like mine, you won't be able to smell anything. Really? Of course it's true. Lin Feng said calmly. After all, these masks were synthesized by Raymond Lam. So wearing this synthetic mask is like wearing 2 gas masks. But even so, Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and others still maintained a skeptical look and put the masks on their mouths and noses. That's true. I didn't expect this mask to be so good. I can't smell any pungent smell at all. Brother Feng, what brand of mask is this? I didn't expect the quality to be so good. After Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, Ning Rushuang, and others put on masks, they all began to exclaim in amazement. Okay, stop talking. It's time for us to go in. Lin Feng said this and walked in first. Lin Feng and the girls walked through the wide and narrow corridor under the bright fluorescent lights. Lin Feng and the others' eyes were attracted by the large patches of dried blood that could be seen everywhere on the snow-white walls and smooth floor. Surrounding these bloodstains were body fragments that had already turned into bones. But when Lin Feng and his friends looked through the glass windows of the laboratories on both sides of the corridor, they were horrified to find that there was a zombie-like experimental subject in each laboratory. These experimental subjects seemed to be in a semi-dormant state, lying quietly in the laboratory without any signs of life, as if time had stopped for them. Could it be that the zombie virus really spread from here? But this shouldn't be the case. If this is the case, then what about acid rain? Just as Lin Feng was thinking about this, he suddenly saw Wang Shushue's eyes filled with fear. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from making any sound. Seeing Wang Shushue's look, Lin Feng couldn't help but follow her gaze. I saw a zombie experiment subject who had already awakened, pushing an infusion stand with plasma in his own separate laboratory. He slowly walked to the glass, looking at Lin Feng and the others in the corridor with an extremely hungry look. Feng, Brother Feng, we seem to have been discovered. What should we do? Wang Shuxiwei covered her mouth with a mask and walked up to Lin Feng and said nervously. Lin Feng stared at the zombie test subject in the laboratory and said without turning his head, Shuxiwei, what is your superpower? Electric power. What's wrong? You also know that you have electrical powers. If that guy with the 4 stand really rushes out, won't you shock him? As Lin Feng's slightly dissatisfied voice fell, Wang Shuxiwei remembered that she was now a person with awakened superpowers after all. Wang Shuxiwei instantly became more confident and even openly made a face at the awakened zombie in the laboratory. This instantly angered the zombie trapped in the laboratory, and he kept roaring angrily at Wang Shuxiwei. But no matter how much the experimental subject screamed, Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy, and the others could not hear a single sound he made. It is obvious that every laboratory here is in a closed state, so even if the zombie-like experimental subject roars, it is of no use. So Lin Feng and the others no longer paid attention to this experimental subject and continued to move forward with Zhao Lucy and the others. But when Lin Feng and his team passed a larger laboratory, Qin Bangxia, who was in stealth mode, suddenly spoke. This is it. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy, and the others hurriedly looked inside through the glass, but there was nothing inside. Sister Bangxia, why don't I see anything? Me too. Bangxia, were you dazzled just now? At this time, all the girls opened their eyes wide, looking through the glass at the situation in the laboratory, and spoke with confusion on their faces. Qin Bangxia was also leaning on the glass at this time, looking inside and saying, that shouldn't be the case. When I first came here, I clearly saw. But when Qin Bangxia was halfway through his words, the fluorescent lights in the corridor suddenly flashed twice. Then everyone saw a translucent little boy, imitating Qin Bangxia, leaning on the glass and looking inside. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Everyone had a terrified look on their face and kept a distance from this little boy. At this moment, Qin Bangxia's body became even stiffer, and he looked at Lin Feng for help. Brother Feng, what should we do? But what was unexpected was that Raymond Lam looked at this little boy very calmly. Because Lin Feng used his awakened eyes to discover that this little boy didn't even have a soul. This is clearly just a 6D human figure projected using high technology. Who are you? Lin Feng asked with a smile, looking at the projection. The little boy turned his head and looked at Lin Feng. At this time, the broadcast in the corridor suddenly sounded. I am from Haitian Pharmaceuticals, and I developed this product. May I ask who you are? We are the humans who survived in this city. Luckily, you are not intruders. Intruder. Lin Feng looked at the projection with a puzzled look on his face. It seems that you must know a lot, right? The little boy said proudly. Anyway, I must know more secrets than you. Then will you tell us your secret? No. Why? If I tell you my secret, is it still a secret? Upon hearing this already existing, autonomous things say this, Lin Feng snorted coldly and said, if you say so, I will destroy the electricity here in a moment. I wonder how you can still show off. You, how can you be so cruel? The little boy looked at Lin Feng with a panicked look and stuttered. No way, this is my style of doing things, let's go. Lin Feng looked at the humanoid projection and snorted coldly, then he waved his hand towards Zhao Lucy, Qin Bangxia and others, and was about to destroy the power of the building. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, no matter how much autonomy this guy has, he still needs electricity to maintain it. Sure enough, as Lin Feng said this, the little boy who came out of the projection was completely panicked. Then he immediately shouted, wait a minute. Let's talk it over. You can't do this. Chapter 167, The Little Boy's Story. When Lin Feng heard the little boy's prayer, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Then Lin Feng slowly turned around, looked at the humanoid projection and said, well, since you are so sincere, I will give you another chance. Tell me what is going on here? Why are there so many zombies being kept in separate laboratories? The little boy who was transformed by the projection could only speak truthfully at this time. Those people in the laboratory have already turned into zombies. The reason they are locked up is because our pharmaceutical company is actively trying to develop a drug that can treat the zombie virus. Isn't it because of acid rain that humans turned into zombies? These people should have been locked in the laboratory before the doomsday broke out, right? So how do you explain this? After listening to the projection's words, Lin Feng asked 3 questions in a row. The projected little boy sighed humanely. You are right, it was the acid rain that caused this disaster. But how can you be sure that this acid rain first fell in our city? When Lin Feng heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you saying that before this acid rain, other provinces had already experienced acid rain? Yes, these people were secretly transferred here from other places. With the internet being so developed now, if this acid rain had really fallen earlier in other provinces, I don't believe no one in our city would have known about it. The internet is indeed very developed in this era, but no matter how developed it is still controlled by the state. So if there are things that the government wants the public to know, the public will naturally know them. But if there are things that the government does not want the public to know, no one will ever know them. When Lin Feng and the girls heard what the little boy said, everyone had a complicated expression and fell into a brief contemplation. After all, they really didn't expect that this acid rain had actually already occurred in other provinces. It's just that the people in this city don't know about it. But even so, Lin Feng still didn't give up and asked, according to what you said, the government deliberately concealed the news of this acid rain? This matter is quite complicated. According to my understanding, the reason why the government did not tell the people of this city is actually... When the little boy said this, he seemed to realize something and stopped talking. What is it? In fact, we have already given up on this city. When Lin Feng heard this, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. From what you mean, is there any other city that has not fallen yet? There should be, who knows, said the little boy, spreading his hands. After hearing this, Lin Feng calmed down and looked at the little boy and said, so have you developed a drug to treat the zombie virus? No, but we found that most zombies have a crystal in their heads. This thing has a certain effect and can resist the zombie virus. Nonsense, I knew this a long time ago. After hearing what the little boy said, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, and then continued. So now you can tell me what you meant by the intruder? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the projected image of the little boy actually shook a few times like a TV screen. Lin Feng saw it all, but said calmly, why? Is this question so difficult to answer? In fact, according to information received from our company's top management, this acid rain is most likely a conspiracy. Conspiracy? What conspiracy? Lin Feng, Zhao Lucy, and the others all looked at the little boy at the same time. A conspiracy to destroy the entire world. When Lin Feng and the girls heard this, they were shocked again. But Lin Feng changed his mind and snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. If everyone in the world died, what good would it do to the person who planned this conspiracy? Of course there are benefits. The little boy retorted. Then tell me what are the benefits? This way they can legitimately occupy the world. Besides, they are already taking action now. When Lin Feng heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Are you talking about aliens? I'm not sure about this, but one thing is certain, the intruder of this conspiracy has already infiltrated this world. How do you know this? What is your basis? After hearing what Lin Feng said, the little boy shook his head and said, I have no basis for this, but I just feel this way. Little brat, are you kidding me? You are just a product created by us humans. Do you take yourself too seriously? But I already have my own consciousness and I can think on my own, so I don't think there is anything wrong with my thoughts. Lin Feng sneered, okay, whatever you want. Do you have any other questions? Zhao Lucy, Ning Rushuang, and others shook their heads when they heard this. So Lin Feng said again, "Okay, let's retreat." Lin Feng was seen saying this as he was about to take the girls away. For Lin Feng, the current priority is to completely eliminate all zombies in the city, collect as many crystal cores as possible, and use them to quickly enhance his own strength, instead of listening to an idea here that humans made something. But at this moment, Chen Bangxia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Brother Feng, I have a question. Can I ask him?" Lin Feng was not surprised when he heard this, and then nodded. So Chen Bangxia looked at the little boy and said seriously, "You just said that the intruders of this conspiracy have begun to infiltrate this world. Why are you so sure? Is it just your guess? These invaders are probably just like ordinary humans, blending in with you. It's very likely that even they themselves don't know that they are invaders." When Chen Bangxia heard the little boy say this, he immediately lost the motivation to ask further. Because in her opinion, this little boy was obviously talking nonsense. The intruder himself doesn't even know that he is an intruder. Isn't this nonsense? Are you done asking questions? At this time, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Chen Bangxia and asked, all right, let's go." Chen Bangxia immediately responded and walked out of the experimental building with Lin Feng and other girls. As soon as Raymond Lam and the girls stepped out of the building, they took off their masks and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 168 Return to the Fruit Electronics Factory and Harvest Zombies. After all, the depressing atmosphere in the laboratory building is really unbearable. "Brother Feng, where are we going next? Are we going back now?" Wang Shushiwei asked at this time. Lin Feng looked at the time and saw that more than 2 hours had passed, so he said, "It's still early now. Why don't we go back and see if the group called you by has left?" After all, the tens of thousands of zombie employees in the Fruit Electronics Factory were too tempting for Lin Feng. So Lin Feng suddenly changed his mind. If Yibai and his gang had not left yet, it would not be too late to kill them first and then go and harvest the zombies there. What the hell is this reborn person? I have already recruited 10 girls who have awakened their special powers. What should I be afraid of now? Lin Feng thought it through, turned the car around, stepped on the accelerator and drove back. But not long after Lin Feng and the others left, the little boy, formed by the projection, appeared in the laboratory building of Haitian Pharmaceutical Company. He was looking straight through the car window at the direction Lin Feng and the others were leaving, and his expression looked extremely strange. At this moment, when Lin Feng drove the military vehicle back to the Fruit Electronics Factory, he found that Yibai and his men had already left. Lin Feng changed his mind and thought that this was actually a good idea, because at least in this way, I can have good fun with them again in the future. Afterwards, Lin Feng did the same as before, blocking the factory gate with a meat grinder and placing a loudspeaker next to the meat grinder. Then Lin Feng, who put on his earphones, said, "Let's start the music." The endless stream of zombies in the electronics factory, all with bared fangs and claws, rushed forward bravely and recklessly and threw themselves into the rapidly running giant meat grinder. Immediately afterwards, large quantities of crystal cores of various levels were spit out from the meat grinder. Raymond Lam felt so refreshed watching it. After all, this is the method of killing zombies. Apart from Lin Feng, who else has the brains to come up with such a brilliant way to kill zombies? At this time, Zhao Lucy and the others already knew that Lin Feng killed the zombies using this method. But every time they saw the terrifying and swift tide of corpses rushing into the meat grinder like a mudslide, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "I think the number of zombies killed by Brother Feng in 10 minutes is comparable to the total number of zombies killed by an ordinary survivor in a month, right? Isn't that too small? How can this be an ordinary survivor? How many zombies have he killed in a month? I would say it's at least a year." "I think so. Look at those crystal cores. They're all rushing out of the meat grinder." Just as the women were lying on the military RV, marveling at the sight of them, an evolved zombie about 5 or 6 meters tall, with a hideous face, strode out of the factory with big strides. Seeing this, Lin Feng, who was outside the car, couldn't help but feel nervous. But when Lin Feng saw the skin color of the giant zombie, he concluded that it was a level 6 zombie. After all, the color of this zombie is not as dark as that of the 7th level zombie. Therefore, this giant indigo zombie must be a level 6 zombie. Just as Lin Feng was thinking to himself, the indigo 6th level zombie, which had some intelligence, let out an earth-shaking roar at the giant meat grinder. Then the 6th level zombie suddenly grabbed a forklift next to him and threw it towards the giant meat grinder. However, under the sharp and hard auger, the forklift thrown in by the 6th level zombie was like a drop in the ocean. Like those zombies, it was immediately chopped into slag and discharged along with the zombie meat. Seeing the forklift thrown in and failing to stop the meat grinder from continuing to grind, the 6th level zombie immediately let out a roar. Then you really have to prepare to take other things and throw them into the meat grinder. Lin Feng saw that the IQ of the 6th level zombie was not low. He even kept throwing things into the meat grinder. It seemed that this guy was trying to stop the meat grinder. So Lin Feng immediately snapped his fingers behind him, and Zhao Lucy and others in the car immediately jumped out of the car and walked to Lin Feng in 3 or 2 steps. "Now, you guys, take this opportunity to practice your respective abilities, right?" As soon as Lin Feng said this, Li Xian took the lead in attacking the 6th level zombie in the factory. Countless water molecules in the air quickly gathered in front of Li Xian and formed a water ball. Then Li Xion's mind moved, and the water ball hit the 6th-level zombie like a cannonball with a heavy sound of breaking wind. There was a loud bang, and the zombie flew backwards more than 10 meters. You can imagine how powerful the water ball was just now. But this also made the 6th-level zombie even more angry, and it roared at Li Xion to express how angry it was at the moment. But Lin Feng knew that this 6th-level zombie could only stand there helplessly and rage. After all, the exit was blocked by the meat grinder, and it couldn't get out at all. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and remembered something, so he quickly looked at Li Xion and said to Yang Mi, who had ice-type abilities, "If you two were to team up like Qing Yin and Yuan and their sisters, I think the power would be even greater." When Yang Mi and Li Xion heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, and they had the same idea at the same time. With Yang Mi's help, the water ball condensed by Li Xion instantly turned into an ice ball covered with countless sharp ice blades. Then, as the two of them shouted in unison, the ice ball covered with sharp blades penetrated the entire body of the 6th-level zombie at an astonishing speed. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but be shocked. After all, such a powerful force would shock anyone. But even so, the previous attack failed to hit the head of the 6th-level zombie. The 6th-order zombie only took a look at its pierced body and became even more angry. It opened its pair of blood-red eyes that were as big as lanterns and howled in anger. Now let Li Xion assist and Yang Mi launch the attack. Yeah, okay. The two girls responded immediately after hearing what was said. Then, as Li Xion's mind moved, countless water molecules in the air quickly gathered in front of Yang Mi, and actually formed a water curtain that floated in front of Yang Mi. Then Yang Mi fiercely waved his hand, and countless sharp blades instantly appeared in the water curtain, flying towards the 6th-level zombie. Chapter 169, Can I Trade a Secret with You? In an instant, countless sharp blades pierced the entire body of the 6th-level zombie into a honeycomb shape. But the head of the 6th-level zombie was not hurt at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Very good. If I'm not mistaken, your abilities will be several times more powerful if you're in a place with water or high humidity. Brother Feng, is this true? When Li Xion and Yang Mi heard what Lin Feng said, they immediately looked at Lin Feng with excitement. Of course it's true. So you two must work together more privately, and then you will definitely be more proficient in the future. Well, we remembered it. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Xion and Yang Mi both responded excitedly. After all, the power of their combined abilities is more than the sum of their parts. Who wouldn't be excited about this? Then Lin Feng looked at Wang Shushiwei. You can try it too. Good. Wang Shushiwei responded and immediately walked out of the crowd. Then a strong electric current shot out from Wang Shushiwei's hand. It hit the 6th-level zombie in an instant. After a short while, a burnt smell spread. This forced Lin Feng and the others to put on their masks again. It was obvious that this 6th-level zombie was cooked crispy on the outside and tender on the inside after just 2 or 3 hits from Wang Shushiwei. It seemed that except for the head, all other parts of the zombie were already cooked. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have such a strong burn smell. But even so, Wang Shushiwei still didn't seem to have enough fun, and was ready to shock the 6th-level zombie a few more times for fun. At this time, the 6th-level zombie, which has a certain degree of intelligence, realized that the guys outside the factory gate were not trying to kill it, but were clearly torturing it. So the 6th-level zombie was very humiliated, and after roaring twice at Lin Feng and the others, he turned around and returned to the factory. But at this moment, Lin Feng, who had already discovered the clues, immediately stopped Wang Shushiwei and said, "All right, Annie, let Irina practice some more while this level 6 zombie still has a breath left." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Irina looked around and found a lot of broken iron pieces and other scraps of metal on the ground. This was undoubtedly a huge help for her who had just mastered metal control. Then Irina immediately thought about it, and the metal on the ground instantly floated in the air. Immediately afterwards, these tiny pieces of metal, like flying blades, pierced through the head of the 6th-level zombie. Afterwards, Lin Feng asked Zhao Lucy and the others to each take a bag, put the crystal cores in it, and then put them together with the meat grinder into the space. "Banksia, get the crystal core out of that 6th-level zombie's head. It's time for us to go back." As Lin Feng finished speaking, Qin Banksia walked over quickly with a bayonet in his hand. As the bayonet pried open the skull of the 6th-level zombie, an indigo blue 6th-level crystal core appeared in Qin Banksia's eyes. But when Qin Banksia just took the indigo crystal core in her hand, she suddenly felt a cold wind coming from behind her. "Banksia, be careful." At the same time, Lin Feng's exclamation was heard behind Qin Banksia. At this critical moment, Qin Banksia disappeared without a trace in an instant, making the brutal attack in vain. Invisible! Zombie Xiaku was very surprised that his sneak attack failed. After all, the attack just now was an attack that she was determined to succeed, but she didn't expect that it would miss. This had to make her feel puzzled. When Lin Feng saw that the one who attacked Qin Banksia was the female zombie Xiaku, he felt mixed emotions. After all, Lin Feng knew from the beginning that this zombie woman was not easy to deal with. That's why Lin Feng deliberately avoided her, but he never thought that he would meet her today. "I'm so damn unlucky today. I opened the door to bad luck, and it's so unlucky." At this time, the zombie girl Xiaku completely ignored Lin Feng and the others, but kept looking around, trying to find Qin Banksia's floss. But when the zombie girl Xiaku found nothing, she slowly said, "I have to say that your skill is really enviable. May I ask if you're a reborn person? When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately realized something. So Lin Feng immediately said, what a bullshit, reborn. Don't you know that you can awaken your superpowers by absorbing the crystal core? As soon as Lin Feng said this, the zombie girl Xiaoke turned to look at Lin Feng and suddenly smiled evilly. I'm just asking casually, why are you so nervous? Are you a reborn person? I am still your uncle. We don't interfere with each other. We don't want to be your enemy. Can we live in peace? Now Lin Feng looks like a carefree person on the surface, but only he himself knows that he is really panicking. So at this moment, Lin Feng's brain was working frantically, trying to find a way to deal with it. At this time, when Lin Feng had just thought of a solution that was not a solution, the zombie girl Xiaoke suddenly sneered. Hee, you killed so many zombies at once. As the queen of zombies, how could I let you go? So what do you want? At this time, Lin Feng had a serious expression on his face and said to the zombie girl Xiaoke. The zombie girl Xiaoke fiddled with her sharp nails. Only if you become my people can I forgive the mistakes you have made. Can I trade a secret with you? Tell me about it. Reborn. As Lin Feng uttered the word, reborn, the zombie girl Xiaoke suddenly fixed her eyes on Lin Feng and said with a fierce smile. Didn't you just say that you are not a reborn person? That's right, I'm not, but I know who the reborn one is. Lin Feng looked calmly into the eyes of the zombie girl Xiaoke and said. When the zombie girl Xiaoke heard what Lin Feng said, she narrowed her eyes slightly, stared at Lin Feng intently, and asked in a low voice, Who? If I tell you today, can you let us go? Lin Feng did the same at this time, staring into the eyes of the zombie girl Xiaoke and said, After all, the more critical the moment is, the more you need to keep calm, otherwise everything may fail. At this moment, Lin Feng and the zombie girl Xiaoke just stared at each other, and even the air seemed to be gradually condensing at this moment. Sure enough, after staring at each other for several minutes, the zombie girl Xiaoke finally took the lead and spoke. Okay, I can consider giving you a chance to live. Hee hee. When Lin Feng heard what the zombie girl Xiaoke said, he immediately sneered. Why are you laughing? Seeing Lin Feng like this, the zombie girl Xiaoke couldn't help but ask coldly. Chapter 170, Damn. Who doesn't know how to say harsh words? I'm sorry, it's not that you should consider giving us a way out, but that you have to give us a way out. Otherwise, we really don't mind fighting you to the death. After all of us have awakened our superpowers. If I have to have a fight with you, it's not impossible. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the zombie girl Xiaoke looked at Ning Rushuang, Wang Shuxue, and others with a look of surprise. I never thought that all of you have awakened your special powers. How many crystal cores must you have absorbed? No more than a few 100,000 crystal cores. There must be some. When the zombie girl Xiaoke heard this, her expression instantly became gloomy. If it is true as Lin Feng just said, they have absorbed hundreds of thousands of crystal cores. Then wouldn't Lin Feng and his team have already killed 200,000 or 300,000 zombies? After all, not every zombie has a crystal core in their head. So how could the zombie girl Xiaoke really let Lin Feng and the others go at this time? So the zombie girl Xiaoke, with an idea in mind, pretended to agree with Lin Feng and said, Okay, I promise you, I can let you go, but you must make sure that what you tell me is true. Of course what I said is true. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, Come closer, I will tell you in a low voice. After hearing this, the zombie girl Xiaoke hesitated for a moment, still holding a skeptical look. She slowly walked in front of Lin Feng and said in a cold voice, Boy, I advise you not to play tricks, otherwise, you will die miserably. That's natural, but how can I be sure that what you just said is credible? So what do you want? Look me in the eyes and swear to God. When the zombie girl Xiaoke heard Lin Feng actually made such a childish request, she almost laughed out loud. After all, in her opinion, if swearing worked, there wouldn't be so many bad people in this world. So the zombie girl Xiaoke looked at Lin Feng's eyes with disdain and said, Okay, I swear. But when the zombie Xiaoke was about to swear, 2 lasers suddenly shot out from Lin Feng's eyes. Zombie Xiaoke felt a sharp pain in his eyes and immediately covered his eyes and let out a scream. The system of having many children and many blessings is activated. The probability of the reborn zombie girl Xiaoke killing you is 55%. The probability of you killing the zombie girl Xiaoke is 45%. The probability of all of you surviving is 30%, and the probability of the zombie girl Xiaoke surviving is 100%. 5 points have been automatically added to your luck value for killing the zombie girl Xiaoke. I wish you good luck. At this time, the system of having many children and many blessings was also activated. But Lin Feng didn't have time to listen to the prompt of the system voice in his mind. Fuck this zombie bitch for me. Lin Feng immediately distanced himself from the zombie Xiaoke and yelled at Yang Mi, Li Xin, and others behind him. Lin Feng immediately pulled out his pistol and fired several shots at the zombie Xiaoke's head. However, what Lin Feng never expected was that the zombie Xiaoke, who was hit by guns and various superpowers, quickly disappeared in Lin Feng's astonished eyes. This reminded Lin Feng of the scene when Fang Zhen fought with the zombie Xiaoke. After image. When Lin Feng saw this scene, his heart suddenly tightened and he immediately turned the gun around to look around. At this moment, the angry and unwilling voice of the zombie Xiaoke suddenly sounded in the distance. You little bastard! You actually blinded my eyes. Just wait for me, I will cut you into pieces later. Fuck. Everyone can say harsh words, But if you have the guts, don't run away, you old zombie woman. Ah. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the zombie Xiaka suddenly let out an angry roar that lingered in the world for a long time. Brother Feng, what should we do? After a moment, Wang Shushua looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng looked up at the setting sun and felt helpless. Because this was really a great opportunity to kill this female zombie, but even though her eyes were blinded, she still managed to escape. What a fast speed it must be to be able to make one's shadow stay in the same place for a period of time. So Lin Feng could only helplessly say to Zhao Lucy, Wang Shushue, and the others. What else can I do now that everyone has run away? But at least, I have blinded this female zombie. No matter how strong she was in the past, her strength will be greatly reduced. Brother Feng, I never thought this female zombie was so strong. Even after blinding her eyes, she can still run so fast. Yeah, I haven't even used my powers yet, and she ran away. Yes. At this time, Lin Feng saw the girls start chattering again, so he had no choice but to speak out. Okay, stop talking. It's getting late. We should leave now. So Lin Feng drove the RV again and returned to the villa with the girls with heavy hearts. Because for Lin Feng at this moment, if he does not completely get rid of this female zombie, it will definitely be a big hidden danger in the future. But there is no way. Even with the blessing of 5 points of luck, she still ran away. Who can you complain to? As soon as Lin Feng drove the RV to the foot of the city wall, Zhao Jingyi, who had been waiting on the wall for a long time, couldn't wait and waved to Lin Feng. The survivors in the city who came here to exchange crystal cores for food all showed longing expressions when they saw such a large military RV passing by them. After all, for them now, the people living in this community are inferior to these survivors who are suffering from hunger and cold. It's like they are living in heaven. So at this time, all these survivors are full of infinite yearning for the people living in this villa. At this time, a survivor was eating the compressed biscuits he had just exchanged for the crystal core. He looked at the military RV passing by him and said to another survivor, Hey, do you think the boss here is a man or a woman? Is there any need to ask? It must be a man. Which woman has such great ability to turn a pre-apocalyptic neighborhood into a fortress? Another survivor concluded directly. After hearing what the other survivor said, the survivor couldn't help but look up at the dozens of meters high city wall in front of him and sighed. Oh, that's true, but I don't know when I can go in and work for the boss here. At least I won't have to live a hopeless life like I do now. At this time, Lin Feng, who had just stopped the military RV, saw Han Wushuang and Zhao Jingyi running towards him from a distance. Chapter 171 Era is sick. Could something happen again? Seeing the two of them looking so anxious, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter something. After looking at the girls in the car who were looking suspicious, he immediately jumped out of the car. Brother Feng, you are finally back. As soon as Lin Feng got out of the car, Han Wushuang started yelling at him. It seems that something really happened. Lin Feng thought to himself, and looked at Han Wushuang who was walking towards him with a serious face, and said in a deep voice, What happened? Han Wushuang was about to speak, but when he saw Ning Rushuang, he seemed a little hesitant. But even though Lin Feng had noticed something, his voice became even deeper. Tell me, what happened? Let me tell you. At this time, Zhao Jingyi also came over, glanced at Ning Rushuang meaningfully, and then continued. Era, it seems to be sick. What? Era is sick? When did this happen, Sister Jingyi? As soon as Zhao Jingyi said this, Ning Rushuang on the side suddenly became nervous. After all, the Husky and the Hashira are her darlings. If anything happens to either of them, she will be extremely nervous. Today I found Era suddenly started vomiting, and he looked listless. I think Era is probably sick. What about Daha? How is Daha? The big Husky seemed quite excited, and it was he who led me to see the second Husky. Ning Rushuang became even more flustered when she heard what Zhao Jingyi said. No, I have to go over and take a look right now. Ning Rushuang said this and ran quickly towards the villa. At this time, Lin Feng also looked at the other girls. Don't just stand there. Let's go over and take a look, shall we? So Lin Feng led the girls and followed closely behind. After all, Daha and Era are extremely important to Raymond Lam. If anything happens to these two dogs. When Lin Feng thought of this, he didn't dare to think any further, but his pace couldn't help but quicken a bit. When he came in front of Era, Lin Feng found that Era was indeed sleepy. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tighten. But at this time, only Daha had an excited expression. He was shaking his tail vigorously with his body that was as big as a lion. Lin Feng, who noticed this abnormality, couldn't help but blurt out, Could Era be pregnant? As Lin Feng finished speaking, all the girls turned their heads and looked at him in surprise. But Lin Feng didn't care and said, Look at how proud Daha is. He's almost pushing his poop out with his butt. Doesn't that explain everything? When the girls heard this, they couldn't help but look at Daha. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and looked at Ning Rushuang again. Rushuang, you should not have sterilized Daha and Era before the end of the world, right? I felt it was too cruel, so I didn't do it. Ning Rushuang shook her head. Then Lin Feng looked at Chen Bangxia again. I remember you said that you were a gynecologist before the end of the world, right? Please, I'm a gynecologist, but I'm not a veterinarian. Look how capable I am. Chen Bangxia rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, It doesn't matter who you treat. I'm just asking casually. See how anxious I am. Lin Feng chuckled and continued. Have you noticed? Certain parts of my dog's body are red and swollen now, and they are more obvious and brighter than usual. The husky's hair began to fall out and become sparse, and its weight now seemed to have increased. These are all physical changes that occur in dogs after they become pregnant. And considering the current behavior of the husky, I can conclude that Air Husky is 80% likely to be pregnant with a puppy. When Ning Rushuang heard Lin Feng say this, the sadness on her face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a look of joy. Ning Rushuang stroked Era and said with difficulty concealing her joy, "I didn't expect you to be a mother, Era. Daha, you have made it big. You accidentally became a father." Lin Feng looked at Daha at this time and couldn't help but teased. Woof woof woof. Upon hearing this, Daha immediately shouted excitedly, which immediately made Lin Feng and the girls burst into laughter. After all, for Raymond Lam and the girls, the fact that the husky was pregnant with a puppy really brought a big surprise to all of them today. As soon as he returned to the villa, Lin Feng sat down on the soft sofa, lit a cigarette for himself, then looked at Zhao Jingyi and Han Wushuang and said slowly, "Nothing happened in our neighborhood today, right?" "No, but there are many survivors outside today. They came to us to exchange crystal cores for food. Tell Zhou Qiang and the others that the crystal cores brought by the survivors should be stored together and no one else can inhale them." "Okay, I understand." Zhao Jingyi nodded in response. After hearing Zhao Jingyi's response, Lin Feng suddenly fell silent, and the entire living room seemed unusually quiet at this moment. When the girls saw Lin Feng like this, they couldn't help but look at him. After all, at this moment, everyone vaguely felt that Lin Feng might have something important to announce next. Sure enough, as time passed, Lin Feng, who had been thinking for a long time, slowly spoke again. "I have another thing to say." "Often you say." Zhao Jingyi looked straight at Lin Feng and said, "From now on, apart from the people in our community, you must make people feel that you are the boss here." "I." When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Zhao Lucy and other girls were even more confused, because at this moment, none of them could understand why Lin Feng made such a decision. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi, nodded affirmatively, and repeated, "That's right. From now on, in the eyes of those outside, you are the boss here, so you will tell everyone about this matter later." "Often, can you tell me why?" So Lin Feng briefly recounted what happened today when he met Yi Bai and his group of survivors in the industrial park. Then Lin Feng continued. "So in order to prevent people with ulterior motives from sneaking in, sometimes I have to act as an outsider, so that I can truly see into a person's heart. Ah Feng, I don't think you need to do this. I did this for another reason." "What's the reason?" Facing Zhao Jingyi's questioning, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 172, Yi Bai's Conspiracy. You'll understand later. After hearing Lin Feng's somewhat perfunctory answer, Zhao Jingyi wanted to ask further. But Lin Feng then said, "We've been out all day, and now you two haven't made dinner yet." When Zhao Jingyi and Han Wushuang heard this, they remembered what happened, and they smiled at each other. Then Han Wushuang said in an exaggerated tone, "There are so many things to deal with in the entire community, so Sister Jingyi and I didn't come here to make dinner today." But after hearing what Han Wushuang said, Lin Feng snorted coldly. "If you can't cook, then you can't cook. How come you have learned to make excuses for yourself?" "Who said I can't cook? I can even cook instant noodles." Han Wushuang said unconvinced. When the girls heard Han Wushuang say this, they all laughed out loud at the same time. So in order to save time and fill his stomach as soon as possible, Lin Feng had to walk to the dining table, take out some of the food that he had stored in the restaurant before the end of the world from the space, and fill the entire table. Although the girls already knew Lin Feng's secret. But now, when they saw Raymond Lam for the second time, he once again created so many delicious foods like magic, which still amazed them all. "Ah Feng, since you have already stored so many delicacies before the end of the world, why do you still make us cook all day long?" Hearing Zhao Jingyi's words, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhao Jingyi and said with a smile, "Because your cooking is delicious." When Zhao Jingyi heard this, a hint of pride immediately appeared on the corner of her mouth. But how could Zhao Jingyi and the others know that the reason why Lin Feng did this was simply because he wanted to feel the flavor of the world before the end of the world in this cruel apocalypse? At the same time, in a building, Yi Bai and his men sat around a conference table piled with crystal cores. The expression of each of them looked extremely solemn. At this time, one of his men looked at Yi Bai and asked cautiously, "Master Yi, these are all the crystal cores we have collected in these days. Can we believe what that kid named Lin Feng said?" Task A, believe what Lin Feng said, and the reward is double the crystal cores. Task B, don't believe Lin Feng's words. Reward 3 times the crystal core. Just as Yi Bai was about to answer his subordinates, the system prompt sounded in his mind again, just like before. But as a reborn person, he knew that no matter whether he killed the reborn people in that community or did anything else, the reward would be much higher than the system reward he had chosen. Therefore, Yi Bai decisively chose Task A. In an instant, the number of crystal cores on the conference table suddenly doubled. This immediately shocked Yi Bai's men, who were stunned. "Yi, young Master Yi, this. Seeing his men so shocked, Yi Bai immediately became complacent and said, "It's just some crystal cores. Are you so reluctant to give them up? To tell you the truth, if I can sneak into that community, what I will get in the future will be thousands of times more valuable than these crystal cores." When Yi Bai's subordinates heard what Yi Bai said, they couldn't help but take a breath. Because ever since they followed Yi Bai, they have always felt that Yi Bai is unfathomable. Before the end of the world, he first killed his father, inherited his family's hundreds of billions of assets, and rented the tallest building in the city for billions of dollars. Then the entire building was immediately refitted and upgraded, and then the end of the world came. It was as if he knew about this disaster in advance. Now Yi Bai was living a good life here, and now he said something that made all of them feel very strange. This made them feel that Yi Bai was no ordinary person. Therefore, these people are even more obedient to Yi Bai. "Master Yi, if you leave, what will happen here? I'm relieved that you're here with me, but this many crystal cores far exceed the number Lin Feng mentioned. So who among you is willing to go with me?" As Yi Bai finished speaking, all his men were stunned. Finally, 3 or 4 men gritted their teeth and said, "Master Yi, we will go wherever you go. Not to mention that neighborhood. We will follow you even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Yes, wherever Master Yi goes, we will go." That's right. Hearing what 3 or 4 of his men said, Yi Bai nodded with satisfaction. Then Yi Bai looked at the remaining 5 or 6 people who had not responded and said with a smile, "What about you? Young Master Yi, now that you've all left, someone has to look after the house, right? In that case, we'll stay here and wait for you to come back." Yes, we will wait for you to come back, Master Yi." Seeing the remaining subordinates saying this one by one, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a little chilled. It seems that some things can never be kept warm no matter how hard you try. As soon as Yi Bai finished his cold words, he suddenly pulled out a Type 95 police pistol and shot these people in the head with a few shots. "You fucking bastards, you eat my food and drink my drinks. But when it's your turn to show your loyalty, you try to be smart with me. Throw these bastards down." Okay, Master Yi." One of the men subconsciously wiped the blood that had just splashed on his face, and then, tremblingly, he threw the bodies of these people out of the window from the 18th floor one by one. At this moment, Lin Feng has poured all the crystal cores harvested today into a basin for washing, just like before. Then Zhao Jingyi and the others classified these crystal nuclei. Lin Feng was still standing in front of the window alone, smoking and thinking about something, just like before. Lin Feng had been through so many things these days that he was inevitably a little tired, but he was reluctant to show it. Therefore, the most comfortable time for him is when he stands in front of the window and lights a cigarette. Feng, the crystal cores of different levels have been sorted out. At this time, Zhao Jingyi's voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng put out the cigarette in his hand and walked over slowly. Looking at so many crystal cores in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. If he absorbed so many crystal cores, I wonder to what extent his and Zhao Jingyi's abilities would be enhanced. So Lin Feng, with excitement in his heart, synthesized all the crystal cores. I saw that out of hundreds of thousands of crystal cores, only 1/10 was left in an instant. This immediately made Zhao Jingyi and the others stunned again. Chapter 173, Increased Supernatural Skills. After all, I witnessed with my own eyes that hundreds of thousands of crystal cores were reduced by 1/10 in an instant. Who wouldn't feel sad? Lin Feng seemed to have sensed the women's thoughts and simply smiled and said, "Don't worry, now every 3,000 crystal cores here are equivalent to the energy of 11 cores." When the girls heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then Lin Feng pointed at the 15,623 crystal cores after synthesis and said, "Now count again. How many crystal cores of each level are there?" So Wang Shushue quickly counted the synthesized crystal cores again and said, 1960 first-order crystal cores, 2001 second-order crystal cores, 5,689 third-order crystal cores, 3,687 fourth-order crystal cores, and 5 fifth-order crystal cores. The 4th and 5th order crystal cores are mine. As for the 3rd order crystal cores, you can share them equally with Daha and Era as before. As for the 1st and 2nd order crystal cores, store them." When Lin Feng said this, the girls were stunned and then nodded. But at this time Lu Yun couldn't help but ask, Feng, aren't you going to give some to Zhou Qiang and the others? I have trained them for such a long time, and it is time for them to fend for themselves. As for these synthesized 1st and 2nd order crystal cores, and the crystal cores obtained from the survivors outside, they can be regarded as rewards for Zhou Qiang and other survivors every month. When the girls heard this, they all nodded in agreement. After all, if a large number of crystal cores were distributed to everyone without reservation every time, and everyone became too dependent on Lin Feng, it would not be a good thing in Lin Feng's opinion. So what's the point of him taking these people in? And if we want the base to develop smoothly and orderly, this is the only way to do it. Jingyi, from today on, the performance evaluation of each of them will be handed over to you. But what should we test them on? The number, level, and quality of crystal cores handed in every day, performance when on duty in the community, etc. can all be assessed. Okay, I understand. When Zhao Jingyi heard what Lin Feng said, she immediately understood and nodded. At this time, Lin Feng changed the subject and continued. Okay, let's absorb these gold cores while we still have time. Um, all the girls looked expectant. After nodding their heads heavily, they simply sat in the living room and absorbed their own share of the crystal core. Lin Feng was no exception at this time. He simply sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room and absorbed the crystal core in front of him. After Lin Feng absorbed the synthesized crystal cores one by one, the small universe in Lin Feng's body began to rotate rapidly again. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the color of the small universe in his body gradually changed from white to light blue, then from light blue to blue, and then from blue to dark blue. How so? At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was full of doubts. Until the end, Lin Feng absorbed all of his share of the crystal core, but still found no clue. Didn't the supernatural power advance this time? Lin Feng murmured in his heart, then slowly opened his eyes. But the moment Lin Feng opened his eyes, he realized that it was not that his superpowers had not been promoted, but that the four-eye superpowers he already possessed had actually been strengthened. Lin Feng couldn't wait to go to the window, and found that his eyes had the effect of night vision. Surprisingly, his eyes were not affected by the night at all, and he could still see everything outside the window clearly. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that his farsightedness ability allowed him to see farther than before. I just don't know if the power of laser eyes has been enhanced. Lin Feng was thinking about it, and with a thought, two lasers, more powerful than before, shot out from Lin Feng's eyes. In the dark night, they were like two dazzling meteors, shooting straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. After all, for Lin Feng, although he did not gain new eye abilities this time, he was able to enhance all the abilities he already possessed, which made Lin Feng feel even more rare. Ah Feng, have you absorbed it all so quickly? At this time, Zhao Jingyi's voice sounded quietly behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned to Zhao Jingyi and asked, "How are you? Have you gained any new fire abilities?" Zhao Jingyi nodded in response, and immediately her mind moved, and a huge flaming shield appeared in front of her to protect her. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked and asked, "Is this a shield?" Zhao Jingyi received the flame shield and nodded. This is a defensive barrier made of flames. It can resist certain damage at critical moments. That's good. If you strengthen this ability in the future, your defense will surely be even stronger. That's not necessary. Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but say with a little pride. Just as Lin Feng was talking to Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang also walked towards Lin Feng. "What skill have you awakened?" "I haven't awakened any special powers, but my illusion seems to have been upgraded again." When Lin Feng heard Ning Rushuang say this, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Jingyi, then looked at Ning Rushuang and said, "Then tell me, what are the differences between after the upgrade and before the upgrade?" Primary illusions, like what you saw yesterday, are enough to create some simple illusions, such as slight visual distortions or auditory hallucinations. The scope of influence and duration are very limited. And this time, hearing Lin Feng's question, Ning Rushuang simply had an idea, and another her suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi. Such a strong visual impact made Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi secretly surprised. After all, the two Ning Rushuang standing in front of them looked so similar that it was impossible to tell which one was the real Ning Rushuang. Did you see it? This is my illusion. After the upgrade, the illusion is more realistic and can last longer. The range of influence will also be larger. As Ning Rushuang spoke, she blew a breath at her other self, and the other Ning Rushuang dissipated with the wind, disappearing without a trace. After seeing Ning Rushuang's display, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "I have a hunch now." "What intuition?" Zhao Jingyi and Ning Rushuang looked at Lin Feng at the same time and asked, "I think from now on, you will have the strongest superpower among you guys." "Me? Are you sure?" Ning Rushuang pointed at herself in disbelief. Lin Feng nodded. Ning Rushuang asked again, "Why?" "Why? I told you, this is my intuition." "Oh, well, I hope your intuition is more accurate." Just at this moment, Wang Shushue also walked towards Lin Feng. Chapter 174, Women's Superpowers Promoted. "Have you awakened your superpowers again, or have your original powers been strengthened?" Lin Feng asked Wang Shushue, who was walking towards him. Facing Lin Feng's question, Wang Shushue actually threw herself into Lin Feng's arms and said in a coquettish and cute tone, "Brother Feng, I seem to have become stronger again. I'm so scared. Isn't it good to become stronger? What are you afraid of?" Facing Wang Shushue, the long-legged beauty, Lin Feng could only roll his eyes helplessly and said, "No, I'm just scared." "Shushue, can you please speak properly?" Zhao Jingyi, who could no longer bear it, finally spoke in a commanding tone. Wang Shushue then left Lin Feng's arms and tried to act serious as she said, "I feel like my electrical ability has been upgraded this time." "Upgraded?" "Yes, I should be able to convert the electrical energy I absorb into heat, light, or other forms of energy. I can also release electrical energy for attack or defense, such as electric arcs or electromagnetic pulses." When Lin Feng heard what Wang Shushue said, he was immediately shocked. After all, Wang Shushue's supernatural power has just begun to be strengthened. What will happen if she upgrades it a few more times in the future? How about I show you? At this time, Wang Shushue saw that Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi did not respond, so she picked up a glass of water. As Wang Shushue's mind moved, the water in the cup began to boil instantly. See? This is heat energy, and this is cold energy. As Wang Shushue was speaking, the boiling water in the cup instantly froze into ice. Zhao Jingyi and Ning Rushuang, who saw this magical scene, looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, Afeng, how did Shushue do this? This is too incredible, isn't it?" But Lin Feng said, "What's so incredible about this? Just treat Shushue as an induction cooker and a refrigerator." What? Induction cooker? Refrigerator? When Zhao Jingyi and Ning Rushuang heard this, they were immediately stunned. Lin Feng said, "Yes, don't induction cookers and refrigerators also use electricity? So now Shushue has this ability. So that's how it is." Zhao Jingyi and Ning Rushuang understood immediately when they heard what Lin Feng said. At this moment, the twin sisters Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuanyuan also came over. Wang Shushue immediately went over to greet them upon seeing this. "Qingyan, Yuanyuan, have you two sisters awakened your powers again, or strengthened them?" Facing Wang Shushue's question, the two sisters Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuanyuan looked at each other first, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "We have awakened new abilities. Tell me, two of you, what superpowers have you awakened?" Lin Feng asked the two twin sisters with a smile on his face. Guan Qingyan said, "Brother Feng, I have awakened the ability to create earth walls." "Yuanyuan, what about you?" Lin Feng looked at Guan Yuanyuan and asked, "I have awakened the power of the rock shield." "Brother Feng, would you like me to show you?" Facing Guan Yuanyuan's suggestion, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "It's dark at night. I think we should forget it. Let's talk about it when we are free tomorrow." "Yeah, okay." The two sisters, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuanyuan, nodded in response at the same time. At this moment, Li Xian also walked over after absorbing the crystal core. Before Lin Feng could speak, Li Xian said, "I have awakened the ability to purify water." "Purify the water?" Lin Feng asked. Li Xian nodded and said, "Yes, water purification is just as the name implies. It removes impurities and harmful substances in the water and makes it drinkable." When Lin Feng and the girls heard this, their eyes lit up. If it is really as Li Xian said, this is undoubtedly a huge surprise. Although Lin Feng was not short of water, the survivors outside the community were. "Li Xian, do you know how important this water-based ability you awakened today is to the group of survivors outside the community?" "Of course I know this, but in my opinion, this ability that awakened tonight is actually not of much value. After all, there is no shortage of drinking water in our community. At present, our community has no shortage of drinking water, but when our base grows bigger in the future, that may not be the case." After hearing this, Li Xian paused for a moment and said, "Lin Feng, after hearing what you said, I think the skill I awakened today is still somewhat useful." "Of course," Lin Feng said with a smile. At this time Yang Mi also came over and asked. Lin Feng looked at her and asked, "What effect did you get after absorbing the crystal core this time?" Yang Mi shook his head in disappointment and said, "I haven't awakened any new ice-related abilities. I just feel like the ability I awakened last time seems to have been strengthened. Either you've awakened a new power, or you've strengthened your existing power. To me, it's all the same. Don't be unhappy. Come here and let me hug you." Lin Feng just opened his arms as he spoke. Faced with Lin Feng's sudden favor to her, Yang Mi was naturally overjoyed and leaned in Lin Feng's arms. However, Lin Feng's action immediately made Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, Wang Shushue, and others jealous. "Oh my, I never expected that today we sisters accidentally became light bulbs. You do not say. How about we all step aside for a while and come back later? Brother Feng, I want a loving hug too." Zhao Jingyi and others looked at Lin Feng in a sarcastic tone and said. At this time, Lin Feng could only helplessly explain to Zhao Jingyi and other girls. "I saw that Yang Mi was in a low mood today. Look at you all. Can't you be more generous? What are you doing?" At this time, Han Wushuang also came over after absorbing the crystal core. When he saw Yang Mi nestled in Lin Feng's arms, he immediately turned into a Barbie doll. "This man, can you consider the feelings of our other sisters?" Hey, seeing everyone's reaction so strong, Lin Feng just pushed Yang Mi away from his arms and said, "Okay, no more hugs. Wushuang, tell me, have you awakened a new power, or have you strengthened it?" "Brother Feng, didn't you see that my muscles have become stronger than the day before yesterday? You look stronger. Sister Wushuang, you should change back. If you don't, I'm really worried that the buttons on your chest won't be able to support your breasts." But who would have thought that as Lin Feng finished his words, the two buttons on Han Wushuang's chest couldn't bear the pressure and broke. Seeing this, Han Wushuang immediately covered his chest and hurried back to the bedroom. Then at this moment, Chun Bangxia, Irina, and Zhao Lucy also came over together. Chapter 175, Turning Waste into Treasure. "Brother Feng, what happened to Sister Wushuang? Why did she go back to the bedroom?" Chun Bangxia looked at Han Wushuang in confusion and said as he watched her retreating figure. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. I can't help it. She insisted on showing her chest muscles in front of me, and the buttons on her chest broke accidentally. Ha ha. As soon as Lin Feng said this, all the girls couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the laughter, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Chen Bengxia, Zhao Lucy, and Irina, and said, Did you three experience any changes after absorbing the crystal core? Chen Bengxia said, I have awakened another stealth skill. I can deliver the most fatal blow to the enemy while being invisible. After hearing Chen Bengxia's brief narration, Lin Feng had basically concluded that Chen Bengxia would adopt the route of stealth and sneak attacks in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Zhao Lucy again. Then Zhao Lucy immediately said, I feel that my healing ability has increased again. Can you tell me more specifically? At first I was able to perform simple wound healing and treatment of minor illnesses, but now I can treat more serious injuries and some chronic diseases, and even accelerate cell regeneration. After hearing what Zhao Lucy said, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, It seems that our Lucy has also improved? Isn't that necessary? Upon hearing Lin Feng's praise for her, Zhao Lucy immediately said with a proud look on her face. At this time, Irina also said, I can now control larger metals. Bigger metal? Yeah, like cars and stuff like that. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but think to himself, it seems that the strength of this foreign girl Irina cannot be underestimated in the future. When Lin Feng thought of this, he glanced around again and found that there was still one person missing. So Lin Feng looked towards the living room and found that Lu Yun was feeling depressed, sitting on the sofa without saying a word. Judging from her appearance, it's probably true. She hasn't awakened any special powers yet, right? Lin Feng thought to himself. Then he slowly walked over, hugged Lu Yun gently in his arms, and comforted her softly. It's okay. One day you will also awaken your superpowers. Brother Feng, am I really useless? I have absorbed so many crystal cores, but have not awakened any special abilities. Lu Yun sobbed softly in Lin Feng's arms. Why do you think so? Even if you can't awaken your superpowers in your lifetime, as long as I'm here, what are you worried about? Brother Feng woo woo. When Lu Yun heard this, she snuggled in Lin Feng's arms like a kitten and started crying with such emotion. When Zhao Jingyi and others saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. After all of them have awakened their special powers, except her. It is inevitable that she suddenly feels inferior and disappointed. The next day, Lin Feng kissed Lu Yun on the forehead while she was still sleeping and was about to get out of bed. But at this moment, Lu Yun, who was sleeping soundly, grabbed the corner of Lin Feng's clothes with her slender and white little hand, preventing him from getting out of bed. Seeing that Lu Yun was pretending to sleep, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his lips slightly and said, Stop it, it's almost noon now. But, this girl just closed her eyes, tightly grasped the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, and said nothing. There was no other way. So another hour and a half later, Lin Feng came down from the bedroom after washing up. But who knew that as soon as Lin Feng arrived in the living room, Zhao Jingyi immediately came over and said, Ah Feng, these past 2 days our people have been extracting gasoline and diesel from abandoned vehicles in the city. There is almost no place to put them. Zhou Qiang just came over to ask you to think of a solution. Got it. Let me finish breakfast first. Zhao Jingyi rolled her eyes at Lin Feng when she heard this, pointed at the time on the wall, and said, It's already 11:45. There's no breakfast. Let's wait for lunch. Lin Feng looked up at the clock on the wall, smiled helplessly, and said, Okay then. Lin Feng said this, and was about to walk out of the villa. But then Zhao Jingyi's voice came from behind. Ah Feng, lunch is almost ready. Where are you going? Didn't you just say that Zhou Qiang was looking for me? I'll go over and take a look. Then you must remember to come back at 12:30. No. Without even turning his head, Lin Feng responded impatiently to Zhao Jingyi behind him and hurriedly left the villa. Brother Feng, you're here? Zhou Qiang, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried over to greet Lin Feng as soon as he saw him. Lin Feng nodded slightly and looked at the thousands of barrels of diesel and gasoline in front of him and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Brother Feng, the black plastic barrel on the left contains diesel and the green plastic barrel on the right contains gasoline. Okay, it's time for dinner. Go eat. I can handle this here by myself. When Zhou Qiang heard this, he was shocked and asked, Brother Feng, are you sure you can do it alone? So much nonsense, let's go eat. Then, I'm really leaving then. Let's go. Lin Feng patiently waved to Zhou Qiang, then turned around and looked at the thousands of oil drums in front of him. His mind couldn't help but move. 28,520 barrels of waste gasoline were detected. Should they be synthesized? Perform a 2-in-1 synthesis. With Lin Feng's murmur, the 28,520 barrels of expired gasoline in front of him suddenly decreased by half and became 14,260 barrels. At this time, the system's synthesized voice sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. 2-in-1 high-quality gasoline, 14,260 barrels. But then Lin Feng put the high-quality gasoline into the space. His mind moved again, and the million-fold replication system was activated. 14,260 barrels of 2-in-1 high-quality gasoline were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 142.6 billion barrels of 2-in-1 high-quality gasoline. Then Lin Feng did the same thing to the remaining diesel in front of him. 9,862 barrels of waste diesel were detected. Should they be synthesized? But when Lin Feng heard that there were less than 10,000 barrels of diesel, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that there were still more people driving gasoline cars. Then Lin Feng said, "Perform a 2-in-1 synthesis." The diesel in front of him instantly shrank by half, becoming 4,931 barrels of diesel. 2-in-1 high-quality diesel for 1,931 barrels. As the system's synthesized sound sounded again, Lin Feng stored the diesel into the space. Just like the gasoline, he replicated it tens of millions of times again. Then he glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist and prepared to return to the villa. After all, Jingyi just said that she wanted to eat at 12:30, and it's almost 1 o'clock now. So now he has to go back quickly. But at this moment, another subordinate hurriedly walked towards Lin Feng. Chapter 176 Bribery. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. So before the subordinate even came up to him, Lin Feng took the lead and said, "Hurry up and tell me what's going on. I haven't eaten yet." The subordinate was startled when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, there is a man named Yi Bai from the community who wants to see you." "And what did you tell him?" "Early this morning, Zhou Qiang had already instructed not to let the survivors outside know that you are the boss here. So I didn't say anything and came directly to find you." Lin Feng was very satisfied when he heard his subordinate's answer, so he pretended to take out a Snickers from his arms and handed it to the subordinate. "You performed well, so this is a reward for you." "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I won't be shy about that." The subordinate took the Snickers with a smile, tore open the package quickly, and started eating. "Go over and tell him later that I'm having dinner with the boss, and ask them to wait for a while." "Okay, Master Lin, I'll go over and tell them now." As the subordinate said this, he walked out of the community. At this time, Lin Feng returned to the villa to eat. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, the most important thing at the moment is to have enough food. As for Yi Bai and other guys who have ulterior motives, try to leave them alone for a while if you can. At this time, Yi Bai and his friends outside the community were standing under the scorching sun, carrying a backpack full of crystal cores, pretending to be honest, and sweating profusely. The subordinate who had just returned from Lin Feng, still holding an unfinished Snickers bar in his hand, walked slowly to Yi Bai and the others and said coldly, "Lin Feng is having dinner with the boss. Are you guys waiting?" "Big brother, you have worked hard. This is a token of my respect to you." As Yi Bai spoke, he took out a green box of Zuanheman brand cigarettes from his pocket and quickly stuffed it into the subordinate's hand. When Lin Feng's men saw the cigarette in his hand, they were stunned, then looked at Yi Bai and asked, "What do you mean? Didn't I say it just now?" "This is a gift to you," Yi Bai said with a smile. "This is a good thing. I remember this pack of cigarettes was sold for 18 or 20 before the end of the world. I remember it was about 25. Didn't the price go up in the end?" The subordinate looked at the cigarette in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. "If you ask me, the only good thing left in this end of the world is that I no longer have to work like a slave, and I no longer have to pay various loans every month. Secondly, it has helped me quit smoking after more than 10 years of addiction. If I really smoke this pack of cigarettes, what if I get addicted to smoking again in the future? What if I get reported by other brothers? So have you ever thought about this series of questions?" When Yi Bai heard what his subordinate said, he was about to reach out to take the pack of cigarettes back. But this subordinate put the cigarette directly into his pocket. Seeing this scene, Yi Bai couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What a hypocritical guy. He said so much nonsense, but he still accepted it, didn't he? But just as Yi Bai was thinking about it, Lin Feng's subordinate continued. "So I say, brother, do you think it's easy for me to quit smoking? Aren't you harming me?" After the subordinate finished speaking, before Yi Bai could react, he turned to his companion and said, "Remember this for me. Today a survivor named Yi Bai bribed me with a pack of Xian Hemin cigarettes. But I decisively refused because I remembered the boss's teachings deeply and was determined not to engage in corruption or bribery. I'll write it down and report it to my boss later, and it'll be my performance appraisal for this month, right?" "Okay." Upon hearing this, the subordinate's companion responded without saying a word, immediately picked up the small notebook and started to write it down seriously. "Damn, is this idiot sick?" Yi Bai looked at this jerk with a look of disbelief, and suddenly 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. Because at this moment, he wished he could strangle this guy to death right there and then. But now that things have come to this, what can he do? In order to be able to get closer to the reborn here, he could only force himself to say, "Brother, it's so hot, and I just saw that you were working hard. So I wanted to give you a pack of cigarettes. How can this be considered a bribe?" But Lin Feng's men snorted coldly. "There are 2 of us, and you only gave me a pack of cigarettes. What else can this be but a bribe?" When Yi Bai heard this, he couldn't help but think to himself. It turns out that he was afraid that his companions would report him. No wonder he said that. Yi Bai seemed to understand the reason, and he took out a pack of Xian Hemin from his pocket and said, "Brother, this bag is for your companion. Is this finally okay?" However, facing Yi Bai's questioning with suppressed anger, Lin Feng's men did not answer directly, but turned to look at their companions. "This pack of cigarettes is for you. Do I have one too? That's really great. Upon hearing this, his companion immediately walked over excitedly, looked at Yi Bai, and confirmed again, is it really for me? Yes, this bag is for your brother. Yi Bai nodded helplessly and said, thank you, thank you. The companion took the cigarette with gratitude, then returned silently and wrote it down in his notebook. When Yi Bai saw this scene, he immediately felt that something was wrong, so he hurriedly asked, didn't we give him cigarettes? Why is he still writing it down in the notebook? Lin Feng's men turned their heads and took a look. His companion said, he might be keeping track of your bribe. When Yi Bai heard this, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. He glared at Lin Feng's men with a sullen face and was so angry that he couldn't utter a single word. After all, under such a hot sun, he was teased again and again by a gatekeeper. He is almost going crazy now. But how could he know that everyone in this community was extremely loyal to Lin Feng? Because all of them were pulled back from the brink of death by Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had not shown up that day, they would have probably starved to death. So let alone a pack of cigarettes. Even if you give them a mountain of gold and silver, it cannot change their determination to be loyal to Lin Feng until death. At this time, Lin Feng, who was in the villa, was eating while pointing at the monitoring screen with his chopsticks, and said vaguely, Jingyi, give these two competent subordinates an excellent rating for this month's performance appraisal. Excellent will be rewarded with 10 crystal cores you synthesized, which is equivalent to 100 ordinary second-level crystal cores. Are you sure you want to reward them? There are only a little over 100 second-level crystal cores. Look how sorry you are for them. Give them an excellent grade this month. Okay, I'll listen to you. But Offing, what are you going to do with these people at the gate of the community? Chapter 177. This matter is really serious. Facing Zhao Jingyi's question, Lin Feng looked up at the surveillance screen again and saw Yi Bai and others standing at the gate of the community saying, I plan to let them go this time. Let them go? Ah Feng, since we already know that these people have ill intentions towards us, why should we let them go? Yes, Brother Feng, isn't this letting the tiger go back to the mountains? I think we can't release them. We might as well throw them into the iron cages in the community outside and feed them to the zombies. Yes, feed these bad guys to the zombies. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, and other girls immediately raised their objections. After all, in the eyes of Zhao Jingyi and others, it would not be excessive to treat those who wanted to take over their community, no matter how cruel the method used. But Lin Feng said, I feel like this group of people is well organized, so I really want to know where their lair is. If conditions permit, we can wipe out their lair in one fell swoop to save trouble in the future. When Zhao Jingyi and the other girls heard this, they finally understood why Lin Feng let them go. So Zhao Jingyi asked, so Lin Feng, what are your plans next? When they leave here in a while, Banksia will follow them from a distance in stealth. I want to know where they live. Okay, I understand. Chen Banksia nodded immediately after hearing this. If you encounter any danger while following them, remember to fire your flare gun. As Lin Feng spoke, he gently placed a synthetic flare gun loaded with ammunition on the dining table. But Chen Banksia said disapprovingly, Brother Feng, there's no need for that. As long as I'm invisible, no one will be able to find me. Aren't you being too cautious? Hey, little guy, I can see you even if you're invisible. Lin Feng said something secretly in his heart, and then he spoke again. It's been a while since the apocalypse began, so not only have our abilities awakened, but other survivors' abilities may have also awakened. So for safety's sake, you must bring this flare gun with you. Oh well. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Chen Banksia didn't know what to say, so he had to put away the signal gun on the dining table. So after lunch, Lin Feng took Chen Banksia out of the villa. Zhao Jingyi and the others remained silent and stayed in the villa. When Lin Feng and Chen Banksia arrived at the gate of the community, Chen Banksia followed Lin Feng's instructions and instantly entered invisible state. Brother Lin Feng, you finally came out. You really made me wait so long. Lin Feng hadn't arrived at the gate of the community yet, but Yi Bai, who had been waiting for a long time, started shouting from a distance as if he had seen a savior. But as soon as he said this, he was immediately scolded by Lin Feng's men. What nonsense are you talking about? This guy is a favorite of the boss. His name is Lin Xiao. Yi Bai's heart couldn't help but move when he heard this. It turns out that this guy named Lin Feng is the boss's favorite. No wonder he can have dinner with the big boss here every day. I just don't know what the boss here looks like. Yi Bai thought to himself and immediately changed the topic with a smile. Mr. Lin, you finally came out? Is the crystal core ready so soon? Lin Feng nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai immediately took off the backpack on his shoulders, placed it in front of Lin Feng, and said, It's ready. These are the crystal cores of the 5 of us. They're all here. When Lin Feng heard this, his mind moved, and he looked at Yi Bai and Yi Bai's men one by one. In an instant, their thoughts at this moment were transmitted to Lin Feng's mind. Yi Bai, you idiot. When I get in, I will kill all the reborn people here, and I will definitely thank you very much. Yi Bai's subordinate 1. I hope this time it will be successful, otherwise so many crystal cores will be wasted. Yi Bai's subordinate 2. You bastard, you made us wait for so long in such a hot day. After our young master Yi succeeds, I will kill you with my own hands. Yi Bai's subordinate 3. Fuck your grandma, you finally came out. At this moment, Lin Feng, through telepathy, finally knew the real purpose of Yi Bai and his group, and a murderous intent arose in his heart. But Lin Feng knew that it was not the right time to kill them now. He had to find out their details and root them out completely. Otherwise, their remaining forces will be like a bunch of stink bugs, constantly harassing us, and we will definitely be unable to defend ourselves against them. So Lin Feng pointed at the backpack in front of him and said calmly, "How many crystal cores are there?" "Exactly 10,000 crystal cores, no more, no less, just enough for the 5 of us." "Yes, it seems that you are really capable. You were able to obtain so many crystal cores in such a short time." When Yi Bai heard Lin Feng say this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, judging from the tone of Lin Feng's speech now, this time it's basically a sure thing. "Mr. Lin, this person just bribed me. Here is the evidence. Mr. Lin just bribed me." But what Yi Bai did not expect was that at this critical moment, 2 of Lin Feng's men suddenly walked up to Lin Feng with a bag of Zhuanheman, and each of them spoke with a righteous look. This sudden change almost made Yi Bai bleed from anger. At this moment, Lin Feng pretended to be shocked and looked at Yi Bai and said, "Is what they said true?" "Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. It was so hot, and I saw that these 2 brothers were working so hard, so I gave them each a pack of cigarettes. I really didn't mean to bribe them. You are really confused. Forget it. Since it has already happened, if you really want to join us, you can leave these crystal cores behind first. I will go back and explain it to the boss later. What do you think?" When Yi Bai heard this, his heart tightened and he asked, "Mr. Lin, is this matter really that serious?" "Please remove that word ma. This matter is really serious. It's just 2 packs of cigarettes. How serious can it be? Those who accept bribes are considered traitors. Have you seen those zombies in the iron cages outside the community? This is the fate of traitors." Yi Bai and his men couldn't help but feel their anus tighten after being frightened by Lin Feng. A chill quickly spread in the heart of each of them. After all, after what Raymond Lam said, whose anus wouldn't be tight. Mr. Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. You must help us, Mr. Lin." Chapter 178 Rabbit Eyes. "Didn't I just say that? Leave the crystal core here first. You guys go back now and come back at this time tomorrow. It seems that this is the only way. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin." Yi Bai thought to himself and looked at Lin Feng's 2 men with resentment. At this moment, Yi Bai wished he could eat these 2 idiots alive. But how could he know that this was actually a trap set for them by Lin Feng? So Yi Bai had no choice but to wave to his subordinates, turn around, and leave. At the same time, Chen Bengxia, who was already in invisible state, also followed quietly. After Yi Bai and the others left, Lin Feng turned around and looked at his 2 men and said, "Well done. Here, 1 Snickers bar for each of you." "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The 2 men immediately took the Snickers with a smile on their faces, and each of them looked very happy. After all, for them, being recognized by Lin Feng is more important than anything else. At this moment, Yi Bai and others who were on their way back had a look of regret and resentment on their faces. Damn it. It's all the fault of those 2 gatekeepers. That's right. Otherwise we would have sneaked in today. If I had the chance, I would peel off their skin and pull out their tendons to relieve the hatred in my heart. At this time, Yi Bai's men were on their way back, talking to each other nonstop. Yi Bai, who was already furious, became even more furious. "I really didn't expect that I would suffer such a loss at the hands of the 2 gatekeepers today. Don't worry. I will make sure these 2 people suffer a fate worse than death." At this time, Chen Bengxia, who was in invisible state, couldn't help but sneer in his heart after hearing the conversation between Yi Bai and others. Until Chen Bengxia saw them enter a building with no less than 100 people. Chen Bengxia, who was in invisible state, stopped and quietly returned to the villa. "How's Bengxia? Have you found their lair?" As soon as Chen Bengxia stepped into the villa, Zhao Jingyi couldn't wait to ask. Chen Bengxia nodded to Zhao Jingyi, then looked at Lin Feng who was sitting on the sofa and drinking kung fu tea and said, "I saw with my own eyes that Yi Bai and his group entered a building. Very good. Once we know the lair of these people, we can kill them and there will be no worries. Thank you for your hard work. Come and have a cup of tea." Lin Feng looked at Chen Bengxia and said this. Then he poured a cup for Chen Bengxia and placed it on the coffee table. Chen Bengxia naturally picked up the teacup without hesitation, blew on it, and drank it all in one gulp, then asked Lin Feng to refill her cup. At this time, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng and said, "Ah Feng, now that we know where they live, when should we take action?" "Wait until tomorrow. Yi Bai and the others will come to our door automatically. We will deal with him first, and the remaining small fish and shrimps will be easily dealt with." When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she immediately agreed. "That's right. If you shoot a person, shoot the horse first. If you capture a thief, capture the leader first. If you kill Yi Bai and his men first, the rest of the people will be scattered." At the same time, on the edge of the city, the zombie girl Xia Ku, who had lost her eyes, was relying on a wooden stick in her hand as a guide stick, staggering forward on the barren grassland. Although her steps were slow, they revealed a firm will to survive. However, fate did not seem to let her go. Under her feet, an inconspicuous little pit suddenly interrupted her steps. Her body shook violently, and the stick in her hand drew an arc in the air. She almost lost her balance and fell on this ruthless ground. But the zombie girl Siaka managed to steady herself at the last moment and avoided falling. But even so, the expression on the zombie girl Siaka's face gradually became distorted and hideous. Then, the zombie girl Siaka suddenly raised her head and pointed to the sky with her eyes that had long lost their light and were as empty as black holes. Before the apocalypse, she was a terminally ill patient, and after the apocalypse, she became a ferocious zombie. At that moment, she seemed to be challenging the injustice of the whole world with her imperfect existence. Suddenly, the resentment that had been suppressed for a long time in her heart caused the zombie girl Siaka to suddenly burst into a roar full of unwillingness and anger. The voice echoed in the desolate air, just like her unyielding soul, resounding above the ruins of the apocalypse. At this moment, a frightened rabbit suddenly jumped out from the grass and ran away quickly. But no matter how fast this rabbit runs, how can it be as fast as the zombie girl Siaka? Siaka, the zombie girl with sensitive hearing, immediately turned into a shadow and grabbed the gray rabbit. Ha ha! But then Siaka suddenly burst into laughter and stroked the gray rabbit as if it were a treasure. God, you have a little conscience, otherwise you would be really bad. The zombie girl Siaka spoke with a ferocious look on her face. She carefully touched the rabbit's eyes, and with a little force with her sharp fingers, she accurately and ruthlessly dug out the rabbit's eyeballs. But what was horrifying was that she actually stuffed the eyeball into her empty eye socket. Instant time. The zombie girl Siaka's optic nerves, like active earthworms, quickly connected and merged with the rabbit's eyeballs. In just a short while, one of the zombie girl Siaka's eyes had regained sight. Then the zombie girl Siaka followed suit, using the same method to stuff the poor rabbit's other eye into her other empty eye socket. Then the zombie girl Siaka's other eye also regained its sight. But these eyes made her a little uncomfortable. Although these eyes can give her a wide field of vision, they also have night vision and dynamic vision capabilities. However, the zombie girl Siaka could only see things very blurry at close range. It seems that I still need to find a pair of human eyes to replace them. The zombie girl Siaka murmured softly, and in her mind, she couldn't help but think of Lin Feng's eyes that could shoot out lasers. The next day at noon, Yi Bai and his men appeared at the gate of the community again. When Yi Bai and his men saw Lin Feng's two men at the door, the anger in their hearts suddenly burst out. But they had to bow their heads as they were under someone else's roof. So Yi Bai could only suppress his anger and try to force himself to smile a little, even uglier than crying, and said, "Brother, please tell Lin Feng that we are coming." Chapter 179 Master Lin. This is all a misunderstanding. After hearing what Yi Bai said, Lin Feng's men looked at Yi Bai with a surprised look and said with an unhappy look, "Brother, didn't I tell you yesterday that you must call him Young Master Lin? Call him Young Master Lin. He is a favorite of the boss. Is your head filled with his father? Why can't you remember? Where had Yi Bai ever suffered such humiliation before?" So at this moment, facing the repeated harassment and insults from Lin Feng's men, he was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. Lin Feng's men looked at Yi Bai, whose face was red and neck was thick with anger, but still challenged him. "What? You look so angry, do you want to bite me? Brother, I advise you to be more careful with your words. Otherwise, you might die without knowing how you died." However, what Yi Bai never expected was that as soon as he said this, several AI-controlled M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine guns on the rooftop turret of the villa close to the community entrance had automatically aimed at them. Yi Bai and others who discovered this scene stood there with pale faces, completely losing their temper. After all, with their current strength, they would be shot into sieves in an instant in front of such a powerful heavy machine gun. So now, Yi Bai and the others can only admit defeat. Lin Feng's men saw the change in Yi Bai's heart and looked at them with disdain. "You are really a bunch of cowards. Just wait here. I will go talk to Master Lin now." Lin Feng's men said this and walked slowly towards the villa where Lin Feng was. At this moment, Yi Bai and others no longer had the arrogance they had at the beginning, and even had plans to leave. After all, every villa in the community has 3 heavy machine guns with autonomous functions. Who wouldn't be scared? So one of Yi Bai's men bravely came up to Yi Bai and stammered, Mr. Yi, if Lin Feng is still eating later, and if he still wants us to wait for him here, why don't we just go back?" "What? Are you scared?" I'm not afraid, but I'm mainly afraid of disturbing other people's meals." Yi Bai heard his subordinates speaking such ridiculous and outrageous words. How could he not know that it was extremely difficult to kill a reborn person who also possessed a system in such a heavily guarded place? What's more, his men now obviously no longer have the morale they had before. Now their probability of success can really be said to be very, very low. Yi Bai figured this out, and it was useless even if he was unwilling now. So he could only face reality. So Yi Bai had no choice but to nod and say, "It seems that I have been thinking too simply from the beginning. Why don't we withdraw now and make a long-term plan after we return?" Okay, let's go now, Mr. Yi. Walk." Yi Bai said this and was about to leave with his men. "Where are you going?" But at this moment, Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded from behind Yi Bai, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Yi Bai looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression and tried to force out a smile and said, "Mr. Lin, you're here? Come with me. Our boss wants to meet you." Lin Feng nodded, and just like before, he looked at Yi Bai calmly, said something, then turned and walked into the villa. Am I overthinking it? Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent look, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel confused. At this time, Yi Bai's subordinates, seeing that he was hesitant, immediately came up to him and asked in a low voice, "What should we do, Master Yi? Do we really have to go in?" Faced with his men's trembling inquiries, Yi Bai's strong desire to obtain the system finally overcame his fear of this community. After all, for him, this might be his only chance to get close to the mysterious reborn person who made him think about him day and night in this community. If he misses it, he may never have such an opportunity again. Walk. So Yi Bai gritted his teeth, made up his mind, said something, and followed Lin Feng in. But as Yi Bai and the others followed Lin Feng, the further they went inside, the more they felt something was wrong. Because all of them found that each villa was like a mecha, and the AI autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun would move towards them as they moved. This powerful feeling of oppression gradually made Yi Bai and all of them feel a suffocating fear. In the end, Yi Bai couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately said to Lin Feng, who was walking in front of him, Mr. Lin, I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with at home. I have to go back and deal with it. So can we just forget about it this time?" Ha ha. But what responded to him was Lin Feng's loud laughter, which immediately made him even more frightened. Lin Feng, what are you laughing at? You are such a good kid. The more you like to play, the worse you get. Now that you are scared, do you want to go home to your mother? When Yi Bai heard this, his face turned pale instantly. But even so, he still looked at Lin Feng tremblingly and said, Mr. Lin, what do you mean? I have no idea what you are talking about. It doesn't matter if you don't know, as long as I know it. Lin Feng looked at the prey in front of him with a teasing look and spoke slowly. Suddenly, one of Yi Bai's men could no longer bear the suffocating fear, so he turned around and ran away without saying a word. Bang bang. However, an AI-controlled M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun immediately fired 2 bursts of fire, instantly breaking the man's legs. The person who was in pain suddenly let out a scream of fear and despair, like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Bai's other men were already shaking with fear when they saw their companion in such a miserable state. The green-yellow liquid dripped down their trouser legs and all over the floor. Take this legless one out and feed it to the zombies. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Su Sheng and a few others quickly came out of a villa, each holding one of the arms and dragging him out like a dead dog. Then 2 middle-aged women came, each holding a bucket and a mop, and quickly cleaned up the blood on the ground. When Yi Bai saw this scene, he realized that he had really offended someone he shouldn't have offended. So Yi Bai knelt on the concrete floor without saying anything, begging tremblingly, Lin, young master, this is all a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation first. Chapter 180. Obtain the selection reward system. Seeing Yi Bai so scared, Lin Feng suddenly felt playful. After all, from the very beginning, Lin Feng had no intention of killing him immediately. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too easy for those who want to kill him? Since you want to explain to me, then you can stay here first. Kill these other idiots. Bang 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 bang. As soon as Lin Feng said this, an AI autonomous M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun in the villa fired a few bullets again. The heads of Yi Bai's remaining men were like exploded watermelons, with red and white liquid splattered all over Yi Bai's face. At this time, another group of Lin Feng's men came out in a hurry from somewhere else. Some dragged the bodies, some cleaned the place. It seems that all this is as normal as everyday life. At this moment, Yi Bai was shocked and confused. After touching the sticky red and white substance on his face, he immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream in fear. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I was wrong. Mr. Lin, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me, woo-woo. Look at you crying like you've suffered a great injustice, making me look like a bad person. I say, brother, it's not appropriate for you to do this. Mr. Lin, I am a bad guy. I am a bad guy. Since you are a villain, but you are a very incompetent villain, reborn. How did you know? When Yi Bai heard this, his body trembled involuntarily, and he looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng looked at the guy in front of him, who seemed to be quite smart, but was actually a fool, and he immediately lost interest in him. So Lin Feng's mind moved, and a desert eagle suddenly appeared in his hand. He pointed the muzzle at Yi Bai's head and said in a sinister tone, Our boss told me. Seeing this, Yi Bai was instantly frightened. Lin, Master Lin, you can't kill me. Bang. But before Yi Bai could finish his words, Lin Feng had already pulled the trigger without mercy. Detected that you killed a reborn person. Congratulations on obtaining the system of the killed reborn person. System skills. Select the reward system. System skills. Choose a reward system? What to choose? What the hell is this? Just when Lin Feng was confused, Zhou Qiang had already brought dozens of people to him and asked, Brother Feng, our people have all gathered together. Shall we go over and destroy this guy's lair now? Mission A, immediately destroy Yi Bai's base. Reward 100 billion points of Ammunition Master proficiency. Unlock Ammunition Master, 5.6mm ammunition. Task B, if Yi Bai's base is not destroyed immediately, 5 million points of Synthesis System skill proficiency will be awarded. Task C, choose to abandon Yi Bai's base, and the reward will be to upgrade the Helping Others system, so that you and your women can have a more extreme experience and make you and your women happier. Before Lin Feng could even open his mouth to answer Zhou Chang's question, a system voice immediately rang in his mind. This moment made Lin Feng stunned, and then Lin Feng immediately showed an ecstatic expression. But Zhou Qiang, who knew nothing, obviously didn't understand why Lin Feng suddenly became like this. So Zhou Chang's heart tightened immediately. Brother Feng, are you okay? Lin Feng waved at him, immediately made a gesture to keep quiet, then turned his back to Zhou Qiang and the others and began to make his choice. Although Lin Feng really wanted to choose C, his remaining rationality told him that he must not act impulsively at this time. Now that we have obtained this system, there will definitely be a long time to come, so why rush it now? So Lin Feng directly chose Task A. After all, Task B only rewards 5 million synthesis proficiency points, which is far from enough to immediately unlock the 11-in-1 synthesis system skills. Therefore, choosing A and directly unlocking the next ammunition in Ammunition Master is the wisest choice. After doing all this, a system prompt sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. 100 billion points of Ammunition Master proficiency exceeded. All 5.6mm ammunition of Ammunition Master has been unlocked for you. Lin Feng was extremely excited when he heard the prompt from the Ammunition Master system. After all, from this moment on, he would no longer have to worry about running out of bullets for all the weapons in his space that could use 5.6mm ammunition. Then Lin Feng turned to look at Zhou Qiang and said with a little excitement in his tone, I asked you to gather so many people just to wipe out this guy's base immediately. Do I need to ask this? Hee. When Zhou Qiang heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. At this time, Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, Chen Bangxia, and all the other girls also came out of the villa. Zhao Jingyi said, Offing, shall we set off now? Lin Feng shook his head and said to Zhao Jingyi, you can't go. Why? Why else? You have to manage the entire community now, so how can this place be separated from you? But everyone has been staying at home for several days. Seeing Zhao Jingyi's pitiful look, Lin Feng's mind moved, and he immediately leaned close to her ear and whispered, Be good at home, and I will reward you alone in the evening. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi's eyebrows lit up immediately. You said it. Yes, I did. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand towards everyone present and said, Let's go. As soon as Lin Feng said this, everyone present quickly boarded the military off-road vehicles holding their Garand semi-automatic rifles. Lin Feng and the other girls boarded the military RV as they did before. Under the guidance of Chen Bangxia, Lin Feng drove the RV out of the community and quickly headed towards Yi Bai's building. Brother Feng, it's that building. 10 minutes later, Chen Bangxia suddenly pointed at the building in the distance and said, Lin Feng was driving a military RV and looked up, feeling puzzled. Isn't this a commercial office building built before the end of the world? At this moment, Lin Feng was thinking in his mind, and he subconsciously accelerated the military RV again. In just a moment, Lin Feng had parked the car in front of the building. As the RV stopped, Zhou Qiang and others who followed closely behind quickly jumped out of the car. Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng quickly came to Lin Feng and said, Brother Feng, shall we just start now? Take this loudspeaker and shout at this building. If these remaining forces of Yi Bai don't know what's good for them, kill them and take their bodies back to feed the zombies I keep. Chapter 181, Entering Yi Bai Base Building. When Zhou Qiang heard this, he immediately nodded heavily, turned on the loudspeaker Lin Feng handed him, and shouted at the building. Listen to me, everyone inside. Your boss, Yi Bai, has been killed by us. If you know what's good for you, come out and surrender. We promise to let you live, otherwise we will take you back to feed the zombies. Listen to me, everyone inside. Your boss, Yi Bai, has been killed by us. If you know what's best for you, come out and surrender. We promise to let you live, otherwise we will take you back to feed the zombies. Listen, everyone inside. Zhou Qiang held the loudspeaker and kept repeating what he had just said, but there was no sound in the building. Lin Feng, who saw this scene, had a calm expression on his face. After all, it can be said without hesitation that Lin Feng is only giving them a way to survive. If they don't know what's good for them, then you can't blame anyone else. Brother Feng, what should we do? They seemed to. Zhou Qiang had just spoken halfway when the door of the building opened. There was a survivor who was about 40 years old. He held his head with both hands and looked at Lin Feng and the others with fear on his face. Please don't shoot. Then the second, third, and fourth people walked out of the building. In just a short while, nearly 200 people walked out of the building. But what surprised Lin Feng a little was that these people were just ordinary survivors. Not a single one of them looked like someone who had absorbed the crystal core. But even so, Lin Feng still said to Zhou Qiang, Zhou Qiang, go and search these people to see if they have any weapons on them. Okay, Brother Feng. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Zhou Qiang immediately took a dozen people over and checked the survivors one by one. After Zhou Qiang and his team checked all these people, they turned around and shook their heads at Lin Feng. Obviously, Zhou Qiang and his team did not find any weapons that could hurt anyone on these people. So Lin Feng got down from the RV and came in front of these people. He stared at the eyes of a survivor in his 30s and said, "Tell me, what do you do in this building?" I grow vegetables." "Grow vegetables? What vegetables?" "Grow less leafy vegetables than you normally eat." When Lin Feng heard what the survivor said, his eyes narrowed slightly, his mind moved, and telepathy was activated. At this moment, the survivor's voice also rang in his mind. "Brother, I am really a farmer. Now my life is in your hands. How dare I lie to you?" After hearing the survivor's voice, Lin Feng realized that this building, which looked like a big building on the outside, was actually a completely different world inside. But even so, Lin Feng still performed telepathic communication with each survivor and read their thoughts. After all, in this cannibalistic apocalypse, the slightest negligence could lead to one falling into an abyss from which there is no escape. After confirming that these people were indeed ordinary survivors, Lin Feng said to Zhou Qiang and the others, "Half of you stay outside and watch them, and the other half follow me in." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Lucy, Ning Rushuang, and all the other girls followed Lin Feng closely like little followers. Lin Feng could only smile helplessly. After all, Lin Feng didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that Zhao Lucy, Ning Rushuang, and the others were so dependent on him. But when Lin Feng was thinking to himself, when he stepped into the building, he was instantly shocked by everything he saw and was speechless for a long time. "I saw that the first floor of this building was actually a farm. There are thousands of chicken coops made of welded metal, neatly lined up in a row. Naturally, there is a chicken in each chicken coop. Brother Feng, I really didn't expect that chickens could be raised in this building. Yeah, it seems that the guy named Yi Bai still has some brains." At this time, Lin Feng was listening to the discussions of Wang Shuxue, Li Xian, and others, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, otherwise, wouldn't his rebirth be in vain? So Lin Feng thought about it and immediately asked Zhou Qiang to call in a survivor here. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, it would save time to let someone who knows the situation here introduce it to them rather than for him to explore it slowly by himself. After a short while, Zhou Qiang brought in a middle-aged survivor in his 30s. So Lin Feng looked the middle-aged survivor up and down and asked in a slightly lowered voice, "What's your name?" "My name is Wang Bufan, and I'm a versatile worker here." "How skilled is he?" "Yes, I know a little bit about both electrical wiring and mechanical maintenance." "I didn't expect that this survivor is more or less a talented person. If possible, recruit him and let him do logistics in the future. That would be quite good." Lin Feng was thinking in his heart, but he said, "Then can you tell me briefly about the specific situation of this building?" "The third floor of the building is an industrial farm. Chickens are raised on the first floor, and small fragrant pigs weighing between 10 and 30 kilograms are raised on the second floor. After all, it is impossible to raise pigs that are too big in a building." "What's on the third floor?" Hearing Lin Feng's question, Wang Bufan immediately replied, "The cows raised on the third floor." "Ox." "That's right." Lin Feng stared at Wang Bufan and said coldly, "Didn't you say that this building can't be used to raise large livestock?" "There are many types of cattle, so we raise puppy cattle here." When Lin Feng heard what Wang Bufan said, he immediately understood. Because this kind of cow is not much bigger than an ordinary dog when it grows up and weighs no more than 50 kilograms, it is called a puppy cow. At this time, Wang Bufan continued, "The fourth floor of the building is a slaughterhouse, and the 5th to 9th floors are industrial indoor planting farms." "Plant? What do they grow there?" Lin Feng asked. "Fruits, vegetables, and dwarf potted rice and wheat. The manure from the livestock below can also be used as fertilizer." After hearing the words of the survivor named Wang Bufan, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Yi Bai was indeed quite clever. But what can he do? He gave up his good life and had to provoke people he shouldn't provoke. Isn't this seeking death? So Lin Feng thought of this, looked at the survivor named Yi Bufan, and slowly spoke again. "So what are the floors above the 10th floor of the building used for?" Chapter 182, Luxury above the 10th floor of the building. Above the 10th floor is where Yi Bai and his gang are active. All of us are actually working for Yi Bai and his gang. Please let us go, please. As Wang Bufan was speaking, he suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng stunned. After all, everything was fine just now. How come this happened suddenly? I'll consider it, but it depends on your performance. Please rest assured, I will tell you whatever you ask. I will never hide anything. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Very good. Then let me ask you how many people Yi Bai has? It can't be just you guys who work like cattle and horses for him, right?" To be honest, Yi Bai didn't have that many men. At the beginning, there were still a dozen of them. After he killed some of them, there were only 4 or 5 left. But since these people followed him out today, they have never come back. I guess you have killed them all, right? When Lin Feng heard what Wang Bufan said, he couldn't help but think, it seems that Yi Bai's subordinates are only the few people who followed Yi Bai today. After all, judging by the current scale of breeding and farming in the entire building, Yi Bai really cannot support too many people in this building. However, in order to ensure the credibility of Wang Bufan's words, Lin Feng still performed telepathic communication with him. After finally confirming that Wang Bufan really did not lie, Lin Feng slowly spoke. I'll give you two choices. One is to follow me sincerely and work hard for me, and the other is to leave here. When Wang Bufan heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation, Thank you, brother. I'll choose the second way to leave here. Have you thought about it? I've thought about it. Seeing that he was determined to leave, Lin Feng nodded and said, Okay, you can leave now. Really? Big brother, thank you very much. Wang Bufan said this and ran out of the building without looking back. Brother Feng, how could this person be so ungrateful? You were so kind to take him in, but he didn't even appreciate it. At this time, Han Wushuang looked at Wang Bufan's quickly moving back and couldn't help but feel indignant. But Lin Feng sighed and said, A forced melon is not sweet, so just let it be. So Lin Feng took the girls and Shou Qiang and others, climbed through the floors of the breeding and planting areas, and entered the area where Yi Bai and others were active. But when Lin Feng and the others saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Because this place is so luxurious that it can only be described as a life of decadence and extravagance. On both sides of the corridor, there are antique sculptures placed every few steps. Each one looks very valuable, but they are placed here as decoration. The marble floor was covered with hand-woven Persian carpets. Every step was soft and luxurious, and Lin Feng and his friends felt as if they were walking on clouds. Then Lin Feng and the others walked through the corridor and came to a spacious rest area. The furniture here was handcrafted by top designers, and each piece was a work of art. The sofa is covered with velvet cushions, which feel delicate and luxurious, giving you the feeling that once you sit down, you won't want to get up. What shocked Lin Feng even more was that on the top floor of the building was a huge indoor garden where various rare plants and flowers were planted. They thrived in a constant temperature and humidity environment, and it was spring all year round. In the center of the garden is a clear pond with several blooming water lilies floating on the surface. Occasionally, a few koi fish swim leisurely, adding a touch of vivid color to this luxurious space. Damn it, it seems that Yi Bai is quite good at enjoying himself, and he actually turned this building into his private palace. If he could stay here and behave himself, enjoying his life honestly, he would never have ended up like this. It's a pity that he made one wrong step after another, and his palace-like residence no longer belonged to him. Brother Feng, come and take a look. At this time, Su Xing seemed to have discovered something and immediately shouted to Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but exchange a glance with Ning Rushuang. Then he quickly walked over and asked, What happened to Su Xing? Brother Feng, this seems to be a warehouse, but the door is too strong and I can't open it. Su Xing pointed to a room in front of him and said. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately looked at the door. It was a stainless steel door, and it was indeed difficult to open at manpower. But this is only for ordinary people. For Lin Feng, using a synthetic Desert Eagle, 2 shots can do the job. But Lin Feng did not do so. Instead, he looked at the foreign girl Irina. Irina, try to use your metal control ability to open this metal door. Then I'll try. Irina nodded and put her hand on the door. Snap! Suddenly, a clear sound was heard from the door, and the door was magically opened under Irina's control. But when Lin Feng and others saw the scene inside, they were actually a little shocked. There were countless world-renowned wines filling more than a dozen wine cabinets. For example, there are countless world-class wines such as Heilin Winery, Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon, Kochi Winery, Cordon Charlemagne Estate, etc. What made Lin Feng even more ecstatic was that whole cartons of expensive cigarettes were piled up in boxes in a corner. For example, the Yellow Crane Tower and the Big Gold Brick cost 30,000 yuan each. Lichuan, 20,000 yuan per piece. Fuchin Villa, 14,000 yuan for one piece of Hediangxia, noble and elegant. Taishan and Fuguang tin cans, etc., priced at 15,320 yuan per can. So at this time, Lin Feng stepped into the storage room without saying a word. These cigarettes and famous liquors were copied tens of millions of times. 50 Yellow Crane Towers and Big Gold Bricks were detected. Congratulations on getting 500 million Yellow Crane Towers and Big Gold Bricks. 50 Lacun and Fuchin Shanju were detected. Congratulations on obtaining 500 million Lacun and Fuchin Shanju. Detected. After Lin Feng copied all these valuable cigarettes and stored them into the space, he used the same method to copy the famous wines in the wine cabinet thousands of times. Although Zhou Qiang and the others already knew that this was Lin Feng's superpower, but when they saw with their own eyes that Lin Feng made the famous cigarettes and liquors in the storage room disappear like magic, they couldn't help but reveal expressions of shock and confusion. After Lin Feng put all the cigarettes and alcohol in the storage room into the space, he turned to Zhou Qiang and the others and said, From now on, this place will be our secret base. It's actually quite good, Brother Feng, but the manpower we have now seems to be insufficient. After hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Lin Feng paused for a moment and said, It seems this is indeed a problem. Chapter 183. Sorry, you don't seem to be irreplaceable. But when Lin Feng said this, he suddenly changed the subject and said, We will go down and ask those people enslaved by Yi Bai if they are willing to follow us. What if they don't want to? Then kill them all. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhou Qiang, Su Sheng and others immediately looked puzzled. At this time, Lin Feng obviously already knew why Zhou Qiang, Su Sheng and others looked confused. So Lin Feng explained. I know what you want to ask. It's just that I didn't think too much at the time, so I let the survivor named Wang Bufan go. But now is a different time. If you have the chance to meet him, just kill him. After all, the secret base is called a secret base because the word secret is the most important thing. Okay, Brother Feng, we'll remember this. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang, Su Sheng, and others nodded at the same time. Then Lin Feng brought Zhou Qiang and the other girls out of the building. Lin Feng looked at the survivor in front of him who was once enslaved by Yi Bai and said in a deep voice, As you can all see, the world has changed, but even so, I still respect your choice. Therefore, those who are willing to stay and work for me, please stand on the left. Those who are unwilling to stay and want to go out and try their luck on their own, please stand on the right. Please remember that you only have one chance to choose. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the survivors couldn't help but look at each other. After all, the living conditions outside are so harsh that ordinary survivors like them are not very sure that they can survive. But they were also worried. What if Lin Feng still treated them the same way as Yi Bai did before? Wouldn't it be better for them to go out and try their luck? But just when these survivors were hesitating, a man jogging appeared in Lin Feng's sight. When Lin Feng saw the person coming, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise and said, Didn't you want to work for me? But why did you come back again? Wang Bufan smiled awkwardly and said truthfully, I didn't expect that the outside world is in such a mess. There are zombies everywhere now. I can't go anywhere, so I might as well follow you. When the other survivors heard what the survivor named Wang Bufan said, their hearts trembled. After all, since they have been in this building for so long, they only know the end of the world. But they don't know how serious this apocalypse is. Now, when they heard Wang Bufan say that there were zombies everywhere outside, these survivors immediately stood on the left, ready to choose to stay. But at this time Lin Feng said, I advise you to reconsider, because once you stay and choose to work for me, there will be no possibility of quitting. After all, I treat those who betray me very cruelly. But even though Lin Feng said this, the survivors remained firm and chose to stay. After all, for them, following Lin Feng can save their lives at least. But once they go out to face those zombies, they are actually no different from fish on a chopping board. They are just a group of ordinary people who are powerless, so what can they use to fight those zombies? So these survivors chose to stay. Seeing that these survivors all chose to stay, Lin Feng nodded slowly and continued. Excuse me, who is the multi-skilled worker here? I am. As Lin Feng finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his 30s raised his hand and said, Bang. But as soon as this middle-aged survivor said this, Lin Feng casually shot and killed the survivor named Wang Bufan. I'm sorry, it seems that you are not irreplaceable. Then, in front of the horrified eyes of the survivors, Lin Feng actually said, Please rest assured that I am a very principled person. The reason I killed him was because I had already given him a chance. But what about him? He treats my place like a market, coming and going as he pleases. I have to save face too. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the survivors were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe. At this moment, it seemed as if the air had begun to solidify. But Lin Feng didn't care about that, and continued to speak slowly. You don't need to be nervous, and don't worry about these details. I'm usually quite approachable. Just do what you were supposed to do in this building as before. When the survivors heard what Lin Feng said, they all looked skeptical and looked at Lin Feng with fear. At this moment, each of these survivors was crying out in pain. Brother, you almost scared me to death. How can I not be nervous? We are really nervous and concerned, okay? It's over, it's over. I just climbed out of the fire pit, but I didn't expect that I would jump into another fire pit on my own initiative. At this time, Lin Feng, who had already activated telepathy in advance, could naturally hear clearly what these survivors were saying. But Lin Feng just smiled faintly and turned to look at Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng. From today on, the two of you will each bring 5 people and take turns staying in this building every 72 hours. When Su Sheng Zhou Qiang heard this, he was stunned, but finally nodded heavily. So just like that, Zhou Qiang took the lead and stayed in the building with his 5 men. Lin Feng hurriedly returned to the villa community with the rest of the people. Night. Lin Feng was still standing in front of the window as before, as if he was lost in thought again. Only this time, what he held in his mouth was no longer a Huazi, but a Huangalu cigarette that cost 30,000 yuan a pack, 3,000 yuan a box, and 150 yuan a stick. It was a big gold brick, so let's just call it a brick. It seems like it's time to expand the number of people in the entire base. Lin Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and suddenly murmured something softly. If the previous plan was followed, Lin Feng would just take Zhao Jingyi and the others to take care of this community. But sometimes plans cannot keep up with changes, and sometimes, some things seem to be done naturally. For example, today we occupied the Yi Bai building base. So at this moment, Lin Feng really felt that sometimes people seem to be controlled by fate, rather than people controlling their own fate. At the same time, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company's laboratory building, which Lin Feng had visited before. I saw this ray of light gradually transformed into the appearance of the little boy who had talked with Lin Feng last time. Crack! At this moment, a crisp thunder suddenly exploded in the entire sky, making the little boy look fearful. But even so, the little boy still looked straight at the starry sky and said in a trembling voice, "I can do it, but why don't you choose me? If you say another word to me, I'll kill you. Get back here." As a dull sound rang out, the little boy immediately looked terrified and turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 184. Recruiting survivors in large quantities. Strange, why is there thunder on a sunny day? At this time, Zhao Jingyi in the kitchen looked up with a puzzled look, muttered something at the starry sky outside the window, and then carried the cooked dishes to the living room and shouted again. "It's time to eat. Ru Shuang, Li Exine, Wu Shuang. The rest of you go to the kitchen and bring out the cooked dishes quickly," Zhao Jingyi said as she looked at Lin Feng, who was standing in front of the window like a wooden man, and urged him. "Ah Feng, it's time to eat. Did you hear the thunder just now?" Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Jingyi and asked. Zhao Jingyi said nonchalantly, "I heard you, but if I say thunder, then thunder. In this world, anything can happen. Even if knives rain from the sky, I wouldn't find it strange now." Zhao Jingyi untied her apron and casually put it on the chair. She looked at Lin Feng with a smile and continued, "Go wash your hands and have dinner, sir. From now on, just call me master. I prefer this title." Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi with a wicked smile and went to wash his hands. But when Lin Feng said this, Zhao Jingyi was so angry that she rolled her eyes at him. On the dining table, while eating, Zhao Jingyi asked casually, "Today, Yi Bai's matter has been resolved. Do you plan to take Lu Si, Ru Shuang, and the others out to kill zombies tomorrow?" "No." Lin Feng shoveled the rice in the bowl and uttered a word casually. Then Lin Feng continued, "Tomorrow I plan to gather some survivors outside. But didn't you say that you only accept people once a year?" Zhao Jingyi put down her bowl and chopsticks, looked at Lin Feng in confusion, and asked. Lin Feng also put down the chopsticks in his hand and slowly said, "This time is different from that time. Now is different from before." After all, Lin Feng has now awakened his telepathic ability, so he no longer has to worry about those people with ulterior motives sneaking into his team. Zhao Jingyi and the others naturally didn't know this. Then Zhao Jingyi hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Our community and the building you occupy today are indeed a bit tight with our current manpower. So how many people do you plan to recruit this time, Lin Feng?" "At least 30 or 50,000. What? 30 to 50,000 people." When Zhao Jingyi and the other girls heard this, they couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Zhao Jingyi. "Ah Feng, aren't 30,000 to 50,000 people a bit too many?" "Yes, brother Feng. How much food do 30 or 50,000 people need to eat in a day? Can we really withstand it?" Ning Rushuang. Irina. "Oh my god, are you planning to use this city as a base?" As the foreign girl Irina said this, the other girls finally came to their senses, and everyone looked at Lin Feng intently. But Lin Feng smiled calmly, and under the gazes of the girls, he slowly said, "Why not?" When the girls heard that Lin Feng really had this plan, they were all shocked, and everyone looked at him in astonishment. After a moment, Zhao Jingyi coughed lightly, trying to break the slightly depressing atmosphere at the moment, then looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression and spoke again. "Ah Feng, logically speaking, I shouldn't say anything more, but isn't life like this good?" "Yes, brother Feng, if you ask me, it would be a good idea to use this community as our base. You really don't have to do this." Wang Shuxue also quickly echoed at this time. Ning Rushuang also muttered softly at this time. "That's right. If you really do this, how will you have time to accompany us in the future?" After hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. This is what you really think. But how could they know that Lin Feng did this out of helplessness? Because in the current situation, any reborn person, just by observing outside the community, can immediately realize that there is also a reborn person hidden in this community. After all, the walls of the community are tall and solid, and are equipped with heavy firepower weapons with AI autonomous consciousness. The villas in the entire community have also undergone earth-shaking changes. These changes are not only reflected in the appearance, but also in their internal security and defense capabilities. Even if Lin Feng wanted to continue hiding it, his identity as a reborn person could obviously not be concealed. Therefore, it would be wisest to take advantage of this time to make your power so powerful that no one can rival you. Otherwise, are we going to be swallowed up by another force in the future? So Lin Feng said to Zhao Jingyi and other girls. To survive in such a chaotic world, if we only enjoy a comfortable life and stop moving forward, the next time we come, it may not be Yi Bai and his group who will come. When Zhao Jingyi and other girls heard what Lin Feng said, they all fell silent. Because they really had no way to refute what Lin Feng said. Seeing the silence of the girls, Lin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart, "You little brats, can't I deal with you?" Then Lin Feng quickly continued. "Jingyi will continue to be the boss here, just like she has been doing these days, and continue to take care of the affairs of the entire community." "Oh, all right then." Zhao Jingyi responded reluctantly. After all, she also wanted to stick to Lin Feng every day like Zhao Lucy and the others. But what can I do? Zhao Jingyi successfully conceived, and the host is rewarded with 1 point of luck. At this moment, a system sound suddenly shocked Lin Feng's heart. This immediately made Lin Feng look ecstatic. When Zhao Jingyi saw Lin Feng suddenly show this expression, she immediately thought that Lin Feng's evil plan had succeeded, so she immediately said unhappily, "You always leave me alone at home while you go out with Lu Si, Ru Shuang, Li Xian, and the others. Jingyi, what are you talking about? Am I not worried about your health? My body. Anyway, I'm definitely doing this for your own good." Humph. I don't believe it. Zhao Jingyi snorted unconvincedly to express her dissatisfaction at the moment. Then Zhao Jingyi suddenly remembered something and immediately said, "Does what you said to me today still count?" Lin Feng was stunned and asked in confusion, "What did I say to you?" When Zhao Jingyi heard Lin Feng say this, she was so angry that she slammed the table. "Lin Feng, you. Oh, so that's it. Don't worry, I belong to you alone tonight." But before Zhao Jingyi could finish her words, Lin Feng had already remembered and said. Zhao Jingyi then snorted coldly with a proud look on her face, appearing very proud. However, Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, Ning Rushuang, and other girls all felt jealous and unhappy. Then what are you waiting for? It's getting late, shouldn't we get some rest? Faced with Zhao Jingyi's charming question, Lin Feng had no choice but to respond. Okay. Chapter 185. Everyone wants to give Lin Feng a baby. The next day, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, but just as he was about to get up, he was wrapped by Zhao Jingyi's fair and round arms. Then I heard Zhao Jingyi's sweet whisper. "Ah Feng, why were you so gentle to me last night?" "Nonsense, you are pregnant now, okay Mimi? Do I still dare to be like before?" It seems that I have to find a way to let her know that she is pregnant now. At this time, Lin Feng was thinking in his heart, so he said casually, "Wouldn't it be good to be gentle with you?" "Okay, but I want it again. It's already noon, let's just forget it." But as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi actually caught Lin Feng's weakness. More than an hour later, Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi walked out of the bedroom at the same time. At this time, the sharp-eyed Ning Rushuang, while picking vegetables in the living room, looked up at Lin Feng and said casually, "It's almost 11:30 in the afternoon. Why don't you just have lunch, Brother Feng?" "Okay." Lin Feng nodded in response. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and he immediately looked at Chun Bangxia, who was also picking vegetables at the table. "Bangxia, why do I feel like your sister Jingyi's complexion seems to be a little off lately?" "Yeah." Chun Bangxia immediately put down the work in his hands and observed Zhao Jingyi carefully. At this time, Zhao Jingyi was also very nervous after hearing Lin Feng's words. She subconsciously touched her face and looked at Chun Bangxia and said, "Bangxia, is my complexion really that bad now?" "No, Sister Jingyi, I feel pretty good." Chun Bangxia immediately shook his head. When Zhao Jingyi heard what Chun Bangxia said, she turned her head to Lin Feng and said unhappily, "You are the only one who can scare me. It's really annoying. How can I scare you? Anyway, I just think that your complexion these days is a little different from before." "Yeah." Lin Feng nodded seriously and said affirmatively, "Yes." When Zhao Jingyi heard what Lin Feng said, she suddenly became nervous again. At this time, Chun Bangxia on the side suddenly said, "If it really doesn't work, let me take your pulse, Sister Jingyi." "You can also take pulses?" Zhao Jingyi said with joy in her heart. "Of course. When I was in medical school, I learned it from the teachers there." "Okay then." As Zhao Jingyi spoke, she quickly walked up to Chun Bangxia, sat down on the chair, and stretched out her arms. Chun Bangxia then sat opposite Zhao Jingyi and placed his fingers on Zhao Jingyi's fair arm with a smile on his face. But at this moment, Chun Bangxia, who was originally smiling, suddenly frowned, which immediately made Zhao Jingyi feel nervous. "Sister Bangxia, how are you?" "Sister Jingyi, you are not pregnant, are you?" As soon as Chun Bangxia finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi let out a cry of surprise. But at this time Chun Bangxia said, "But I'm not sure yet. I'll have to wait for more than a week and then take your pulse to confirm. After all, it's too early for me to tell for a while." Hearing what Chun Bangxia said, Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng excitedly and nervously, and said excitedly, "Ah Feng, did you hear that? You might be going to be a father." "Really?" Lin Feng immediately pretended to be excited, walked up to Zhao Jingyi, and said. Zhao Jingyi nodded heavily. "I have a hunch that I might really be pregnant." That's great. From today on, you should stay at home and focus on taking care of your baby. You don't have to do anything else in the future. If you don't understand something, just ask Bangxia. After all, she used to be an obstetrician and gynecologist." "Yes, I understand." Zhao Jingyi nodded happily. At this time, Ning Rushuang, Wang Shushua, and other girls all gathered around with envy on their faces. "Sister Jingyi, I really didn't expect your stomach to be so tight." "That's right. For us, it's been so long, and there's still no reaction at all." "Brother Feng, you are not allowed to wear the little umbrella anymore. I also want to give birth to a baby for you." At this time, the girls were chattering one after another, and it made Lin Feng's head hurt. So Lin Feng quickly changed the subject and said, "I'm almost starving now. Is the meal ready now?" But it was obvious that the girls didn't buy into Lin Feng's tricks at all. Wang Shushua even said to Lin Feng, "Don't change the subject, just promise me quickly." "Okay, from now on, none of you can escape." When Wang Shushua and the other girls heard this, they immediately showed excitement and anticipation, and then they got together and chattered nonstop. As soon as Lin Feng saw this situation, he knew in his heart that it was completely impossible to expect them to prepare the meal well today. So Lin Feng had an idea and took out the steaming braised pork ribs, steamed fish and other dishes from the space and started eating them. When the girls saw that Lin Feng had already started eating, they naturally stopped cooking and started eating with Lin Feng. After the meal, Lin Feng burped with a satisfied look on his face, then lit a cigarette and said to Ning Rushuang, "Go talk to Su Sheng later and ask him to release the news that we are recruiting survivors 2 or 3 hours in advance." "Okay." Ning Rushuang nodded in response and hurried out of the villa. Then Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi again. "From now on, your identity will be the boss of our base. Are you willing?" "Offing, it's obviously you, but why are you doing this?" Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng in confusion. "Because I pulled myself away from it. I could truly see clearly whether those survivors outside the city were human or ghosts." Although Lin Feng already has the ability to read people's minds. But Lin Feng knew that everyone's thoughts and ideas could not remain unchanged. Besides, the most important thing is Lin Feng, who wants to cover up the fact that he is a reborn person. Although Lin Feng did this, Zhao Jingyi might be in some danger. But since Lin Feng can do this, he will never put her in danger. After all, Lin Feng's ultimate purpose in doing this is to protect them and prevent them from being implicated. At this time, Zhao Jingyi heard Lin Feng say this, and could only nod helplessly and said, "Well, I'm pregnant now anyway, so it's unlikely that I'll go out with you in the future, so whatever you say, that's fine." "That's good, hee." When Lin Feng heard what Zhao Jingyi said, he couldn't help but laugh. It was not until more than 2 hours later that Lin Feng led the girls and slowly climbed up the city wall. At this time, Su Sheng and others had been waiting on the city wall for a long time. When he saw Lin Feng, he immediately went over and said, "Brother Feng, I released the news 2 hours ago. Now the city walls are crowded with survivors." Chapter 186, Selecting Survivors. After hearing Su Sheng's words, Lin Feng secretly glanced down. There are at least 30 to 50,000 people under the city wall, and they are indeed there. What the hell, it's been so long since the apocalypse, and there are still so many survivors in this city. Lin Feng muttered in a low voice, then turned to Su Sheng and said, "Tell these survivors to retreat 10 steps first." Su Sheng was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly picked up the megaphone and shouted to the survivors under the city wall, "Everyone, please step back 10 steps to facilitate our selection." Without exception, the survivors under the city wall looked up. After hearing Su Sheng's shout, everyone was stunned, but then an excited look appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly retreated. "Tell them that people who have served in the military should take 3 steps forward," Lin Feng continued. "Okay, Brother Feng." Su Sheng nodded in agreement, and then used the loudspeaker to shout to the survivors below, "Survivors who served in the army before the end of the world, please stand up and take 3 steps forward." As Su Sheng finished his words, many survivors with excited faces in the crowd under the city wall hurriedly squeezed to the front of the crowd and took 3 steps forward. At this time, Lin Feng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, spoke slowly again. "Tell them that those who were firefighters, athletes, and fitness coaches before the end of the world should come to the front and take 2 steps forward." Su Sheng immediately repeated Lin Feng's words. Then, another group of people squeezed out from the crowded crowd and took 2 steps forward with excitement on their faces. After all, in their opinion, these few steps might be a distance that the survivors behind them could hardly reach. "Tell them, I know every one of them wants to join, but those who are pretending to be us had better go back honestly. Otherwise the consequences will be serious," Lin Feng continued. After Su Sheng heard Lin Feng's words, he immediately repeated them to the people below. As Su Sheng finished speaking, quite a few people pretending to be retired soldiers and athletes stepped out of the crowd and retreated dejectedly back into the crowd. Su Sheng, who saw this scene, couldn't help but turn around and whisper to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, you are really amazing. How did you know that someone would impersonate you?" Lin Feng smiled calmly. "There's nothing magical about this. I just understand these people's psychology better. Okay, let these people in." "Okay, Brother Feng." Su Sheng nodded in agreement, and let these people enter the community. However, at this moment, a survivor in his 30s suddenly stood out from the crowd, raised his head and shouted, "Why can they go in, but we can't? We are actually not worse than them. Is it just because they were fitness coaches, athletes, and soldiers before the end of the world?" "That's right. I was a city management officer before the end of the world." As the survivor finished speaking, other survivors began to echo him, and the atmosphere was filled with a sense of condemnation. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but snorted coldly. "I really gave you face." He looked up at the AI-controlled M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun not far away, which was comparable to a mecha, and said in a low voice, "Did you see these people making trouble?" Master saw it clearly. "Kill them." Bang 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 bang. Following Lin Feng's order, those dissatisfied survivors were instantly shot in the head by a dozen bursts of fire from the M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun, which had independent consciousness. When the other survivors saw this scene, they all screamed in fear, some covered their heads and ran away, and some collapsed on the ground in fear, stunned. "Tell them this is what happens if you question me. If they have no objection, We can continue, said Lin Feng. Okay, Brother Feng. Su Sheng repeated Lin Feng's words. Some survivors have already fled in panic. After all, the scene just now was too horrifying for them. If you don't escape quickly, you will definitely suffer the consequences in the future. But even so, 80% of the survivors still choose to stay here, hoping to follow the owner of this community. Because for them, this is the best shelter in the city and the only place of hope in their hearts. So as long as they can join in, they are willing to do whatever they are asked to do. At this time, Lin Feng said a few more words to Su Sheng. Su Sheng once again raised the megaphone in front of the survivors who were looking up at him and said to them, "Migrant workers, porters, construction workers, and bodyguards, stand up." As Su Sheng finished speaking, another large group of survivors stood out from the crowd. Next, cleaners, chefs, electricians, skilled workers, repairmen, etc. were selected because these people will definitely be indispensable to do the logistical work in the future. Then Lin Feng asked Zhao Jingyi to come forward directly and make these survivors mistakenly believe that Zhao Jingyi was the boss here. For Lin Feng, it is better not to reveal his identity too early to these survivors who have just joined. After a while, let Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng observe them secretly before making any decision. After all, Lin Feng did not have the time or energy to conduct telepathic communication with each of the 5,000 or 6,000 survivors who had just joined. So after recruiting this group of people, Lin Feng simply became a hands-off boss and let Zhao Jingyi, who already had management experience, manage them. Because which people are suitable for fighting and which are suitable for farming, production, and other work have already been selected in advance when selecting people. So all we need to do is let Zhao Jingyi make some arrangements and let Zhou Qiang, Su Sheng, and Zhang Dezhuang, who is farming, provide appropriate training to these survivors. In this way, under Zhao Jingyi's orderly arrangement, these survivors who had just joined in all had their own homes and jobs to do every day. As for firearms, we will just let Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng train them after a while. Then as the day passed quickly, the sun gradually set and night began to fall. "Ah Feng, I'm pregnant with your baby. Can you really bear to let all the problems in the community fall on me?" In the villa, Zhao Jingyi was so tired that her mouth was dry. While drinking water, she complained to Lin Feng beside her. Seeing how tired Zhao Jingyi was today, it was impossible for Lin Feng to say that he didn't feel distressed. So Lin Feng looked up at Zhao Lucy, Ning Rushuang, Yang Mi, Wang Shushua, and other girls and said, "Aunties, your sister Jingyi will definitely get heavier in the future. So who among you is willing to accompany her and help her?" Chapter 187 Black Robe Woman. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, Wang Shushua, and other girls all had a trace of worry on their faces. At this time, Zhao Lucy was the first to break the silence, but there was a hint of helplessness in her voice. "I want to, but I don't know how to do it. It would be bad if I don't cause more trouble. I'm good at acting and memorizing lines, but I'm probably not good enough at management." Li Xian also smiled awkwardly and said self-deprecatingly, "I haven't done that either." Yang Mi also lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Faced with these 3 former big stars, Raymond Lam was also very helpless. At this moment, Chun Bengxia said, "If it really doesn't work, I'll just accompany Sister Jingyi. I used to be a gynecologist, so I should be the most suitable person to accompany her. I can do that too. Sister Jingyi is usually too busy, so just tell me if you have anything to say. Anyway, I haven't awakened my superpowers yet, so it would be a burden if I follow you out." At this time, Lu Yun suddenly spoke. When Lin Feng heard Lu Yun say this, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Lu Yun, why do you have this idea?" "Anyway, I'll just accompany Sister Jingyi every day. If the community is too busy one day, I can help her share the burden." "Oh well." Lin Feng could only sigh and agree. Lu Yun follows Zhao Lucy and others who have awakened their special powers every day, so she inevitably feels a little disappointed. So it may not be a bad thing to let her accompany Zhao Jingyi every day and help take care of the base. After figuring this out, Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jingyi and said, "Is it okay to have 2 people accompany you every day?" "Okay then," Zhao Jingyi said with some pride. At the same time, under a bridge somewhere in the city, a dozen survivors sat around a campfire, counting over and over again the crystal cores they had obtained today. After all, these crystal cores are the hope of all of them, the hope for all of them to survive. A little girl of 8 or 9 years old, in the arms of a woman, under the light of the bonfire, made her little face rosy and made her big watery eyes even brighter. At this time, a survivor hurriedly ran over from the darkness and said excitedly to the survivors sitting around the campfire, "Have you heard? The base in the rich community has recruited a large number of survivors. When did this happen? How come we didn't know about it?" Upon hearing this, the survivor who was counting the crystal cores immediately put down the crystal cores in his hand and asked hurriedly. The other survivors immediately gathered around when they heard this. At this time, the survivor who ran over continued, "Today, I heard from old Wang over there on the overpass that quite a few people were killed today." "Killing people? Didn't you just say that the rich base needed people? Why are you killing people?" At this time, the woman holding the child interrupted. A few survivors wanted to go in and got angry, so they confronted the people in the rich base without caring about anything. So they were shot and killed by the machine guns on the city wall. There was a hint of fear in the survivor's voice. Oh my God, it seems that the people in this rich base are not good people. With so many survivors entering today, how can they end up well? The survivor who was counting the crystal cores just now snorted coldly when he heard his woman say this. How can such a large base be built if everyone is like those survivors and has no rules at all? The survivor of the counting crystal cores sighed and continued. I just don't know if the rich base will accept people tomorrow. If it does, you too will have a place to stay in the future. You don't have to follow me around and be scared all day like you do now. When the woman heard the man say this, her eyes instantly became moist. Seeing the woman's red eyes, the survivor of the crystal core immediately stood up and changed the subject. In the past few days, we have obtained a total of 30 second-level crystal cores and 2 third-level crystal cores. With this calculation, we can go to the rich base to exchange for 66 packs of compressed biscuits. Upon hearing this, the survivors around couldn't help but show excitement. After all, this was the most crystal cores they had obtained in the past 2 days without getting hurt. After all, they have been living on the edge of a knife these days, and it has not been easy. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly blew in the dark night, causing the bonfire on the ground to emit sparks. Faced with this sudden situation, all the survivors stood up one by one with solemn expressions and cast their gazes towards the inky black night ahead. An indescribable uneasiness quietly spread in the hearts of all of them. Finally, a survivor slowly picked up the crowbar on the ground, looked at the darkness ahead, and couldn't help but trembled and said, Who is there? Hee, I don't like your eyes. In the dark night, a woman's incomprehensible words caused the survivors around the campfire to immediately pick up their weapons on the ground. They all looked ready for battle. At this moment, a woman dressed in a loose black robe, wrapping herself tightly, slowly appeared in front of them in the dark night. When the survivors saw that the person coming was a woman dressed strangely, they couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Some simply sat down by the campfire again and teased the woman in black robes. Damn it, I was so scared, I thought it was a zombie. Maybe I'm a zombie? Ha ha. Xiaku, the zombie girl in black robe, made these words, which immediately caused the survivors to burst into laughter. After all, with the way the zombie girl Xiaku is dressed now, it is really hard to see what she looks like. Especially her rabbit eyes, which were cleverly concealed by a pair of large sunglasses. So it's even harder to see her true face now. Girl, stop joking. How can a zombie talk? Sister, it's so dark at night, and you're wearing such a big pair of sunglasses. Can you see clearly? At this time, the girl in the woman's arms opened her eyes wide and looked at Xiaka seriously. What beautiful eyes. But when Xiaka saw the girl's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But how could this simple-minded girl know what Xiaka was thinking at this moment? Seeing that Xiaka didn't respond, the little girl spoke again. Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you too hungry? I still have half a pack of compressed biscuits. Do you want to eat it? Facing this innocent and kind-hearted little girl, Xiako's heart couldn't help but tremble. This feeling of being cared for by others actually made her feel a little warm. Chapter 188 Little Sister, your eyes are so beautiful. Because this was the first time in such a long time that Xiako felt the warmth of being treated as an ordinary person. Sister, what's wrong with you? The little girl asked with concern. Xiako remained silent, while the little girl raised the half-pack of compressed biscuits in her hand and looked up at her. Xiako came back to her senses, looked at the little girl tenderly, and said softly, Little sister, I'm not hungry. Then, Xiaku turned to the survivors around him and asked, Have you ever seen a man driving a military RV? The survivors looked at each other, seemingly trying to remember. Suddenly, one of the survivors remembered the day when a military RV drove into the rich man's base. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Girl, why are you asking about that RV? Revenge. Xiaku answered concisely. The survivors were stunned when they heard this answer. But then the survivor burst into laughter. Girl, stop joking. Do you think I'm joking? Xiaku, wearing a black robe, looked at the survivor with a cold tone. The survivor was stunned again, and then said, I saw the military RV you mentioned at the rich base some time ago. Thank you. Xiaku interrupted him and disappeared into the night again. However, when the survivors were still surprised, Xiaka suddenly appeared in front of them again. Amid the survivors' even more surprised gazes, Xiaka walked up to the little girl and said in a gentle tone, Little sister, you have such beautiful eyes. I really don't want to hurt you, but I can't help it. So I came back. Don't blame me. The little girl's mother heard Xiaka's words and felt that they had a deeper meaning. She immediately pulled the little girl behind her and looked at Xiaka warily. Girl, what do you want to do? Didn't I just say that? Your daughter has beautiful eyes, so I want them too. After Xiaka finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out a sharp claw from his black robe and lightly scratched the neck of the little girl's mother. The head of the little girl's mother immediately slipped off her neck. The little girl's father, the man who had just counted the crystal cores, saw this scene and roared in despair. Xiaomei, who are you and why are you doing this? Didn't I just say that there is nothing I can do if you don't believe me? The zombie girl Xiaka said, lifting the black robe on her head, revealing her skin so pale that it made people's heart frightened. This moment made all the survivors present show horror. Zombie. Zombie. She is actually a zombie. Run, 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 run. The survivors were seen scattering like birds and beasts, crawling and running everywhere. But how can their speed be compared with that of the zombie girl Xiaoku? In just a blink of an eye, these survivors who were just sitting around the campfire and chatting and laughing immediately turned into ghosts under the claws of the zombie girl Xiaoku. At this time, the little girl's father, who was protecting her tightly, shouted at the zombie girl Xiaoku with a tone full of reluctance, anger, and humiliation. "You devil, don't come over here. Hand over your daughter obediently, and I will consider making you my servant." The zombie girl Xiaoku said this, moving closer to him step by step. The little girl's father held her tightly in his arms, his expression gradually becoming one of horror as he shook his head and stepped back step by step. It was not until the little girl's father, holding his daughter, retreated to the river bank under the overpass and had nowhere to retreat, that he stared at Xiaoku and said, "I can hand my daughter over to you, but can I have a word with her? Considering you are father and daughter, of course there is no problem." The zombie girl Xiaoku said proudly. After all, in her opinion, there was a turbulent river below, and this survivor would not have the chance to play any tricks again. So considering that the little girl had given her cookies just now, she decided to fulfill his wish. So the little girl's father whispered in the frightened little girl's ear, "Xiao Xiao, do you remember how your dad took you to the swimming pool last year and taught you to swim? What did you say?" Without waiting for the little girl to respond, Xiaoku, who had extremely sensitive hearing, suddenly turned ferocious. Unexpectedly, the little girl's father, holding his daughter, was about to jump into the turbulent river. But at this critical moment, Xiaoku, as fast as lightning, picked him up. But what Xiaoku never expected was that the little girl's father let go and threw the little girl into the turbulent river and shouted with all his strength, "Xiao Xiao, go to the rich base. Go to the rich base. Go to the rich. Son of a bitch." Before the little girl's father could finish his words, the zombie girl Xiaoku roared and threw him onto the concrete pier under the overpass. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the little girl's father's mouth. But even so, he still used his bloody mouth to show a triumphant laugh to the zombie girl Xiaoku. "Ha ha ha, you are neither human nor ghost. Even if I want my daughter to die, I will never let her fall into your hands. Bastard." The zombie girl Xiaoku's face suddenly turned ashen with anger, and her pair of rabbit eyes looked even weirder at this moment. But at this moment, the zombie girl Xiaoku seemed to have discovered some new world, and the corners of her mouth suddenly showed an evil arc. "I have to say that your daughter is indeed your biological daughter, especially her eyes. They look like they were carved from the same mold." When the little girl's father heard what the zombie girl Xiaoku said, he immediately sensed a sense of danger and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" "Ha ha ha, since your daughter has already run away, I have no choice but to take off your eyes." Upon hearing this, the little girl's father stood up from the ground in fear, looked at the zombie girl Xiaoku in panic, and said, "Even if I die, But the little girl's father let out a miserable cry just when he was halfway through his words. Because at this moment one of his eyes had been plucked out by the zombie girl Xiaoku at lightning speed. "Isn't it just taking out one of your eyes? Look how sad I am for you. I will replace my rabbit eye with yours later." As the zombie girl Xiaoku said this, she very elegantly took off her sunglasses and calmly dug one of her rabbit eyes out of her eye. Then he stuffed the little girl's father's eyes into her own eye sockets. In an instant, the nerves in the zombie girl Xiaoku's eyes seemed to be resurrected, connected with the eyeballs of the little girl's father, and then completely merged. And then there is the second eye. At the same time, the little girl who was washed away by the rushing river used all her strength to climb ashore. Looking at the bonfire looming under the overpass in the distance, a seed of revenge has begun to take root in her heart. Chapter 189, Crazy Lin Feng. The next morning, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, lit a cigarette, and got out of bed. I saw him gently lift the curtains, glance at the scene outside the window, and then start puffing out a cigarette. "Brother Feng, smoking early in the morning is not good for your health." Wang Shushue's voice came from behind with a hint of protest. "Okay, I won't smoke anymore." Lin Feng didn't look back, just responded casually and put out the cigarette in his hand. After all, after in-depth communication, Wang Shushue has become his third partner with whom he will have many children. For the sake of his future children growing up happily and healthily, Lin Feng would naturally not go against Wang Shushue's wishes at this time. However, what confused Lin Feng was why Han Wushuang hadn't made any movement so far. Did it fail? But just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Han Wushuang successfully conceived, and the host is rewarded with 1 point of luck. "Yeah, I can hit the bullseye every time. I'm so cool." After hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng couldn't help but show the gesture of a winner. "Brother Feng, what did you just say, bullseye?" Wang Shushue looked puzzled. She opened her big eyes and looked at Lin Feng curiously. "Nothing, it's getting late, get up quickly." Lin Feng turned around and changed the subject. Wang Shushue, however, placed her long legs and pink stockings against Lin Feng's chest, drew small circles on his chest with her toes, looked at him lovingly, and said softly, "Brother Feng, How about we do some morning exercises? Faced with such provocation, Raymond Lamb naturally couldn't resist. So Lin Feng. More than an hour later, Lin Feng threw away the torn stockings, lit a big gold brick cigarette, and walked into the bathroom to wash up while smoking it. As soon as Lin Feng walked out of the bedroom, Ning Rushuang came over and said, "Brother Feng, you got up just in time." "What's wrong?" Lin Feng asked. "There's a little girl who is soaked all over at the gate of the community. She is holding on to the gate tightly and refuses to let go. What do you think we should do?" Ning Rushuang said. Lin Feng frowned. "She must be an orphan. Give her a pack of compressed biscuits and send her away." To Lin Feng, this place is not a shelter, and giving the little girl a pack of compressed biscuits is the most he can do. After all, there are so many people waiting to die outside, and she is not the only one needed. However, Ning Rushuang said, "I tried it just now, and she didn't even look at it." "Oh, it's the end of the world, and kids nowadays are still so stubborn," Lin Feng said in surprise. "That's right. What do you think we should do now?" Ning Rushuang asked. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Then just ignore her and see how long she can hold on. She will leave on her own when the time comes." Task A. Take in the little girl. Reward 100 billion points of ammunition master proficiency. Unlock 7.62mm ammunition. Task B. Kill the little girl. Reward 5 million points of synthesis system proficiency. Task C. Drive the little girl away. Reward to improve the helpfulness system, double cultivation skills, so that you and your partner can get a more extreme experience, making you and your partner happier. At this moment, the selection prize system suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind, making him excited. This was the second time he faced a multiple choice question after obtaining the system. No matter what choice he made, he would make a profit. However, a strange thought suddenly emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Could it be that there is a mysterious force that deliberately makes him make choices at certain important points in his life in order to better control him? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill. Ning Rushuang noticed that Lin Feng's face looked strange, and her expression became serious. "Brother Feng, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, let's go and have dinner." Lin Feng shook his head and said to Ning Rushuang, then turned around and raised his voice and shouted, "I say, Aunt, why don't you get up? I'm taking a shower now. I'll be done soon." Wang Shushua's response came from the bathroom. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, then went downstairs with Ning Rushuang to have breakfast. At the dining table, Zhao Jingyi served Lin Feng a bowl of millet porridge and asked curiously, "Ah Feng, what are you going to do with the little girl at the entrance of the community? Are you just going to leave her there without caring about her?" When Lin Feng heard what Zhao Jingyi said, he remembered the strange thought he had just had. So he looked at Zhao Jingyi and asked, "From now on, all the affairs in this community will be taken care of by you. So what do you think?" "I just took a look at the little girl from a distance. She does look very pitiful. How about we take her in? After all, I'm pregnant now, so it can be considered a good deed." After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng thought to himself, under normal circumstances, he would definitely take her in. If for no other reason, just based on the multiple choice question given by the system just now, he would definitely choose A. But now Zhao Jingyi hinted to him to take in the little girl under the pretext of being pregnant. Is there really a mysterious force influencing his decision? When Lin Feng thought of this, he suddenly put down his chopsticks nervously, stood up slowly, and walked quickly to the window under the confused gaze of Zhao Jingyi and others. Then he pushed open the window, looked up at the gray sky and shouted, "Who are you?" As Lin Feng finished speaking, somewhere, a woman with a cold expression stood in front of a huge screen. She immediately looked at another man with a cold expression and said, "What should we do? It seems we have been discovered." After hearing what the cold and beautiful woman said, the man looked at another translucent box filled with densely packed wires and said in a low voice, "How could he possibly discover our presence? But why is he like this now?" The cold and beautiful woman was puzzled. The man snorted coldly. "He is just acting crazy. We don't need to pay attention to him." When the cold and beautiful woman heard the man say this, she had no choice but to nod. "Okay then." At the same time, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, Li Xian and other girls saw that Lin Feng was behaving so strangely. They immediately stood up from their chairs one by one, and each of them looked at Lin Feng's back standing in front of the window with a serious expression and said in unison, "Ah Feng, what's wrong?" Lin Feng slowly lowered his head and sighed, then turned to look at Zhao Jingyi, Ning Rushuang, and the others. At this time, Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but speak first. "Ah Feng, what happened? Tell me." "Yes, Brother Feng, what is going on?" Han Wushuang immediately echoed. Zhao Lucy looked at Lin Feng in confusion, and then said in a confused tone, "Yeah, what's going on?" Chapter 190 Lin Feng's plan. "Is it not okay for me to go crazy occasionally?" Lin Feng asked half-jokingly. "It's so boring." When Zhao Jingyi and the other girls heard what Lin Feng said, they couldn't help but roll their eyes, muttered to themselves, and sat back at the dining table to continue enjoying their breakfast. After all, for Lin Feng, this matter was just his intuition. Did he really want to tell Zhao Jingyi and the others about this unfounded premonition? If he really did that, wouldn't he be a psychopath? After breakfast, Lin Feng took out a paper city map from his space, spread it casually on the table, and began to study it carefully. Offing, what are you doing? Zhao Jingyi felt a little confused when she saw Lin Feng suddenly studying the map. While examining the map, Lin Feng answered softly. I think the speed at which we kill zombies is too slow. I need to study the city we are in carefully. Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, Ning Rushuang and other girls were shocked when they heard Lin Feng's words. Zhao Jingyi asked in surprise. We can kill tens of thousands of zombies every time, and you still think it's slow? Brother, how many zombies do you have to kill to be considered a lot? Yang Mi agreed while eating lychee plum. That is. The girls all seemed confused. Lin Feng marked a location on the map, then looked up and said to them. From the perspective of ordinary survivors, we are killing zombies very quickly, but for me, it is still not enough. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi pondered for a while, and seemed to suddenly understand Lin Feng's thoughts, but she was not quite sure. So she looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but express her guess. Ah Feng, do you want to occupy this city before other forces gain a foothold in it? Right. So I have to clear all the zombies in this city as soon as possible. Lin Feng nodded and confirmed Zhao Jingyi's guess. Hearing Lin Feng's thoughts, the girls looked at him in shock. After all, the city is so huge that the number of zombies must be more than 5 million. It is almost an impossible task to clear out all the zombies in a short period of time. Zhao Jingyi asked again. Ah Feng, it is not easy to clear all the zombies in this city in a short period of time. Have you come up with any amazing strategy? In their opinion, Lin Feng's method of killing zombies is more efficient than a rural harvester harvesting wheat. After all, the harvester is at least still moving, but Lin Feng can make a large number of zombies automatically rush into the meat grinder. When Lin Feng heard what Zhao Jingyi said, he thought to himself, this is just the beginning. His meat grinder is currently only a 3-in-1, but if you replace it with a 10-in-1 meat grinder, it will be truly powerful. I do have an idea that you may find a little crazy, so I took out a map to see where in the city this method would be best implemented. Lin Feng nodded and said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the girls all gasped and looked at him in shock. At this time, Li Xian exclaimed, Ah Feng, I thought you were already good enough, but I didn't expect you could go to the next level. Oh my god. Hubby, you are so awesome. Irina gave Lin Feng a thumbs up and exclaimed. Wang Shushua asked anxiously. Brother Feng, tell us quickly, what is your plan? Yes, tell us quickly. The other women were also enthusiastic and seemed very excited. Lin Feng looked around at Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, and other girls present, and slowly said. It's nothing really. I just made some upgrades to our previous method of killing zombies. Upgrade? What upgrade? Can the method of killing zombies be upgraded? Tell us quickly, how did you upgrade? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi and other girls immediately asked him a series of questions. It's nothing, actually. I just need to find an open space in the center of the city. If everything goes well, I think it will only take us about a day to clear out about 90% of the zombies in this city. When the girls heard this, they all looked at Lin Feng in surprise. What does 90% mean? These are millions of zombies. And it was completed within 1 day. To be honest, it's a good thing that this sentence came from Lin Feng's mouth. If it were someone else, Zhao Jingyi and the others might not believe a word of it. So Zhao Jingyi suppressed her excitement at this moment, looked at Lin Feng, and continued. What about the remaining 10%? The remaining 10% are all intelligent high-level zombies. If I want to kill them, I may have to wait until my abilities are further improved. When Zhao Jingyi and the other girls heard this, their expressions suddenly became solemn. Because for them, this is the real problem. Those low-level, mindless zombies can be easily killed with a giant meat grinder, but those high-level zombies with minds are not easy to deal with. Lin Feng saw that the expressions of the girls suddenly became solemn, but he smiled and said, once we have eliminated 90% of the zombies in the city, the remaining 10% will not pose a threat to us. When the girls heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately realized what he meant, and everyone showed joy on their face. Brother Feng, why? Those are the highest level zombies. How can you say they pose no threat to us? Han Wushuang asked in confusion. Before Lin Feng could speak, Zhao Jingyi looked at Han Wushuang and said with a smile. Silly sister, by the time we have absorbed 90% of the crystal cores in the city, our strength will surely increase dramatically. The remaining 10% of little losers will be easy for us to deal with, right? Yes, why didn't I think of it? Han Wushuang shouted excitedly when he heard Zhao Jingyi's words. For a moment, the villa was filled with the laughter of women. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. In such a harmonious atmosphere, he was also infected. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help but think that in another 8 or 9 months, Jingyi, Wushuang, and the others would give birth to 2 more children, and then this villa would definitely be more lively. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly looked at Lin Feng and continued. By the way, Offing, you haven't told us yet. How did you kill the zombies this time? Unexpectedly, just as Lin Feng was about to speak, Zhou Chang's voice suddenly came from outside the villa. Brother Feng, the little girl at the gate of the community seems to have fainted. Are we really not going to save her? Chapter 191 Taking in a Little Girl. Hearing Zhou Chang's shouting outside the villa in the community, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Lin Feng thought to himself, turned around and looked at Zhao Jingyi, then walked out of the villa. Come on, take me to see what kind of little girl is this, who could make so many of you so saintly. Brother Feng, look at what you said. I just came here to ask you something. Why are you calling me a saint? Zhou Qiang chuckled and quickly followed Lin Feng to explain. Lin Feng snorted coldly. You are the only one who doesn't know what kind of character you are? By the way, what is the situation in the building base? Everything is fine. Very good. Next time it's your turn to be on duty. Talk to the survivors there and ask them to hatch a batch of chicks, and then take them outside to raise them. Brother Feng, this is a good idea. We can then raise the puppy and cow in the building as well. That will be great. Lin Feng and Zhou Qiang were talking when they arrived at the gate of the community without realizing it. How could she be like this? Lin Feng glanced at the little girl who had fallen into coma, then looked at the men guarding the gate and said, Mr. Lin, in the middle of the night, this little girl came over here barefoot and wet all over. She didn't say anything when she got here, and she just knelt down in front of us. Then what? Lin Feng frowned when he heard his subordinate's words. The subordinate quickly continued. Then I tried to chase her away, but the little girl clung to the iron bars of the gate and refused to leave. She has been holding on until now. Hearing his men say this, Lin Feng looked outside the community. If I make an exception this time and take her in, what will happen to the children of the survivors out there who are like her? No way, Brother Feng. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Qiang glanced outside the community and saw a group of survivors who were watching with eager eyes. In today's world, for those survivors, as long as there is a glimmer of hope for survival, they will rush forward like moths to a flame. From what Brother Feng said, are we sure we don't care about this little girl? Lin Feng snorted coldly and deliberately raised his voice and said, Who cares? Drag her in and feed her to the dogs. As soon as Lin Feng said this, the adults and children outside the community who were watching with eager eyes couldn't help but shudder. At this time, Zhou Qiang was also stunned after hearing Lin Feng's words. What are you looking at? Go quickly. Zhou Qiang immediately understood Lin Feng's meaningful reminder and walked towards the community, holding the unconscious little girl. Although Lin Feng is not afraid of the survivors outside the community. However, considering that the current population in this city is already quite sparse, Lin Feng naturally does not want to deprive them of their lives easily, because they will undoubtedly have value in the future. So at the moment, Lin Feng is indeed reluctant to hurt them rashly. 100 billion points of ammunition master proficiency have been achieved, and all 7.62 mm ammunition of ammunition master have been unlocked for you. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind, which made Lin Feng subconsciously look up, glanced at the sky, and then slowly returned to the villa. Lin Feng walked to the door of the villa. As soon as he took the little girl from Zhou Qiang's arms, he felt the little girl's whole body getting hot. Do you have a fever? Lin Feng thought to himself, and immediately stepped into the fence and returned to the villa. Lucy, use your powers and see if you can get rid of her fever. Lin Feng returned to the villa, put the little girl on the sofa, looked at Zhao Lucy beside him, and said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy immediately used her special abilities without saying a word. Zhao Lucy's heart moved, and her palm turned green in an instant, like a crystal clear jade. She gently placed her palm on the little girl's forehead. Suddenly, a stream of emerald green energy spread throughout the little girl's body like a trickle of water. In just a moment, the little girl woke up from her coma. All the women who saw this scene couldn't help but marvel in amazement. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this scene. It seems that this girl, Lucy, is destined to be our doctor in the future. Just as Lin Feng was thinking silently in his heart, the unconscious little girl woke up. She immediately became like a panicked little rabbit. Her whole body tensed up, she clenched her fists tightly, took a defensive posture, and looked around at everyone around her in horror. Don't be afraid, little sister. You are safe now. Can you tell me why you came to us? At this time, Zhao Jingyi smiled faintly at the little girl and spoke softly to her patiently. But the little girl turned a deaf ear and looked around randomly. Zhao Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, and the other girls naturally had no idea what she was thinking at the moment. But at this moment, Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and his telepathic ability was quietly activated. The little girl's voice gradually echoed in Lin Feng's mind. What on earth is this place? Is it really a base for the rich? Who are these people? I was clearly at the entrance of the community just now. How did I end up here? I am not dead, am I? At this time, Lin Feng listened to the countless thoughts in the little girl's head, which made him frown. So Lin Feng tried to use a calm tone, pretending to be a big brother next door, and said, Little sister, can you tell me why you came to us? My father asked me to come here. Is this a rich people's base? Rich people's base? When Lin Feng heard the name, he was stunned. But then he remembered that before the end of the world, outsiders usually called this community the rich community. So Lin Feng smiled and nodded at the little girl. Yes, this is indeed a base for the rich. But can you tell me why your father wants you to come here? To keep me alive, and for revenge. The little girl suddenly looked at Lin Feng with a firm expression and said. Hearing what the little girl said, Not to mention Zhao Jingyi and the others. Even Lin Feng at this moment couldn't help but look carefully at the little girl in front of him. After all, it was the first time that Lin Feng saw the word revenge from a little girl's mouth. So Lin Feng looked at the little girl and asked again, "Little sister, where are your parents? Why are they not with you?" When the girl heard what Lin Feng said, she suddenly looked at him with fierce eyes. Chapter 192 Su Xiaoxiao. Seeing the little girl's appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a slight shock in his heart. He had indeed not expected that those eyes, as clear as water, could reveal such strong fierceness and brutality. At this moment, the little girl slowly opened her mouth and said, "My parents are both gone. Before my father died, he asked me to come here, so I came." Hearing what the little girl said, Lin Feng couldn't help but exchange glances with Zhao Jingyi and others. Then, Lin Feng slowly said, "In that case, since you are alone and helpless, I will take you in for the time being. However, you have to be responsible for cleaning every inch of the community every day. Often, she's just a child." At this time, Zhao Jingyi was standing by, gently pulling Lin Feng's sleeve and reminding him softly. Ever since Zhao Jingyi found out she was pregnant, her feelings for the child have become particularly deep. Especially when facing this little girl with big watery eyes and who looks like a porcelain doll, Zhao Jingyi's maternal instinct is overwhelming. However, Lin Feng's attitude is completely different from Zhao Jingyi's. For him, being able to take in this little girl and provide her with a sheltered, well-fed and worry-free environment was already a special favor. What's more, this kind of work is many times better than what kids of the same age have to endure outside. "Okay, I agree, but I need to become stronger, and you have to help me with this." The little girl clenched her fists and said with a firm look. After hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "For revenge?" "Yes," she answered simply and forcefully. "Well, if you want, you can train with the people we recently recruited, but whether you can stick with it will depend on you." "Thank you," the little girl replied gratefully. So Lin Feng sent the little girl out of his villa, and then asked Shou Qiang to find a place for the little girl to live, and then return to the villa. "Brother Feng, this little girl looks fierce and cute, but she is really adorable. Yes, her big, watery eyes seem to be able to speak, like a porcelain doll." But as soon as Lin Feng returned to the villa, the girls immediately surrounded him and started chattering. Lin Feng looked at these women and felt speechless, so he couldn't help but say, "Then you guys should work hard and give me a few kids to play with, right? Hey Brother Feng, why are you in such a hurry? Shall we take it step by step?" When Han Wushuang heard this, she immediately threw herself into Lin Feng's arms and began to act coquettishly. When the girls saw this, they were shocked. So one by one, they were dissatisfied with Han Wushuang. "Wushuang, it's broad daylight now. I think that's enough. How can there be someone like her? She is so unruly all day long. Whenever she gets the chance, she throws herself into Brother Feng's arms. I am really impressed." That is. Seeing that he was about to cause public outrage, no matter how thick-skinned Han Wushuang was, he had to leave Lin Feng's arms. At this time, Zhao Jingyi glanced at Han Wushuang with jealousy, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Ah Feng, why didn't you ask how this little girl's parents died? That's her business. I have no interest in it at all. Besides, taking her in is the greatest kindness I can do for her." Zhao Jingyi was stunned when she heard Lin Feng say that, and then she immediately said, "I just want you to ask, are you thinking too much, Ah Feng? I hope I'm overthinking it." Lin Feng said with a faint smile. After all, in Lin Feng's view, in this world, the wisest choice is to proceed from one's own interest in everything, not to be easily involved in the cause and effect of outsiders, and to do one's own thing well. So Lin Feng walked to the map he had just spread out again, pointed to a location he had marked, and said, "We'll go to this place tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the girls immediately gathered around and looked at where Lin Feng was pointing. They said in unison, "People Square." Yes, this place is used to store millions of zombie pieces and crystal cores. I think it should be enough. When the girls heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. After all, from Lin Feng's words just now, Zhao Jingyi and the others could fully imagine the spectacular scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with zombie flesh and crystal cores of various colors piled up into a hill. The next day, Lin Feng got up early. After randomly stuffing a bun into his mouth, Lin Feng was ready to implement his zombie elimination plan. But at this moment, Zhou Qiang appeared outside the fence again. This made Lin Feng murmur in his heart, "Has something happened again?" Lin Feng thought to himself, and immediately stepped out of the villa and asked Zhou Qiang outside the fence, "Zhou Qiang, what happened again?" As soon as Zhou Qiang saw Lin Feng, he quickly responded, "Brother Feng, there is a woman wearing a black robe and covered herself tightly outside the community." "Then what?" "She said her daughter was missing and asked if we had seen her daughter." "Daughter?" When Lin Feng heard Zhou Qiang say this, the image of the little girl from yesterday emerged in his mind. At this time, Zhou Qiang continued, "Brother Feng, do you think this woman in black robe is Xiao Xiao's mother?" "Xiao Xiao? Who is Xiao Xiao?" "That's the girl we rescued yesterday. She has the same last name as Su Xing, Xiao Xiao, Su Xiao Xiao. Have you forgotten?" "I do remember her, but I forgot to ask her name yesterday." Lin Feng turned his head and looked not far away. Su Xiao Xiao was sweeping the floor diligently with a broom that was almost as tall as her. "Xiao Xiao's mother has already come to our door. What do you think we should do, Brother Feng? Should we send Xiao Xiao away now?" But I clearly remember yesterday that Su Xiaoxiao told me in person that her parents were dead. How is that possible? Even though the woman was wearing a black robe and wrapped herself up tightly, I could see her eyes clearly. Xiaoxiao, and she looked exactly like two peas in a pod. When Lin Feng heard what Shou Qiang said, his doubts were alleviated a little. So Lin Feng said, in this case, let's return this little girl to her mother, so as not to waste our food here. After all, in this chaotic and cruel world, everyone is fighting for survival every day, and Lin Feng is no exception. So since Su Xiaoxiao's mother has already come, let's just send this little girl named Su Xiaoxiao away as soon as possible. Lin Feng really has no interest, and no energy, to care about these messy things. Chapter 193. She is not my mother. But what surprised Lin Feng was that when Su Xiaoxiao heard that there was a woman in a black robe at the door to pick her up. Su Xiaoxiao was like a frightened bird. She picked up the broom and waved it at Shou Qiang in front of her. She's not my mom. She's not my mom. Xiaoxiao, how could she not be your mother? Your eyes look so similar. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao so excited, Shou Qiang hurriedly spoke, trying to calm her down. You're lying. My eyes are very similar to my father's. How can they be like my mother's? Seeing Su Xiaoxiao suddenly say this, Lin Feng, who was standing in the distance, couldn't help but frown, and a trace of suspicion suddenly appeared in his heart. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao waved the broom in her hand and continued. My parents were killed by a talking female zombie wearing a black robe. Zombie resurrection. When Lin Feng heard Su Xiaoxiao's words, his whole head seemed to explode. Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao in disbelief, a complex emotion surging in his heart, including shock and confusion. After all, the only zombie who can speak and is a female zombie is the reborn zombie, as far as Lin Feng knows. But Lin Feng still didn't quite believe that the reborn zombie would find this place. Besides, wasn't her eyes blinded by her own laser eyes? So in order to confirm further, Lin Feng walked up to the little girl in 2 or 3 steps, stared at her, activated telepathy, and said, What did you say? Say it to me again. I told you that my parents were killed by that woman in black robe. I really didn't lie to you, woo woo woo. She was telling the truth. Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur in his heart, and then looked at Su Xiaoxiao again and asked, Then can you tell me why this woman in black robe wanted to kill your parents? She said I had beautiful eyes and she wanted them too, and then she killed my mom and dad. What? When Lin Feng heard this, he was stunned. But in this mysterious place, Lin Feng seemed to wonder if he had not blinded the female zombie's eyes in the first place. Then his parents would not have died, right? Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the little girl in front of him with a complicated expression and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that this is all God's will, otherwise why would her father let her come here before he died? At this time, Shou Qiang finally realized that something was wrong and realized the seriousness of the matter. Brother Feng, judging from what you said, is there really something wrong with the woman in the black robe at the entrance of the community? Lin Feng nodded solemnly, then he immediately turned around and looked at the heavy machine gun with AI autonomous consciousness on the roof of the villa behind him, and said in a low voice. First, lock on the man in black robe at the entrance of the community. Good master. As Lin Feng finished his words, all the AI-controlled M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine guns in the villas had silently moved their muzzles towards the entrance of the community. Let's go and take a look. Then Lin Feng said something and walked towards the entrance of the community, and Shou Qiang hurriedly followed him. When Lin Feng was still 200 meters away from the entrance of the community, he suddenly stopped, which immediately made Shou Qiang look puzzled. Brother Feng, why did you stop? Facing Shou Qiang's question, Lin Feng made a gesture to silence him, and then Lin Feng's mind moved, and his dual abilities of farsightedness and perspective were activated at the same time. Lin Feng's sight passed through the 3 SUVs and a villa in front of him. Lin Feng clearly saw a woman wearing a black robe, covering herself tightly with only a pair of eyes exposed, who was indeed standing at the entrance of the community. I have to say that these eyes are so similar to Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. No wonder Shou Qiang mistakenly thought that she was Su Xiaoxiao's mother. Lin Feng was thinking at this time, and suddenly his mind moved again. The power of his clairvoyance increased again, and the appearance of the woman under the black robe was clearly seen by Lin Feng in an instant. I really didn't expect it. It turned out to be her. When he saw clearly that it was indeed the zombie girl Xiaoku, Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur softly, and immediately turned to look at Shou Qiang. Notify everyone to quietly enter the first level of combat readiness. Remember, it must be done quietly. When Shou Qiang heard this, he was stunned at first, and then immediately nodded heavily. So Shou Qiang picked up the intercom at his waist and immediately said the code word for the community's first level combat readiness. Everyone, please pay attention. Gather at the gate of the community at 9:11 tomorrow. Everyone, please pay attention. Gather at the gate of the community at 9:11 tomorrow. As soon as Shou Qiang finished speaking, the intercom fell into a brief silence. Then, the subordinates in each position responded one by one according to the order of their positions. Post number 1 received it. Post number 2 received. Post number 3 received. Post number 4 received. Post number 5. After all the posts in the community had responded one by one, Lin Feng straightened his collar, held a cigarette in his mouth, and slowly walked towards the entrance of the community. In Lin Feng's opinion, the reason why the zombie girl Xiaoku came here was that she had already found out his location a long time ago. So she just wanted to sneak in here under the pretext of looking for her daughter. In order to protect the entire community from casualties, Lin Feng had to use himself as bait and take advantage of the villa's heavy firepower to find a way to kill her. So Lin Feng, holding a cigarette in his mouth, tried his best to walk in a nonchalant manner and said nonchalantly, "Who is looking for a daughter?" As Lin Feng said this, Xiaku, the zombie girl in black robe, trembled violently. Then she suddenly shot a fierce look at Lin Feng. But then, the zombie girl Xiaku hid her viciousness in her eyes and tried to use a calm tone as she looked at Lin Feng, who was slowly walking towards her, and said, "My daughter is missing, and I heard that you took in a little girl yesterday, so I came over to ask." After hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly stopped, which made the zombie girl Xiaku feel nervous. She couldn't help but secretly exclaimed in her heart, "You bastard, why don't you come over? Come over here quickly. If you take 2 more steps forward, I'll tear your head off." Lin Feng, who had already opened his telepathy at this time, naturally knew what the zombie girl Xiaku was thinking at this moment. So he wouldn't be stupid enough to go any further? So Lin Feng flicked the cigarette in his hand, stood still and slowly said, "Please tell me, what is your daughter's name?" "Xiao Xiao, my daughter's name is Xiao Xiao." The zombie girl Xiaku answered immediately. But Lin Feng's next words. Chapter 194, take 2 steps forward. But Lin Feng's next words made Xiaku stunned. Lin Feng asked, "What's your last name?" What's your last name? I mean, what's your daughter's last name?" Hearing this, Xiaku couldn't help but stare at Lin Feng for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. "Is this important?" "Of course this is important. What if you take the wrong child?" Lin Feng continued to argue with Xiaku calmly, just wanting her to move 2 steps forward so that she could be in the best position for the heavy machine gun to shoot. But it is obvious that Xiaku also hopes that Lin Feng can take 2 steps forward, so that she could kill Lin Feng with 1 claw and get his 2 eyeballs. "Look at what you said. How could I not recognize my own daughter? How could I have taken the wrong one? Stop talking nonsense and just tell me, what's your daughter's last name?" But what Xiaku never expected was that Lin Feng simply swore at her, which immediately made her furious. But Lin Feng still insisted. "What are you looking at? You don't even know your daughter's last name, and yet you dare to come to your daughter with such a licking face. I say, big sister, are you okay? We are just talking. Please don't make personal attacks, okay?" Xiaku stared at Lin Feng with a pair of eyes that seemed to spit fire, and spoke with a trembling voice due to anger. "Can you take 2 steps forward without making you angry or losing your mind?" Seeing that the zombie girl Xiaku was obviously angry, Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly said something in his heart, and then continued. "If you say so, then you can go back, because there is no girl with the surname Xiao and the given name Xiao here. You son of a bitch, you're a scoundrel." At this time, the zombie girl Xiaku, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, was so angry that she was about to explode. But due to the distance, she couldn't kill with 1 strike. Therefore, the zombie girl Xiaku could only suppress the rage in her heart and said coldly, "I don't want to mention her father's last name, so Xiao Xiao has the same last name as me, Xia Xiao Xiao." "Oh, so your last name is Xia?" When Xiaku heard Lin Feng's sarcastic tone, she was so angry that she completely lost her patience. The zombie girl Xiaku finally took 2 or 3 steps forward, staring directly at Lin Feng and questioning, "Are you going to let my daughter go or not?" At this time, Lin Feng of course knew that the zombie woman Xiaku's desire for a daughter was fake, and her real purpose was to get close to him. So Lin Feng naturally took advantage of the strong wind and stepped back a few steps, lit a cigarette for himself, and then slowly said, "Look how anxious you are. Can't we just talk it out calmly? My daughter is in your hands. How can I, as a mother, remain calm?" As the zombie girl Xiaku spoke, she took the opportunity to walk forward 7 or 8 steps. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly smiled evilly. This immediately made the zombie girl Xiaku's heart tighten. "What are you laughing at? Is what I said wrong?" As she spoke, she took 2 steps towards Lin Feng. "Kill her." However, what the zombie girl Xiaku did not expect was that Lin Feng suddenly let out a deafening roar, as if thunder had exploded, and the heavy weapons on the villa exploded, spewing out violent fire snakes like a storm. This sudden change made the zombie girl Xiaku's face turn as pale as paper in an instant. "Asshole!" She roared at Lin Feng, and then her figure turned into a blurry shadow like lightning and quickly ran out of the community. However, even though she moved quickly, a bullet flying as fast as a meteor still mercilessly hit her arm, and in an instant, her arm was broken. Immediately afterwards, another bullet penetrated her back, leaving a shocking bull-sized wound. Through the bloody hole on Xiaku's body, Lin Feng could even vaguely see the scene on the opposite side. But even so, under such fierce firepower, the lightning-fast female zombie still escaped. This made Lin Feng feel extremely regretful. At this time, Zhou Qiang also brought a large group of people and quickly ran behind Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, let's go out and chase her now. That woman will definitely not be able to escape." Zhou Qiang just said this, waved his hand, and prepared to take everyone out. But what Zhou Qiang didn't expect was that Lin Feng stretched out his arm and directly stopped Zhou Qiang and the others and said, "Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Besides, even if you catch up with her, you won't get any benefit at all." "Brother Feng, how is this possible? She is clearly already injured. How could we not be able to hurt her? Because she's not even human." "What? Not a human? Then what is she?" When Shou Qiang heard Lin Feng say this, he immediately looked at him with an expression of astonishment. Shou Qiang and his other men showed such astonishment, and to be honest, Lin Feng did not feel strange at all. After all, they didn't know about the existence of the zombie Xiaoku. So Lin Feng pointed to the zombie Xiaoku's half-arm lying on the ground in the distance and said calmly, "Take a look at this half-arm and see how it differs from a human's." Upon hearing this, Shou Qiang immediately picked up the semi-automatic rifle in his hand and fired at the stump on the ground, which immediately made him gasp. "Brother Feng, this is the remains of a zombie." As soon as Shou Qiang finished speaking, the rest of the people gathered around him, all with an expression of disbelief on their faces. At the same time, the escaped female zombie Xiaoku had actually climbed to the top of a 400 or 500-meter high TV tower in the city. Her face was hideous and gusts of wind rushed into her hole like wounds, making a whistling sound. At this time, the female zombie Xiaoku, like a one-armed demon from hell, was looking at the rich people's base where Lin Feng was, angrily and unwillingly. Suddenly, the female zombie Xiaoku looked up at the sky and roared, "Oh my god, why do you treat me like this? I hate it. I really hate it. I can't accept it. I can't accept it." Ah. She roared again, even more angrily, and the zombies in the entire city responded by roaring towards the sky at the same time, as if they had been summoned by the queen. Immediately afterwards, all the zombies in the city rushed towards the female zombie Xiaoku like a violent mudslide. Moreover, among these zombie tides, there are also many high-level zombies of level 8 and level 9 mixed in. At this moment, the zombies that Lin Feng had kept in the iron cages seemed to have been summoned by something. They kept hitting the iron cages with their heads frantically, as if they wanted to escape from here even at the risk of their lives. Chapter 195 Corpse Tide Sacrifice Sao. Brother Feng, how could this happen? Seeing this abnormal scene, Shou Qiang immediately turned around with a look of surprise and looked at Lin Feng behind him and asked. But Lin Feng also frowned at this time, looking confused. At this time, a subordinate ran over from a distance and said breathlessly, "Mr. Lin, all the zombies in the city are now gathering in one direction." When Lin Feng heard this, his heart suddenly tightened. He climbed up the dozens of meters high city wall in one breath and looked into the distance. If it is as Lin Feng's men said just now, countless zombies of various levels are rushing towards one place like a torrent, as if they are madly rushing. So Lin Feng took out an aerial photography drone from the space without saying a word, and flew out in the astonished eyes of his subordinates. As the drone flew at high speed, Lin Feng and his companion's eyes were fixed on the screen. They witnessed an incredible sight. Thousands of zombies gathered like a tide in the heart of the city, under the iconic TV tower. What is even more shocking is that these zombies seem to be driven by some mysterious force and spontaneously use their bodies to build a huge human ladder. These zombies were stacked up layer by layer, forming a terrifying staircase leading to the top of the tower. And on this staircase made of flesh, those high-level zombies are stepping on the stairs built by their companions' bodies, one step at a time, with extremely pious expressions on their faces, and are slowly climbing towards the top of the tower. Seeing this scene, a doomsday picture that was both weird and spectacular, Lin Feng and everyone else were shocked. "Brother Feng, look. There seems to be someone on the top of the tower." After Shou Qiang's reminder, Lin Feng looked carefully and found that there was indeed a person standing on the top of the TV tower. However, due to the distance being too far, it was difficult to see clearly, so Lin Feng and everyone else could only see a small black dot. Although Raymond Lam has the ability of farsightedness, it is impossible for him to see farsightedly through the screen. So Lin Feng hurriedly controlled the drone, trying to get closer. But what Lin Feng never expected was that a 7th-level zombie with a twisted mind suddenly opened its trumpet-shaped mouth and sprayed countless sticky green liquids and bones towards the drone from a distance, actually knocking the drone down. Shou Qiang and the others were looking at the screen. The signal was completely lost and everyone felt unsettled for a long time. After all, they had never seen such a spectacular and weird scene in such high-level zombies before. "Brother Feng, have you seen that zombie just now?" Shou Qiang, who had recovered a little, looked at Lin Feng and asked with a trembling voice. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath, trying to calm down his mood at the moment, and then slowly spoke. "The zombie just now was a mind-twisted one, a level 7 zombie, and one of the highest-level zombies I have ever seen. A twisted mind." Shou Qiang couldn't help but whispered. Then he looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, why are all the zombies in the city gathering together? What are they going to do?" Lin Feng frowned and shook his head and said, "I don't know. If I'm guessing correctly, they might be holding some kind of ceremony. But no matter what, this is not a good thing for the survivors in our city. So what? Can we stop them? Whether we can stop them or not, we have to stop them." As Lin Feng was speaking, tens of thousands of drones appeared in front of everyone. Soon after, boxes of grenades appeared in front of everyone. The model of this grenade is Type 82-2, an all-plastic handleless steel ball grenade, which contains 40 grams of high-energy explosive. More than 600 steel balls are pressed into the plastic shell. The killing radius is 6 meters, and the number of rear pieces is 15 times that of the Type 67 grenade. And the most important thing is that every Type 82-2, all-plastic handleless steel ball grenade here is synthesized by Lin Feng 10-1. Therefore, the power of each explosion must be multiplied by 10 at least. Hurry up and install 3 grenades on each drone. We can turn them into suicide drones and disrupt the rituals of these zombies. As soon as Lin Feng said this, Shou Qiang and all his men immediately got busy. Those subordinates who knew how to operate drones immediately launched the drones equipped with grenades and flew towards the TV tower. At the same time, a 9th-level zombie built a bi-shaped meat ladder through the lower-level zombies, knelt in front of the female zombie Siaku with a pious look on his face, and slowly lowered his head. The female zombie Siaku slowly placed her only hand on the head of the 9th-level zombie and said in a low and hoarse voice, "I will remember your sacrifice." The voice of the female zombie Siaku was as cold as ice. As soon as she finished her words, her claws as sharp as blades pierced through the head of the 9th-level zombie at an astonishing speed. Snap! Following a heart-pounding sound of shattering, a deep purple crystal core as deep as the night, like the essence extracted from the dark abyss, suddenly appeared in her blood-stained palm. Immediately afterwards, the huge body of this sacrificed 9th-level zombie lost the last bit of life and fell violently from a height of hundreds of meters like a meteorite falling from the sky with unstoppable gravity. Boom. Just hearing it fall was like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth, shaking the earth and stirring up dust and rubble in the sky, as if the whole world was trembling at this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But at this moment, hundreds of suicide drones rushed towards this side. This immediately made the female zombie Siaku very angry. "Hold it for me." Following the roar of the female zombie Siaku, millions of zombies under the TV tower immediately roared at the drones rushing towards them. And those high-level zombies that can attack from a distance are constantly launching fierce attacks on these drone swarms. Boom, boom, boom. However, the suicide drone dived into the pile of zombies and exploded violently in an instant. In an instant, countless zombies were blown to pieces. At this time, Siaku, the female zombie on the top of the tower, had her eyes closed and was sitting cross-legged on the TV tower. The 9th-level crystal core in her hand just now had obviously been absorbed by her, so she was digesting it now, completely ignoring the sudden situation at this time. Just at this moment, a suicide drone rushed towards the female zombie Siaku at a tricky angle. But at this critical moment, a 6th-level zombie flew onto the meat bridge like an arrow shot from a bow. Then it leaped up and actually knocked the drone away. It's her. At the same time, when Lin Feng saw the zombie Siaku through the screen, he was surprised. Chapter 196, Getting into Trouble. Because he never thought that the one who caused such a huge commotion was the female zombie whose arm he had just crippled. This scene was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard, making him realize that this reborn female zombie was no ordinary person. This realization was like a flash of lightning that cut through the fog in his heart. He understood that no matter what, he must find a way to completely eliminate this female zombie. Otherwise, the days ahead will be filled with endless hidden dangers and crises. Are all the grenades installed? Lin Feng's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. "Mr. Lin, everything is ready." The subordinate's voice was firm and quick. "What are you waiting for? Kill the female zombie on the TV tower for me." Lin Feng's order was like thunder, cutting through the sky. As Lin Feng finished speaking, hundreds of drones quickly took off like a swarm of bees. They had only one target, the female zombie on the TV tower. On the TV tower, the female zombie Siaku had just absorbed the crystal core, and her broken arm grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if a miracle of life was taking place. The pierced parts of her body were repairing themselves at an astonishing speed. Siaku looked at his new arm and couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. "I really didn't expect that the ability I awakened would be self-repair." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as she was talking to herself, another large group of suicide drones rushed towards her like messengers of death. Bastards! Siaku was furious when she saw these annoying drones. Her voice was like thunder as she ordered, "Attack the rich man's base." Following an order from the female zombie Siaku, millions of zombies gathered under the TV tower rushed madly towards the rich man's base like a flood that broke through a dam. Lin Feng saw this scene on the screen. His face turned pale instantly, and he thought to himself, "Damn it. This time he really ended up losing more than he gained, and brought disaster upon himself." He immediately shouted to everyone, "Enter level 1 combat readiness immediately." Lin Feng rushed out of the community like an arrow. Then, he thought about it, and a giant meat grinder appeared in front of everyone. A 3-in-1 giant meat grinder has been detected. This meat grinder can be synthesized 7 times. Do you want to synthesize it? Synthesize. Lin Feng's voice was quick and firm. Then, the already extremely powerful 3-in-1 meat grinder underwent another dramatic change in front of the astonished eyes of the people on the city wall. Its height and width increased by more than 3 times, and the material of the countless sharp cutters in the meat grinder underwent another qualitative change, appearing even sharper and harder. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the fuel tank was missing. 10-in-1 giant meat grinder, 22 meters high, 33 meters long, 2,999 cutters, nuclear power, AI autonomous consciousness. Active skill. All objects weighing less than 500 kilograms within 10 meters can be sucked into the meat grinder. Nuclear power. AI autonomy. Active skills. These 3 words shocked Lin Feng. Just as he was shocked, the giant meat grinder, which already had its own consciousness, suddenly spoke like the heavy firepower machine gun on the city wall. "Master, what is my goal? Help me fight off the zombies. No matter what form they are in." Lin Feng's voice was firm and powerful. "Received, Master." So Lin Feng used the same method to synthesize the second third, and 61 machines, surrounding the entire community like a 2,000-meter-long city wall. Only then did Lin Feng heave a long sigh of relief and return to the community. At this time, Zhao Jingyi and other women had also climbed onto the city wall. They looked solemnly at the torrent of corpses in the distance, their hearts full of questions. Can we really resist it this time? There are 5 people next to each heavy firepower unit on the city wall, responsible for loading ammunition into the heavy machine guns. Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded behind Zhao Jingyi, Li Xin, and other girls. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately turned around and went to greet him. Zhao Jingyi spoke first. Ah Feng, how could this happen? Now that things have come to this point, there is no other way. Let's fight. Lin Feng sighed lightly, looked at the women and the men around him, and spoke. When everyone present heard what Lin Feng said, they all nodded heavily. After all, in their opinion, if they can succeed this time, then there will be no more zombies in the city where they are from now on. They will also obtain a large number of crystal cores, and everyone's strength will be further enhanced. But if it fails, this city will completely become a zombie city. Ah. Suddenly, at this moment, a group of zombies roared and rushed to the city. Everyone on the city wall couldn't help but feel nervous. At this moment, the 10-in-1 meat grinder that Lin Feng had just set up had already identified the zombies within 10 meters, and the perverted active attack skills were instantly activated. Then the meat grinder appeared, and all the zombies within 10 meters were sucked into it, and they were minced into meat in an instant. Then countless crystal cores rolled out from the other end of the machine. Ah. But at this time, the roar of the zombie tide became even more violent. A large number of zombies rushed into the huge meat grinder regardless of everything and turned into pools of blood in the blink of an eye. Countless crystal cores instantly piled up into a small mound. When the people on the city wall saw this scene, their eyes widened instantly, because they had never expected that it could be played like this. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Why don't you go down and drive a car to bring all these crystal cores in? Otherwise, there will be no place to put them. Okay, Brother Feng, I'll arrange a group of people now. Shou Qiang responded excitedly and immediately arranged for people to drive cars, hold sacks, and frantically put the crystal cores into the bags. Then quickly pull it into the community. Shou Qiang and his companions standing on the city wall looked at their brothers below the wall, who were busy as hell. They all looked excited. Brother Feng, I really didn't expect that killing a crystal core could be done this way. Doesn't it look very enjoyable? Brother Feng, this is more than just enjoyable, this is really too enjoyable. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Shou Qiang immediately replied, which immediately caused the people around him to laugh. But Lin Feng knew that this was only temporary. After all, the reborn zombie hasn't appeared yet. Otherwise, she would never let these zombies go into the meat grinder. Sure enough, when Lin Feng was worried, the familiar figure in black robe appeared in Lin Feng's eyes again. Chapter 197, Empty Plan. Stop it all. Following Xiaka's deafening roar, all the zombies seemed to have pressed the pause button and stood still in an instant. At this tense moment, Lin Feng quickly took out a synthetic Barrett sniper rifle from the space, aimed at the female zombie Xiaka's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. However, Xiaka seemed to have foreseen Lin Feng's actions. Her head jerked aside, and the bullet from the Barrett sniper rifle whizzed past her scalp. I really didn't expect that you were also a reborn person. The female zombie Xiaka's voice was low and threatening. Lin Feng, who was standing on the city wall, did not respond to her. He just raised the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand again and calmly aimed at her. Xiaka saw that Lin Feng didn't care about her provocation at all, and her anger was evident in her words. Everyone on the city wall, listen up, this man is. Bang. Lin Feng didn't give her a chance to finish her words and pulled the trigger again, with the bullet pointing directly at the female zombie Xiaka's forehead. Xiaka dodged again with amazing speed, and her anger became even more intense. Do you think this will shut me up? Lin Feng sighed softly, put down the gun in his hand, and looked firmly at Xiaka under the city wall. Tell me the truth, since you've been reborn, why don't you just stay as a zombie and mess with me? Xiaka sneered, haha, even if I don't provoke you, someone else will. Even if you don't come to trouble me, if you find me first, won't you come to trouble me? Therefore, it is impossible for us to coexist peacefully. Since you said so, why should I waste my words with you? As Lin Feng spoke, he raised the Barrett again, aimed at the female zombie Xiaka's head and fired. Xiaka narrowly escaped once again. Her expression became ferocious and she roared at Lin Feng on the city wall. You bastard! Do you think I can do nothing about it just because I surround your base with a few meat grinders? As Xiaka finished her words, a mind twister slowly emerged from behind her, its figure long and twisted. When Lin Feng saw the mentally twisted person, his heart sank. Because he knew very well that people with twisted minds were good at digging holes, this was something he had a deep understanding of. Moreover, judging from the color of this twisted mind, he is at least an 8th-level zombie. If this ghost thing digs a hole in the community, the consequences will be unimaginable. So when Lin Feng thought of this, he suddenly sneered. Do you think I only have these few meat grinders? What else? The female zombie Xiaka said with a disdainful tone, looking at Lin Feng on the city wall. That thing behind you can drill holes, right? You can let it drill for a while and give it a try. When the female zombie Xiaka heard what Lin Feng said, she immediately started to wonder. Could it be that he really had a backup plan? Otherwise, how did he know that the mind twister could dig holes? At this time, Lin Feng on the city wall was also very panicked. If this reborn zombie really lets the mind-twisted one dig a hole, Lin Feng will be really unsure. Although every villa in the community is equipped with heavy machine guns, Lin Feng knows that there is no way to stop the attack of millions of zombies that suddenly emerge from the ground. The zombies Xiaoku and Lin Feng were just staring at each other silently. At this moment, it seemed that even the whistling wind on the city wall was frozen and motionless by the heavy atmosphere. Hee. Suddenly, the zombie Xiaoku sneered. We've known each other for such a long time, and I still don't know your name? Your surname is Lin, your given name is Feng, and you also know the zombie lady. What's your name? Xiaoku. Zombie Xiaoku casually uttered 2 words and said. After hearing Xiaoku's answer, Lin Feng pretended to be sure of victory and smiled coldly at the zombie Xiaoku under the city. This immediately made the zombie Xiaoku feel an inexplicable sense of oppression and tension. After all, Lin Feng was standing on the city wall at this time, looking down from a high position, which was really oppressive. Even if she could control all the zombies in the city, she could not avoid this almost tangible pressure. How could I be like this? What am I afraid of him doing? Just when the zombie Xiaoku was confused, Lin Feng took out a small red loudspeaker from the space and said to the zombie Xiaoku under the city wall word by word. Miss Sang, I'm giving you 2 choices now. One choice is to continue fighting with me, and I'll kill you all. The second option is that you take all the zombies in the city and leave the city, and we will not interfere with each other from now on. How about that? When Lin Feng said this, the zombie Xiaoku just pondered for a moment and suddenly sneered. There are millions of zombies behind me. Are you sure you can do it? So you chose the first path? Why did you do that? Lin Feng calmly lit a cigarette, then slowly exhaled the smoke before speaking. Why else? I'm thinking that you're the same as me. Why else do you think I would do this? It turns out that he did this because we are all reborn people. But why do I feel like something is not right? Can I trust what he says? After all, I'll only give you 1 minute to think about it. After 1 minute, even if you want to back out, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do so. Just as the zombie Xiaoku was thinking secretly, Lin Feng suddenly spoke again. After all, Lin Feng, who already knew the zombie Xiaoku's thoughts through telepathy, how could he possibly give her time to consider? Zombie Xiaoku, whose thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Lin Feng, slowly raised his head, looked directly at Lin Feng and said, Okay, I'll trust you just this once today. From now on, I'll be outside the city and you'll be inside. We'll keep our distance from each other. Okay, are you done? Then you can leave. Lin Feng yawned and spoke slowly with a casual look on his face. Brother, you can't let her go. But at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao climbed up the city wall at some point and looked at the zombie Xiaoku under the wall with a fierce look on her face. When the zombie Xiaoku saw that it was the little girl in the arms of the female survivor that night, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise, revealing an evil arc. Little sister, we meet again. Look carefully at my eyes. Are they very similar to yours? Su Xiaoxiao heard this and her petite body trembled violently. Dad, those are Dad's eyes. Woo-woo. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Who let her up here? Why don't you take her down from me? Chapter 198, Preparing to fully upgrade the city. After all, for Lin Feng, the time was too tight, and he didn't have much time to prepare. That's why he came up with this method, which was not a solution, to barely scare this female zombie reborn. This will give myself more time to rearrange the base. But now the appearance of Su Xiaoxiao is obviously a variable, which may cause his plan to fail. Big brother, why don't you help me kill her? She is the one who killed Mom and Dad. Whoa. At this moment, facing Su Xiaoxiao's crying, Lin Feng suddenly snorted. Little sister, are you kidding me? Your parents are dead, not mine. Why should I avenge you? Woo, you are a bad guy. You are all bad guys. Woo. At this time, Xiaoku, a zombie under the city wall, saw this scene and didn't think much about it. So, the zombie Xiaoku raised his head, looked at Su Xiaoxiao again and said, Little sister, if you really want revenge, wait until you grow up. I'll be waiting for you. After the zombie Xiaoku finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and walked out of the city with all the zombies in the city. At this time, Lin Feng also turned around and looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was sobbing in front of him, with a complicated expression. He didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Zhao Jingyi walked to Lin Feng's side and said in a gentle tone, Okay, Offing, don't be angry, she is just a child. After hearing what Zhao Jingyi said, Lin Feng wanted to reach out and touch Su Xiaoxiao's little head, but she dodged him again. Lin Feng couldn't help feeling helpless. Brother Feng, what should we do next? At this time, Shou Qiang came to Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng looked up at the zombie Xiaoku, who was leading all the zombies in the city out of the city, and said in a calm but firm tone. Total upgrade of this city. When everyone heard this, everyone seemed extremely excited. Brother Feng, what do you think we should do next? The first step is to find a way to surround this city and make it a base for all the survivors here. What? Fence it off. When everyone heard Lin Feng say this, everyone present looked at Lin Feng with an incredible expression as if they were a monster. Shou Qiang took the lead and said with a dry cough. Brother Feng, this is a city, not our neighborhood. What can we use to surround a city? Even if we add this city and all the survivors, it will take at least 20 to 30 years to accomplish this, right? Yes. Hearing the discussions of everyone present, Lin Feng just smiled calmly and said, I checked the map before. The circumference of our city is about 30.2 kilometers. So if we want to enclose our city, it would take about 302,000 meters. More than 300,000 meters, my god. How many bricks and stones do we need to surround this city? Such a large project will take forever to complete, isn't it? As soon as Lin Feng said this, the men around him started talking to each other again. After all, for them, this is simply an impossible task. But at this moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Ah Feng, do you have a solution?" After all, Zhao Jingyi has known Lin Feng for such a long time. Since he can say such words, he must have a corresponding plan. As Zhao Jingyi had thought, Lin Feng looked at her and nodded slightly. "I do have an idea now, but..." Lin Feng paused for a moment, which made Zhao Jingyi ask again, "Ah Feng, what is it?" "But I need the help of the two sisters Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyuan." Us. Upon hearing this, the two sisters Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyuan couldn't help but say in unison. Lin Feng nodded. "Don't you two have Earth-related abilities?" When the two sisters heard what Lin Feng said, their eyes lit up. Guan Qingyin was the first to speak. "Brother Feng, do you want me to use my Earth-related abilities to build an Earth wall?" "But Brother Feng, is this really possible?" "Yes and no." "Yes and no? What does that mean?" Lin Feng said, "Can you use your Earth-related ability to dig a trench in the ground?" "I haven't tried it." Guan Qingyin shook her head. "And you?" Lin Feng turned his gaze to Guan Yuanyuan and asked. Guan Yuanyuan said truthfully, "I can try, but to be honest, I don't know if it will work." After hearing what Guan Yuanyuan said, Lin Feng could only pray that the two sisters could succeed. Otherwise, no matter how high the wall was built, it would not be able to resist the invasion of high-level zombies and mentally twisted people. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to Zhou Qiang and the others. "Mobilize everyone in the city right now and find all the containers in the city." When Zhou Qiang heard this, he was stunned, but immediately nodded heavily and left quickly with his many men. After all, Lin Feng is now the backbone of all of them, so they will do their best to complete every task Lin Feng arranges for them. Then Lin Feng arranged for people to try to feed the zombies in the iron cages the minced zombie meat that came out of the meat grinder. However, these zombies do not eat the flesh and blood of their own kind. Zombie crows eat the meat, but not the meat of their own kind. It has to be said that these zombies are quite picky. So Lin Feng had no choice but to ask his men to bury the zombie flesh and blood in deep pits and compact it with soil to prevent the spread of plague. "Mr. Lin, what should we do with these crystal cores?" At this time, Lin Feng and the women had just come down from the city wall, and one of his men came up to Lin Feng and asked excitedly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, Zhao Jingyi, and the others immediately looked forward and found 2 trucks full of crystal cores. "Oh my god, Brother Feng, how many crystal cores are there?" "Yeah, isn't this too much?" At this moment, when the women saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Lin Feng walked to the 3 trucks and looked at the coarse cloth sacks filled with bags of crystal cores. Suddenly, he had an idea, and the crystal cores on the 3 trucks were instantly collected into the space by Lin Feng. After these few days, everyone in our base will get a large number of crystal cores. When his subordinates heard what Lin Feng said, they immediately smiled happily. Then, Lin Feng led the girls out of the community, turned around and looked at the 2 sisters Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyuan and said, "Qingyin, Yuanyuan, the 2 of you try to see if you can dig a 2.5-meter wide trench around the wall of our base." Chapter 199, Making Underground Walls, Turning Stone into Gold. Hearing this, the twin sisters Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyuan couldn't help but look at each other, then looked at Lin Feng and said in unison, "Then let's give it a try." As the 2 sisters were talking, they slowly bent down about 1 meter away from the community wall, pressed their hands on the ground, slowly closed their eyes, and carefully felt the earth element beneath the surface. At this time, Guan Qingyin suddenly closed her eyes and said, "I detected 1 meter underground and there seems to be a beer bottle. I detected a skeleton 2 meters underground." Guan Yuanyuan also spoke at this time. "I detected groundwater 3 meters below the surface. I detected a rock layer 4 meters underground. I detected a depth of 35 meters underground." At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the 2 sisters, squatting on the ground, pressing the ground, which made him a little confused for a moment. "Hey, sisters, what on earth are you doing? I asked you to dig a ditch more than 2 meters wide, not to play guessing game here, okay?" Just when Lin Feng was confused, the 2 sisters Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyuan opened their eyes at the same time, slowly stood up, looked at Lin Feng and said, "With our current strength, we can at most dig a trench that's 50 meters deep, and that's if we work together." When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately became excited. "What are you waiting for? Let's continue quickly." After all, for Lin Feng, no matter how strong the mind-twisted person's ability to burrow into the ground is, he will never burrow to such a deep depth. As Lin Feng's words came to an abrupt end, the sisters Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyuan let out clear and powerful shouts almost at the same time. It seemed as if their calls awakened the sleeping earth, and the entire ground was immediately filled with a rumbling sound. The sound was deafening, like thunder exploding in the ears. Immediately afterwards, a 50-meter deep ravine appeared, as if a mysterious earth dragon had torn the earth apart in an instant with its huge claws, and spread out in a circle around the city wall. The spectacular sight made people stare with bated breath. At this moment, Zhou Qiang and several of his men had pulled 2 trucks of containers from somewhere and stopped at the entrance of the community. But when he saw a ravine that was more than 2 meters wide and bottomless, he was completely stunned. You came at the right time. Now is the time to use containers. As soon as Lin Feng saw Shou Qiang, he immediately walked over. Brother Feng, what's going on with this ditch? Shou Qiang said in surprise, looking at the deep ditch under his feet. Lin Feng patted Shou Qiang on the shoulder and said, you'll know in a moment. Lin Feng was talking and suddenly changed the subject and said, unload these containers you are pulling. Okay, Brother Feng. As Shou Qiang spoke, he called on his men to carefully unload the container from the truck. Then Lin Feng turned around and looked at Guan Yuanyu and Guan Qingyin, who were not far away. Use your earth-related abilities to fill these containers with soil. When everyone present heard this, they really couldn't understand what Lin Feng was up to. So everyone could only take it one step at a time and see what Lin Feng wanted to do. Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyu and once again used their earth-related abilities to fill the containers in front of them with soil. Then Lin Feng asked Shou Qiang to close the container doors, and then he touched each container one by one. 10 containers full of lust were detected, 12.034 meters long, 2.352 meters wide, and 2.330 meters high. Congratulations on obtaining 100 million containers full of lust, 12.034 meters long, 2.352 meters wide, and 2.330 meters high. After hearing the system prompt sound of 10 million times, Lin Feng's mind moved again, and the 2-in-1 synthesis system was activated. 2 containers full of lust were detected, 12.034 meters long, 2.352 meters wide, and 2.330 meters high. Should they be combined? Synthesis. With Lin Feng's whisper, 2 of the containers merged into one in Lin Feng's system space. At this time, the parameters of the 2-in-1 container also sounded. 2-in-1 container, 24 meters long, 4.6 meters wide, 4.6 meters high. The iron plate thickness increased by 8 millimeters. The container is filled with yellow sand. When Lin Feng heard the sound of the 2-in-1 system, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. After all, the reason why he chose the 2-in-1 first was to verify his guess. The lust in the container can be turned into yellow sand after being combined into one, and the container becomes twice as large. But if it is 3-in-1, what will become of the yellow sand in the container? Lin Feng thought about it and started the synthesis again. Only this time, Lin Feng kept the size of the container unchanged, but changed the yellow sand in the container. After all, the 2 sisters Guan Qingyin and Guan Yuanyu had already used their earth-related abilities to adjust the size of the gully. Otherwise, how would they put it in? Moreover, if we keep the container unchanged and just allow the lust inside to be synthesized, I believe the effect will be better. 3-in-1 container, 12.034 meters long, 2.352 meters wide, 2.330 meters high, filled with gravel. Stone? After being synthesized again, it turned into stone? Lin Feng thought with some excitement in his heart, and then performed the 4-in-1 synthesis again. The 4-in-1 container is 12.034 meters long, 2.352 meters wide, and 2.330 meters high. The container is filled with iron ore. Then Lin Feng performed a 5-in-1 synthesis. 5-in-1 container, 12.034 meters long, 2.352 meters wide, 2.330 meters high, filled with iron ingots. Iron ingot? Or a whole piece? Is it the iron ingot I thought it was? When Lin Feng heard the system prompt, his eyes suddenly lit up. So Lin Feng immediately had an idea and threw the 5-in-1 container out of the space. When Shou Qiang and his men saw that another container appeared out of thin air, they were so surprised that they screamed in surprise. But Lin Feng said to Shou Qiang, hurry up and open this container. Okay, Brother Feng. Shou Qiang calmed himself down and immediately opened the container with everyone. When the container was opened, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't the container filled with lust? How did it turn into a huge iron ingot and be tightly stuffed in the container? Yeah, how could this happen? This is unscientific. Just when everyone was astonished and puzzled, Lin Feng had already combined all the containers in the space into 5-in-1. The 100 million containers filled with lust that were instantly copied turned into 20 million containers filled with a whole piece of iron ore. Then Lin Feng walked to the ditch and neatly filled all the synthesized containers into the 50-meter ditch. Only when Lin Feng had filled up the entire community and all the ditches outside the city walls did he breathe a sigh of relief. And just at this moment. Chapter 200 Big Brother, I was wrong. At this moment, Zhao Jingyi came behind Lin Feng and said with concern, Ah Feng, it's getting late, how about? But before Zhao Jingyi could finish her words, Lin Feng shook his head and said, now is not the time to rest. While the female zombie has not yet come to her senses, we must hurry up and build a wall for this city. When Zhao Jingyi heard this, she was immediately stunned. At this time, Lin Feng immediately turned around, looked at Shou Qiang and the others and said, everyone listen to me, fill all the pockets in our community with soil. Okay, Brother Feng. Shou Qiang responded immediately, and immediately led his men and the survivors who came to help, took shovels, found a place in the city where they could dig the soil, and started digging it out. Seeing Lin Feng's actions again, Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but ask, Ah Feng, why did you ask Shou Qiang and the others to dig the soil? Do you want to use this soil to build a city? Lin Feng chuckled when he heard that, and with a thought, a hot dog appeared out of thin air in his hand. Lin Feng took a bite of the hot dog to fill his stomach before speaking vaguely. Your man is not that stupid. You will know in a moment. When Zhao Jing heard this, she rolled her eyes and snatched the half-bitten hot dog from Lin Feng's hand and said, It's been so long and we haven't eaten anything? You are such a selfish bastard. Zhao Jing said this and started eating with relish. Brother Feng, I want one too. And me, I want one too. Give me one too. At this moment, Wang Shuxue, Li Xian, Yang Mi and other girls all gathered around and asked Lin Feng for hot dogs. So Lin Feng had an idea and took out hundreds of hot dogs and various skewers from the space and placed them on the bed of a pickup truck covered with a clean cloth. This immediately made the girls overjoyed, and they all rushed over impatiently and started jerking off. At this time, Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao who was squatting in the corner not far away, and then he picked up a handful of kebabs such as lamb and beef skewers and slowly walked over. Are you starving? Take this and eat it. Brother, I'm sorry. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao suddenly say this, Lin Feng just smiled calmly. From what you said, do you know you were wrong? Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Lin Feng asked again, then tell me what went wrong? The reason you didn't kill that female devil is that you're worried about everyone in the base, right? Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head back and looked at Lin Feng seriously. Lin Feng did not respond directly, but smiled calmly and said, Don't think too much, just eat it while it's hot. Afterwards, Lin Feng returned to Zhao Jingyi and the others and started chatting and laughing with them. Brother Feng, all the pockets in the community have been used up. At this moment, Shou Qiang came to Lin Feng and said, but when he saw the barbecue on the pickup truck, his eyes widened instantly. After all, foods like these that were everywhere before the end of the world are now rare. Who wouldn't drool when seeing them? And at this moment Lin Feng certainly discovered this. So Lin Feng deliberately asked, do you want to eat? Hee. Shou Qiang looked at Lin Feng, rubbed his hands, smiled innocently, and did not answer directly, but his meaning was very clear. But Lin Feng still asked knowingly, do you want to eat? Tell me. Okay, Brother Feng, stop teasing him. He's just a child. At this time, Li Yun took a handful of skewers and stuffed them into Zhou Chang's hands. Thank you, Teacher Lu. You see, Teacher Lu is the best. Zhou Qiang said this and then hid aside, eating the skewers with relish. Lin Feng came to his men and the bags full of soil. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he began to touch them one by one with his hands. After all, things have come to this point, and Lin Feng no longer needs to hide his strength. 324,728 bags of soil were found. Congratulations! You have obtained 324,728,000,000 bags of soil. Lin Feng was seen putting more than 32 trillion bags of soil and the bags on site into the space. Lin Feng looked at his several thousand men and the survivors who came to help, and said in a low voice, are you all exhausted today? Not tired. Everyone present immediately responded in unison. When Lin Feng heard what everyone said, he just smiled faintly. It's impossible not to be tired, but now is the most critical moment. If we can really succeed this time, we can live here in peace from now on. Really, Mr. Lin? This is really wonderful. We don't have to worry about zombies anymore. Woo woo woo. As Lin Feng finished speaking, some people present were excited, some were happy, and of course some were in tears. But Lin Feng continued to say to them, so now is the most critical moment. Everyone, whether in the base or the survivors outside, must be fully alert. Yes. As Lin Feng's voice fell again, everyone present immediately burst into a resounding response. After Lin Feng made arrangements for everyone one by one, he came to an open space, looked around, and prepared to synthesize the various types of cannons in the space. After all, for Lin Feng, it is simply impossible to successfully build a city wall on the edge of the city. By then, the zombie Xiaku will definitely come out to intervene. So in order to proceed smoothly, it is time to take out his ultimate weapon. As Lin Feng's mind moved, the system's synthesized voice also sounded in Lin Feng's mind. 200 million PLZ, 07 122 mm self-propelled artillery pieces detected. Should they be synthesized? Synthesis. With Lin Feng's whisper, the 200 million PLZ, 07 122 mm self-propelled artillery in the space instantly became 20 million. At this time, the parameters of the synthesized PLZ, 07 122 mm self-propelled artillery also sounded in Lin Feng's mind. 10. In 1 PLZ, 07 122 mm self-propelled artillery, with AI autonomy. No need for human operation, maximum range of 180 kilometers when firing bottom recessed shells, and maximum range of 220 kilometers when firing bottom discharge shells. Power system, nuclear power. Protection ability, based on the original basis, increased the defense by 1000%. Fire control system, improved by 500%. Ammunition capacity, 500 rounds. At this time, Lin Feng heard the various parameters of the PLZ, 07 122 mm self-propelled artillery in a 10-in-1 list, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Especially the AI autonomy and nuclear power, which made Lin Feng overjoyed.